Welcome in. 7 minutes past the hour here on the kickoff hour. It is a Fun Zone Friday, or at least we're going to try. Even with some of the topics that we have to kind of navigate through, we'll still make it as fun as we can, Rick and Bubba style. So we got that for you. If you're part of the Golden Ticket Seat audience today, as we start opening that up on Fridays, we did that a couple of weeks ago, and that seems to be going well. Continue to check rickandbubba.com for when the next months open up, and you can sign up and maybe be a part of the Golden Ticket Seat audience. We do that on Fridays during the live show from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Central Time. So if you are headed this way, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you as part of the great or Elite Eight today in the Rick and Bubba studios. Blazing Silverman, he's your intern today. You'll meet him if you're coming. Also, he's getting show prep ready, and he's got the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and over to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Hello.
How are y'all?
Hello.
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 Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. We had a crazy sports night last night.
Did we?
Yes, we did. We had Houston and Philly playing in football, and we had Houston and Philly playing in baseball.
Yes.
We had the World Series and the Prime Video game on Thursday night on Amazon Prime, which Greg loves. We had that going on. Jalen Hurts and the Eagles remain undefeated. They moved to 8-0. They beat Houston last night, the Texans, at Houston. And then in a thriller last night, the Astros defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 3-2 to take a 3-2 series lead. And the ninth inning catch by Chase McCormick in right center,
what a play,
where he climbed the wall in the ninth inning to possibly save the Philadelphia Phillies from tying it up. It would at least been a double, worst case scenario. Best case, probably a triple, but if it had come off the wall and bounced weird or something like that. But anyway, he goes up the wall, catches it, just a great catch. So anyway, they hang on and win. The Astros do. So now they take a 3-2 lead in the World Series. They have a day off, and then Saturday they're back playing at Houston. So that's a Major League Baseball update and an NFL update. And then tonight we've got some college football, which I know, Greg, you hate. And then in the state of Alabama, you got postseason play starting in high school football. I know different states, there's different schedules, and you might be a week or two off or whatever, but in the state of Alabama, round one is tonight. Is that in all classifications?
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
It starts on the same weekend?
Yes.
Because I know sometimes the highest classification might be a week off or something. But
yeah, I think that. No, they finish one. They got one less round.
Okay.
7A does.
Yeah.
But it's on the end.
So you got some teams, catching a bye, just waiting, and then others that are back in action tonight. So whatever the case,
well,
there you go.
If you just ran the list and. See, what kills me is I can't stay up late. So
I know.
I sat down and got to watch an App State in Coastal Carolina, and it was a track meet.
Well,
it was. I couldn't stay up. I got sleepy, but it looked like I don't know who ended up winning.
Yeah,
but they were lighting it up.
So, I mean,
a lot of action.
All right, so time out. I got to discuss this. Mm-hmm. So, how did you fall into that? The World Series is on, and there's an NFL game on. Mm-hmm. And how did you fall into that? Did you even think about the other two?
I didn't. I forgot. No, I don't consider the NFL. I'm not going to watch it on Thursday.
You're not. The streaming on Prime has changed your world.
Never going to happen.
And I just don't like NFL on Thursday. I just don't.
Right.
But game 5 of the World Series didn't intrigue you at all?
I'm not into it this year, but.
Yeah. Well, Coastal moved to.
I just was flipping channels.
Okay.
And I said,
I
said, oh, is that, they got a blue field too.
Yeah, I know which
those two programs for their size, their fan base, and the stadiums are perfect size for them. I mean, they bring it. Yeah. And look, they're good.
Coastal is 8-1 now. They beat App State 35-28 last night.
Man, I'm telling you, they were slinging it around.
And Rice beat UTEP 37-30. That was another game going on.
But anyway, I didn't. I watched. I thought probably up to halftime.
Yeah. Well, no, we're just looking at you.
No,
you're good.
It's fine.
I'll
glad.
be honest, guys. I can't get into the series. I've tried, and I'm not interested this year.
All right. It's
last
okay.
Year,
Hey, that's
Greg,
I get it.
Excited.
I get it. That's
to each
fine.
his own, friend.
That's
to
right.
Each
That's
his
right.
own. Okay.
Tonight we got 3 college games that you don't care about.
No,
too.
I don't. On Friday night, I sure don't.
Oregon State and
I don't
Washington.
care if it's Alabama and LSU.
Oregon State and Washington, both 6-2. They play on ESPN2 at 9:30. Duke and Boston College, they play at 6 o'clock on ESPN2.
Boston College is one of those teams I can't watch.
And UMass,
I don't know why, but if they're playing, I can't watch them.
Right. And UMass and UConn play at 6 on CBS Sports Network.
You sucks.
I have not looked. You don't want to assume, but I haven't looked. I'm assuming College Game Day is at Georgia, Tennessee. Is that correct? Do we know?
I think they are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You hate to assume because I know ESPN doesn't have the game. It's a CBS game, but that normally doesn't matter. Normally they're
correct.
They hop
I think they
around.
work around that when they can.
Yeah.
They would like it all to work out to where it's all their networks, but I think in this case this weekend it is Georgia, Tennessee. Okay. I'm Googling just in case. But
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I see here week
and
10.
should be.
Yeah. They'll be there. So if you wake up, if you're listening live and it's Friday the 4th and Saturday mornings you like College Game Day, then that's where it'll be when you get going. I'm sure it'll be a great environment. Hard to believe we're at week 10 of college football.
Yeah.
Week 10 already.
Ain't that something?
Yeah. And we also have the Beth Mowens game as we do our own little public service announcement and sound the alarm on Beth Mowens' game of the week. And I'm sorry, but there's 2 fan bases that you've got her game. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
I'm wishful for the day when I come in here and we don't have to hear that.
Well, you know what that'll be? When she doesn't have a game.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know. Helmsy, I know. I get it.
So I think SEC Nation's also going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
Really,
they
I
did
don't
that.
like it when they
So
do
you're
that.
going to do both of them at the same place?
I've seen them. I don't like that.
They did that one time earlier this year. I forget where they were.
I mean, they could go to Bama
but
LSU.
pretty
big game.
Yeah.
Where was it? Y'all help me on this.
I
Come
don't
on,
know.
y'all think. But it's really cool because it's 2
I saw
totally
it, too.
different
You're
atmospheres. It's pretty good.
I'm getting where I like the SEC one better.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because a lot of times because the other one does stories about stuff I don't care about.
Right. Yeah, they're off talking about, somebody.
I mean, no, it's good.
Something
It's
in
a good
Oregon.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Before
it's
you know
not
it, they're
that.
talking about Washington.
Yeah.
And
Or they're talking about Bo Nix at Oregon, and you don't care.
No, I care about Bo.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job. It looks like he made the right choice.
Guys,
Big time.
We're not going to mojo.
I mean, not even close.
We're not going to mojo them. We're just going to talk about what's happened. That's not, just facts.
Yeah.
And facts is that his numbers currently is going to get him to the next level and possibly get him to New York.
Well, good for him.
And at
He's
least
been able to show his skill set without running around being chased everywhere.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if he was
Ask Robbie
still at
Ashford
Auburn,
about
would
that.
everything still be his fault? Or would everybody still have
again,
realized?
we all know how that is. The quarterback
Yeah.
gets all the blame and
Yeah.
all the glory.
That's
so,
it.
Either way,
It is part of the gig, I guess.
It is, and he knows that.
Yeah,
I'm glad for it.
Yeah.
I understand their search is over. They've got their man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Did you see where Deion Sanders responded to talks? Somebody claimed, everybody's on these plane watches, that there's a plane going to land in Atlanta,
I heard
and
that.
Atlanta is the biggest airport closest to Auburn. He shut that one up pretty quick. We'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. We use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com today. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link Terms and conditions apply. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLYYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for joining us. Very interesting Rick and Bubba University podcast this coming weekend. Tom Messer is going to be with us. He was an air traffic controller at the Birmingham International Airport for 27 years, retired in 99, but still a current flight instructor. He currently operates a corporate jet aircraft ownership. Also, he's an aviation operations inspector with the FAA for about 3 years, giving pilot check rides. So the stories and all that come with that is extremely interesting. And he answers a lot of questions that we've always had. So check that out, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It is available Saturday mornings. It publishes however you get your podcast. Make sure that you click the subscribe and get notifications button. It's also going to be video versions on our YouTube channel, Blaze TV, Pluto TV, Facebook. But we send all those out via our social media at Rick and Bubba. So make sure that you are following that as well. Also, don't forget, if you're a golden ticket seat holder and you're headed this way today, drive safely. We look forward to seeing you. And 8 to 10 a.m. Central Time if you're listening live. Those open up on Friday, so looking forward to that. All right, so we got a lot going on. Busy weekend, too, with folks out and about. And I believe, tell me if I'm wrong, Greg, do you have a remote today?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
11-1.
Hey, where you going to be?
We got construction going on, but it doesn't matter. Come on.
What about the pizza situation?
It's there.
There.
Under the tent. WZZK tent.
Kevin with Papa Murphy's going to have some pizza for us.
That's right. Good stuff. It might even have a gift card. You don't know.
Yeah. How about that's a big construction job they're doing there, basically redoing the showroom and where the offices are and all this kind of stuff right in the heart of their campus or their dealership there, and that's disruptive, but they're making the best of it.
That's right.
You know,
you still got to make deals other dealers can't make.
That's right. That. Yeah. They move around. They can make it happen. So if you look over and you see all that, don't think, oh, they're probably shut down.
No,
they're not.
The WZZK tent under there, Papa Murphy.
There's old Greg Burgess. He'll be underneath there with some pizza for
and
you.
if you want to check my truck out, I'll let you look at it.
Oh, don't buy it, though. You've got a little bit longer in it, right?
You let them touch it?
Just depends on what they look like. If they look like they stink or something, I'm not.
Greg, you can't.
Every now and then
you'll
have a stinking one walk up.
No, but that's probably not how they want you to.
No, I'm just saying. Every now and then you'll right on the side of the road. You have people just wandering around.
Here he goes again, master promoter.
You want them there today or not?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
unless you stink.
And then I'll be University of Tennessee San Antonio will be in town to play UAB this weekend. It's a 2:30 kick at Protective. They are leading Conference USA. I think they're undefeated in the conference, so that'll be
they were good last
pretty big matchup for UAB. I'll be out there. Looks like it might be a little wet.
Oh, you got your rain jacket?
I don't know. We'll have to see. You know, it's so funny because living in the South, especially the Southeast, you know, when it gets to be 24 out, they pretty much can dial in, pretty close. When they have their specialties, and I'm talking about meteorologists here. Sure. Rain, some severe weather coming through. They're pretty good at that, and it does look like it might be a little wet, but we'll have to see how it goes. You never know, man. You wake up next day and it's come through quicker than they thought, or it's delayed a little bit. But look forward to seeing all of you out there. Keep screaming, stay in it. I hear a lot of that at the old Protective Stadium. But early kicks, we got Florida and Texas A&M in the SEC. Does Florida beat Texas A&M?
I don't know.
You don't know. That's good. That's the way to answer it.
Where's it at? Where's it at?
It looks like it's at Texas A&M.
A&M's down to their third quarterback, right?
Yeah, that freshman.
We'll go Florida.
Oh, wow. Kentucky, Missouri. Missouri's surprising some folks. They're better than everybody thought. They're at Missouri. That's 11 a.m. These are Central Times on the SEC Network.
They can't believe that Auburn lost when the guy missed the chip shot.
Yeah.
You
talking about Mr. Not warm up?
Oh, yeah.
Did I say Tennessee? Thank you for catching that, Rick. If I said Tennessee, I meant Texas San Antonio. Thank you, bud. University Texas San Antonio.
You said Tennessee.
I don't know.
How about their coach is actually?
I don't know if I did. If I did, y'all didn't. You catch
I know it.
Well, all I could think about was the fact
UTSA,
and I know the only reason I even know about them is because their coach did a really good job. The United States Tennis Association is the USTA, and they are the USAT, and so the coach there got really frustrated with people seeing their shirts and wanting to talk tennis. And so he started using it to his kids, like, "Hey, so y'all gonna make a name for yourself, or you gonna want everybody to think y'all tennis players?" That kind of thing. Yeah. So he went that route, and they're actually doing really
UTSA.
Well.
So
I didn't know there was a San Antonio in Texas. I mean Tennessee.
Did you say that you know there was a San Antonio in Texas?
I was trying to take a crack at you.
I know. I didn't even know I said it.
I didn't either.
That's what's so sad, and the fact y'all didn't catch it means that y'all ain't listening.
I told you why I was thinking about the story. I was trying to think how to work the story in about tennis.
I think I was hung in a stare.
So then College Game Day will be in Athens, Georgia for Tennessee, Georgia. That's a 2:30 Central Time CBS kickoff. Liberty, we've been talking about Coach Freeze a lot here recently with the Auburn coaching job. That name's been rumored. Liberty is at Arkansas. It's a 3 p.m. Central Time SEC Network kickoff. Then we got Alabama LSU. That's an ESPN 6 p.m. kickoff. And We used to. You remember when Florida State and Miami would play?
Oh,
Everybody'd be like,
remember the missed kicks?
"Oh my gracious, that's all you talk about."
Losing for field goals. Florida State couldn't kick a field goal to save their life.
The circles that I run in, and the the reports that I watch, I hadn't even heard about this game this weekend. Florida State, Miami, 6 p.m. ABC.
Oh, that used to be a huge game.
Auburn's at Mississippi State. That ought to be interesting. 6:30 p.m. ESPN2. Clemson and Notre Dame is a 6:30 p.m. Central Time NBC game.
That interests me.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah, it does.
And South Carolina Vanderbilt. That's a 6:30 SEC network. Wake Forest and NC State, ACC at 7 o'clock. And then you got your West Coast late games. You got USC playing California, UCLA playing Arizona State.
California's one of the teams I can't watch, too. Them in
Really?
Boston College. I can't watch either one.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you got against BC?
I just can't watch them. I don't know why. When they're on, I'm just not interested.
Yeah.
Same thing with Cal.
Yeah,
Isn't that crazy?
it is. It is. But, it's tough, too, because we run hard on Saturdays, and then come like 9:30 Central when we just getting kicked off, I'm like so heavy-eyed. I'm like, I don't know if I can handle this.
It's hard to watch them games.
Yeah. And we got the time change this week.
Ooh,
that's this weekend?
Yes. Yeah.
Falling back. Fall on back.
I think it's cruel because I have to run sound at church on Sunday morning, and you have to be there for rehearsal really early.
But
So
you're getting
basically,
an extra hour. You're fine.
I'll be
falling
honest.
back.
I'll be honest. It doesn't affect me at all.
You're falling back.
That's
You'll get an
right.
extra hour sleep.
Okay. But what I was going to say though, it's cruel too that I've got to make sure that I'm there on time with the time change.
Yeah,
and they
don't
haven't said
forget
they
to
haven't
do
said
your
that
clock.
to the band and everybody. Hey, y'all, let's be on time.
Yeah, if you forget to set your clock, you're going.
Every clock I have,
you're gonna be there early.
It fixes itself.
Yeah,
now.
the smartphones do, but you still got like if you go, like a old alarm clock across the room, or one of the trucks that we have doesn't change on its own, so you still have to do those. But
Your worst case scenario, you'll be early.
yeah,
if you don't.
Time change this weekend. How about that?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy-inflaming toxins and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring costs under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
We're rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866 We Be Big. As we roll on back, we've got a number of things to hit. I know that you're a big Shepard Smith fan, Helmsy.
Okay.
Well, no, you were. You don't remember? When he went over to CNBC and you were like, hey.
Being his show, liking his show that he did, and being a Shepard Smith fan is two different things.
You were in the fan club, I remember.
Yeah, well, if you like somebody, you're normally a fan of
like
theirs.
this show.
Yeah, right.
Leave it at that.
Well, right. I didn't say y'all were bros, but CNBC axed his show, canned it, gone.
Well, it's because of what I liked
No
about
ratings.
It. He got on there and he gave you stories. He wasn't political leaning on them. He just got, and so they probably didn't like that.
Well, yeah, they got new.
Plus, it's in a weird spot too because it's on a financial news market show. It's on CNBC.
Yeah, it's a 7 o'clock start too.
It's kind of in a weird place.
But apparently they've got a new president or somebody, and they've come in and said they want to pretty much stay more hardline, financial talk and stuff like that.
And they probably should. It really made no sense where it was
not venture off and do a financial / entertainment show.
Yeah, they got to find
It's kind of like us doing an entertainment show on a sports show. A
Really?
sports network,
Really, it was kind of
it
a
was
weird
a weird
spot.
mix,
Which
but,
we did, yeah.
But we tried it. We tried it.
But he would kind of give you he would just sit there and kind of give you the headlines, and he'd give you some odd stories that were going on around the globe, and he didn't throw a whole lot of political leaning on it. He just kind of read you the news,
So
which
you're
I
a fan of
kinda
his.
liked.
You know about it.
Well, I just like the structure of the
Sure
show.
know a
because
lot about it.
I don't like, and I hadn't watched any news in forever. Now I do get. That's why that's right there. I do watch that. Right
I was
there.
wondering if we were
That's-
ever going to turn that back.
Well, y'all have hands. Y'all can go up there and change it.
Hands.
But that's what'll roll a lot at my house is CNBC. They'll give you some stats and some numbers that in regards to the markets and what's going on. They'll throw you a story or two here or there, and a lot of it's over my head. I like to learn. That's why I put it on there.
All right.
He likes to learn.
I do. Y'all don't like to educate yourself?
Sure, I like learning something new.
I love learning.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about it. Go ahead, because I know Greg's
I'm
about
not
to
saying a word.
What are we talking about?
About
hole in his lip.
That discovery.
I'm not
going to bring it up.
I'm not either.
Speedy made a discovery during the break. I don't want to run it.
Greg, you
Excited.
can't.
He was so excited.
Greg, you can't say I'm not going to bring it up
I'm not.
and then bring it up.
I'm not bringing it up.
You see what I'm doing?
He got all
Because
mad
it's going to
about it.
happen.
He got all mad.
No, it's
about
called
it.
defending yourself. It's
No,
not, it's not being
reporting
mad.
what happened.
So here's on today's.
I'm still wheezing from it. I want y'all to
Here's
know.
on today's prep sheet that I print out for Rick and
All right,
Bubba.
yep.
And it's on the top of a stack of stuff. And so we separate things like news, sports, politics, entertainment. And the guys have a one-pager that sits on top of all of the stories of the day, and they can kind of look at it and get a glance of, all right, here's what's in the news.
Yeah.
So for today, it says 8 to 10 a.m. golden ticket seats. Then it
Okay,
says
buddy.
we sound the alarm for Beth Moen's game, and it gives the game and everything else. Then it says college game day will be in Athens, Georgia, at the Tennessee-Georgia game. Then it says RBU this week is with Tom Messer. We've talked about that. Then it says time change this weekend – fall back an hour. And I was talking about falling back an hour, and I guess the way it came across
It was
the
tough.
way
I'm going to repeat. You brought it up. I wasn't going to bring it up.
well, no,
but I'm going to tell you what
it would have
said.
come up today.
I'm gonna tell you
And
what-
so
I'm going by what you
and
said.
so
I'm
I
not
was
going by
reading
your intent.
I was talking out loud as I was getting the prep sheet ready.
You
and
sure
Greg
were.
took it like I came up with some new saying
He
that
stops.
everybody needs to know.
Looks at us and says,
I don't
you
look.
know,
I,
hey,
by the way, didn't look at y'all.
he looks around,
That's made up.
makes eye contact.
that's made up.
Whatever. He stops and he goes, fall back and spring forward. That's a good way to remember it. And we were like, we've been saying that since we were
Right.
children.
Right. That's why I knew it.
But
But
when you say that's a good way to remember it, I assume that you just now made
Well,
that connection.
and
That's how it
listen,
sounded, like you had just
I
made that
knew.
connection.
I just
Did
want
he
you to
not?
get all
It
this
did.
out
It
now.
did.
Get
I'm
it
just
all
telling
out
you
now.
what it sounded like.
This is what I'm doing. I'm just letting him get it out.
I wish we were recording.
This is what you do to a bird.
Speedy.
Just let him get it out now.
Let me say this, okay?
Alex
knew,
even
You don't have to
confirmed.
run him because you wouldn't have said a
I'm
word.
trying to defend
What
you.
to say? He was more shocked.
I looked
than I
up.
was.
It caught me. I thought somebody hit me with a hammer.
Yeah.
Listen,
All right.
I know that you knew,
Yeah.
but your tone and way that you delivered it sounded like you had
I'll
made
be
a
honest.
new discovery.
I didn't know that he knew it the way he presented it. I thought he just.
I was like,
And then he looked at me and said, "Quitters never win, and winners never quit."
That's what he said.
He said, "That's a good way."
That's
to
what
say
I
it."
need. Come on, get it out.
here's the way. Here's the way.
He
Speedy,
acted
time out.
like he had just discovered. Oh, get fall in the
You
fall.
did.
Look,
You
here we
did.
go. Here we go.
You
Next
did.
thing he's going to do, I stood up and go, hey, everybody, I
I'm
got
just
something.
telling you.
Hey, did y'all know
This
you
is-
fall back?
I'm
This is
just
what it
telling
sounded
you,
like.
It sounded like he
ooh,
had.
that's a good way to remember
Give
it.
him by the end
That's
of the
the way you
segment.
said
He's
it.
gonna
You
claim
said
I
it
ran
like
out in the
this.
parking lot
It ain't
next
You
just
to
me.
said it
saying
like
it
this.
fall back an hour.
And I knew you knew it, but this
I
is
didn't know
what
he
you
knew it.
said out loud. Okay, listen,
I
word
thought
for
Mississippi,
word.
they may not have talked like that.
Oh,
You-
so now,
Speedy.
okay,
I mean,
everybody. Hey, Mississippi.
I said
Here
y'all
we
didn't
go.
have that little. Y'all didn't talk like
I'm
that.
sorry, Helmsy.
This is the
go.
way you
See,
said
this
it.
is you can't
You
talk
said
over a
this.
Burgess. Go.
Ooh, that's a good way to remember it. That's the way you
That's
said
what he
it.
said.
And
I didn't go
what-
high.
what-
That
you-
sounded very feminine.
well,
Well,
I'm
it
just
wasn't
saying
quite
the
as
tone.
feminine.
I didn't go, ooh, that's a good way to say
Okay, I'll give you that.
All right.
You did.
That's
sound
not
a little-
what I did.
You sounded a little more manly.
Next thing you're going to have
But
me
you
do
still sounded clueless, but you sounded a little more manly.
so now I'm clueless. All right, see, hold on. See, I'm from
No,
Mississippi.
and then the best part
So
is,
I'm from Mississippi,
is
so I'm
when
going to
he
get
got mad
on
about
that.
it.
Well, because
Listen, he got mad.
Well,
that was
because
the best part.
You did get
because,
frustrated.
whenever somebody you say something around here, it's like, ooh,
Well, no, Time out.
You know, I'm
time
like-
out. I'm sorry.
So
I'm
in this
sorry.
segment, you got me a DA because I'm from Mississippi.
No, I didn't
then
say
you just
that.
said
But
I
we all
sounded
have
feminine,
different
like,
sayings.
"Ooh, look
We
at
all
me, I
have
found
different
something."
sayings from different areas, and that was a joke. But this
So
here, though,
everybody
I'm
from
landing
Mississippi,
here.
Greg thinks you're
That's
stupid.
not what I said. Y'all know that. I'm landing here. I'm just going by what I heard.
It did sound
I
like
assume
you were.
he does know this, but he just portrayed it like he didn't.
Ooh, that's a good way to remember.
Oh,
it.
fall back.
I think
spring forward.
I guess I'm
And
just
if you want me
talking
to
out
take it
loud
even
as I
further,
type, kind of. I don't
Probably,
know.
You want me to
I
take
don't
it even
know.
further?
Here we go.
You thought you were going to lose an hour's sleep this weekend instead of gain one.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
You did think that.
Yeah, I did.
Now that's
And see, I wasn't gonna
You
bring that
corrected
up.
me on that, and so I did. I just kind of got lost in it. a
And
little
then
bit.
that led to wait. I get it. Fall
Oh,
back.
No,
Spring
no.
forward. That's
no.
the way to remember.
That's a
it.
good
What
way
I
to
was doing is
remember it.
I was putting it on the
That's
prep.
all you said.
I was
That's- I
putting
rest
it
my
on the
case.
prep sheet, not because I thought I came up with something. Like, ooh, I got a new idea.
But that's
it
the
was
way it
was
sounded.
more for a lot of times I spell things out for them just so because you're looking down in
Look,
case they get lost in it too.
I know that you knew. I'm not saying that.
I thought
but
Galileo
it was
had
portrayed.
discovered a new star.
Now we're going. Come on, keep it going. Keep it going. Come on.
Hey guys.
Keep it going.
Hey,
Come
y'all
on.
ain't gonna believe this.
Yeah. We got 3 minutes. Keep going.
No,
Keep
I'm
going.
just telling you. You know, whether you knew it or not, I'm convinced you did know it and had heard it, but you presented it like it was something you just discovered.
That's kind of
what
where I'm
happened.
falling.
Okay.
That's
I'll
not
give-
bragging
I'll
on me. That's just what happened.
All right, keep going.
Alex even said he heard.
Yeah, so you're not done. I know you're not done. So keep going.
And Alex is a neutral party.
Yeah.
He
Well,
has no he has no dog in
He
his
tends
fight.
to draft with you a little
He's
bit.
No, he
scared of
doesn't.
you. He's scared
Alex
of
don't
you.
even like me.
He's
He
scared of
told
you
me.
because he hears you cuss and talk about people.
Oh, I said, Alex, did you not hear him? He goes, and you know, he didn't want to throw you under the bus because he looks up to you.
Right.
Well,
But-
this next and final song is going to be one that has made me pretty famous over the last few years.
But I wasn't going to bring it up because you know
weren't?
why I wasn't? Because you got mad
Greg,
about
Greg,
it.
do you?
Did he get mad about it?
I wouldn't say mad. I'm not like
You were
mad.
frustrated. You
I'm
were
not mad. I'm
frustrated.
just like y'all. When things
Mad.
happen, you defend yourself and it gets elevated.
Are you
I'm
going to
not-
apologize
I'm
for
not,
the cuss word you called me?
I'm not mad. What'd I call
You
you?
just had an F-bomb in it.
I did not. See, this is what I'm talking about. He makes stuff up, y'all.
It has took me a lot of places I didn't think I would be at.
And he just made that up. Tell everybody you made that up.
No, you might have been that, but you were really mad.
But so don't say mad.
But you were mad.
No, we're on each other pretty hard in here, Greg.
But you got to admit, he went mad quicker than he normally
Well,
does.
but I was
didn't even get the
I was
good.
defending.
I had
I
one
was
good chuckle. I
defending
was
It
doing.
wasn't honestly. It wasn't a good run for you for like 15 minutes, and I think it was just adding up.
What do you mean? What run?
Well, the Tennessee Texas.
Well, that's
thing.
just a
He's mad
misspeak.
again.
But
Quit.
That's just a misspeak.
Speedy,
We have those in
when
here
y'all
every day.
ask me
Yeah,
a
I
question,
agree with
I'm
that.
going to answer it. So I'm just saying there was a
So that bad. So me saying Tennessee and not Texas screwed the whole 15 minutes up.
no.
Well,
you're
about 13 of it.
Okay.
no. What I'm saying is you had been corrected on it.
Right. Which I
just-
thought that was.
That's
funny.
why he got
I'm
mad.
just simply
I'm
saying
not mad!
you had a bad run.
He got
That's
mad.
all I'm saying.
I
That's all I'm
understand why he
saying.
got mad.
I'm
Look,
not mad.
Hey,
I'm gonna hit you in a minute.
Hey,
I understand,
Speedy,
and
Speedy.
I'm good with it.
some people boot a ball in the first and in the first
Right,
inning.
right.
Okay, they get it together the rest
Sure.
of the game.
But,
Okay,
it's
it's not a
first
big
time on
deal.
stage, New Year's Eve 2002, with one of the best quartets out there today, Brian Free and Assurance. And I was privileged to be able to sing
Privileged.
this one with Brian Free. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I beat him that night or not, but ever since then, we've had competitions. I've wore him out. Not to make me look good or anything, but that's what happened.
Look, I'm sorry I made you mad. I'm
See,
gonna leave it there.
use something else besides mad because I really wasn't mad. I was
You
defending
were
myself.
frustrated.
I was, yeah.
And
you
I
could
get
say
that.
frustrated.
Yeah.
Frustrated. Say frustrated.
And
it's
that's
called
what-
defending yourself because I wasn't because you were insinuating because you're pulling
I
back
was
on what
telling
you
how
were
it sounded.
insinuating.
No,
you were
I
insinuating
wasn't
like I
insinuating.
came up with something that nobody knew.
Well, it did look like an aha moment. Like, guys, fall.
But this is one that also my friends at my hometown church, Gospel Light Baptist Church in Salisbury, North Carolina, has really made their top choice. So therefore, we're going to finish off
Their
with
top
this one.
choice.
It's called "Looking for City."
Okay. All right.
The
I
good
wasn't
news
gonna
for
bring it up.
good news for you is
That would have come up. Don't
some
lie about
people
it.
think
Later,
this
probably.
it was me that did it and not you. You know how people will listen and they'll
Are you
have
serious?
people.
I thought you were the one.
Somebody just said it's okay, Helmsy. I thought yesterday was Tuesday, so don't worry.
Yeah. Well, I can't believe you brought that up. 866 We Be Big.
Tuesday.
Wow. Well, look, you can get lost. You know, a lot of people are busy, Greg.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Nacho fries are back at Taco Bell. You know, the fries covered in bold Mexican spices you dip in a warm nacho cheese sauce. You could also dunk them in nacho cheese sauce or pour the sauce onto a pile of them and create like a nacho fries nachos. The thing is that you eat them with nacho cheese sauce. That's what makes them nacho fries. Otherwise, you're just eating fries and sipping on nacho cheese sauce, and that's the wrong way. Sorry, just really passionate about nacho fries.
Nacho fries are back, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation which vary.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-611-3437. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-611-3437. That's 800-611-3437. Again, 800-611-3437.
ABC November 9th, the CMA Awards is live, and it kicks off with a must-see all-star tribute to Loretta Lynn. With performances by Carrie Underwood, Luke Bryan, Miranda Lambert, Morgan Wallen, and more. Plus, can't miss collaborations. Zach Brown Band with Jimmy Allen and Marcus King. Party featuring Lainey Wilson. Kelsey Ballerini with Kelly Clarkson and Carly Pierce.
It's going to be a great show.
Luke Bryan and Peyton Manning host the CMA Awards live Wednesday, November 9th on ABC and stream next day on Hulu.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other.
866 We Be Big is the number. 8 minutes until top of the hour. You two, I believe, are by Raycon.com/Bubba owners.
I got the everyday earbuds.
I love the Raycon.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by them right now. There's nothing worse than, getting out, doing something, and wishing you had some earbuds, and then the ones you have, the battery doesn't last, you doesn't sound good. I mean, you want to make sure you buy some sure enough good ones, right? Well, buyraycon.com/Bubba is where you need to go. And right now, they've got some great prices. I mean, they really do. These wireless earbuds, headphones, speakers offer premium sound, useful features, and almost custom, really comfortable fit. Up to 54 hours of battery life, and they start at a really good price too for their premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with the holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Knock that out, get some stuff done, and get 30% off the holiday bundles right now. Go to raycon.com/Bubba. Use promo code EARLYBF. That's EARLYBF, and get 20% off the site-wide, I should say. That's 20% off, or even bigger, you can get 30% off their exclusive holiday bundles at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Use promo code EARLYBF to save big. If you own a company, buy them for your employees or the colleagues, maybe your grandparents, maybe a teacher. That's a nice gift. College students, friends, check them out right now. Buyraycon.com/Bubba. Enjoy some great savings with their holiday bundles, or 20% off site-wide as well, not just the holiday bundles. So check them out right now at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
It's a good product.
It was Taylor and Kelsey and the kids for my birthday bought me some.
There you go.
And I liked them so well. Got Lisa some for her birthday.
Yeah.
What color are yours?
Mine are black.
Okay, went with the black.
Lisa's are rose gold.
In that world, I usually go black or white, but for some reason
They got some cool colors.
I went blue because blue's my favorite color.
Man, you got shoes that match.
And I do have some shoes.
But I put them in when I run, and they're awesome.
Well, they got all kinds of stuff site-wide that you can look at.
Belt.
Yeah. And so they've got the premium audio brands.
I love them.
It's it's really good because you could pay a lot more for something that's not as good a quality as these.
Right now they're really priced. Well, you get some 15% off Rick and Bubba or something like that.
Yeah, it's 20% off site wide or 30% off the holiday bundles. They got some bundles that you can get. Just use code EARLYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. All right, so do you have some emails?
I got a question. That calmed me
from
down. He's not as mad as he was.
I'm not mad.
He has calmed down.
I'm not bad. It was just.
Hey, Golden Ticket people are going to be here at 8. You think you can get a better
I
mood
think
by
so.
then?
Just feed me. I'll be all right.
A QFTA question from the audience. This comes from Cameron. Cameron Cahill.
Cameron.
Hey, Cameron. I've enjoyed listening to you guys, engaging the questions from the audience.
Okay.
Here's my question. If you could be responsible for one of these game-winning moments, which would you choose?
Oh, I like this.
Hitting a walk-off home run in the World Series.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Scoring a touchdown to win the Super Bowl. Or hitting a three-point shot at the buzzer to win the NCAA tournament championship.
I'm going to surprise y'all. I want to hit the walk-off.
I do, too. That's where I was headed.
That's where I would go.
There's just something about that.
I just kind of want
to kid. I've played that over in my head I used to get in the driveway and I'd hit. I'd give me a stick and hit rocks, throw gravel up, and I'd always pretend that it was bottom of the ninth.
Mm-hmm.
We need a run.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that grew up playing in the backyard, you would always set up scenarios.
It's just something about
bottom
that.
of the ninth, runner at second, 2 outs. You know,
the shot at the buzzer.
Nuts
Well, that's the shot at the buzzer and the
and the
Super
buzzer
Bowl.
shot's good.
All those are great.
They are.
But they happen, and then it's celebration, and it's over. I feel like when you hit a walk-off, that run around the bases is I'd take as much time as I can.
Yeah, you can let it breathe a little bit.
Yes.
See, I can remember as a kid.
Everybody else trying to rush you off the field.
Exactly.
Get going.
The Yankees, and it was Chris Chambliss. And I remember it was either in for the pennant or for the series. I can't remember. It's been a million years ago. And I remember him hitting it in the crowd, him trying to get around the bases, and the crowd going nuts. And they even had people run out, and they tried to get his helmet off his head and all this stuff. It was awesome.
Eddie Dottie weighing in, his QFTA. If you could choose to do anything you wanted to for a day, what would it be? I knew I'd put you on the spot.
Activity?
Yeah. Are we working? Or are we hobbies?
Anything,
or what?
anything you want to do.
Lay in bed with my wife all day.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just said that out loud. Dang it! It's not been a good hour for me. Don't laugh in there, Blaze.
That's
Quit
a tough
laughing.
question.
I just meant like maybe lay there and watch TV or something.
All right, we'll go. Jonathan Baker, QFTA.
How about I
You
didn't have an
answer
answer?
anything.
I just get there's so many things.
Make deliveries for your wife.
Eddie,
for her
I'm
new
sorry.
business.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm sorry, Eddie.
Well, there's just so many. That's just so open-ended.
Hang out with y'all and go hunting. That'd be fun.
Well, there's a lot of things I'd like to do.
Yeah. Well, you didn't answer though. You didn't say one of them.
Well, you scared everybody.
Jonathan Baker weighing in. Do y'all think the no-hitter the other night means as much or more with 4 pitchers other than just when you have it with one pitcher?
I personally, and y'all talked about it yesterday, I think it's more impressive with one.
Okay.
With one all the way through?
Because those three of those guys just had to get through one inning without giving a hit up.
Yeah.
I will say this in the
one guy had to give
in
him
the baseball world, when one pitcher throws a no-hitter, it's almost like he's carried off the field, and it's like this huge moment. When it's a combined no-hitter, it's like celebrated, but it's like, hey, man, great job. But I think it's more unique because it's like that's hardly ever done.
Put it this way. If we'd had one pitcher throw a no-hitter the other night, it would have been a bigger deal. I'm talking about the media would have made a bigger deal out of it. And I think it is a bigger deal. I mean, to get that many pieces to fall together, I get that. But you know what I'm saying? One guy that goes 9 innings without giving up a hit as opposed to 3 guys that went 1 inning without giving up a hit.
What's the one thing, Speedy? I hate this is coming after the segments we've had recently. What's the one thing you said on the air you wished you didn't say?
Oh, I got that right now.
Oh, man.
I can't
you
repeat
got
it.
a long list.
I can't repeat it.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
You're
right. That's the one.
The jewelry thing.
Oh, that's not even close. You're right.
And to add to it, not only was it a misspeak, but I was interviewing the owner of the company.
See, everything was in place.
And the sales rep that had
storm.
worked so hard to get the buy was standing over by the rings at the little glass case and just fell to his knees. Like, I've lost this one.
You know, I missed that. I wish I'd have somehow been involved.
Right.
You think I wouldn't bring it up?
Oh, yeah. Heck, you brought up this other stuff this morning.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't have nothing to do with Argentina.
Who's a hero?
If we could get this straightened out, Rick, we might could take care of that Cuba situation now.
All right, Stella, send us all the information.
Can you email it, or do you just have to mail it?
Yeah, email it to greg@rickandbubba.com.
Thank you. Oh, you lunch.
greg@rickandbubba.com. GREG at rickandbubba.com.
Golf, Romeo, Echo, Golf.
And then I'll have Greg forward it to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
QRZ?
Done. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. We'll get in some more calls. Also, we'll qualify another finalist this hour. We're doing 10 finalists, and tomorrow at the last hour we give away tickets to the national championship game for college football coming up Monday night in Atlanta's Mercedes Stadium. We understand Mercedes Stadium has terrible sounds for concerts, needs more bathrooms, and can't get the window to open. What else is going on there?
They said a leak or something.
A leak in there somewhere.
Now I don't know.
We don't know about it. We just Speedy.
Trash.
What does he know?
What? I was from a listener that's been there.
Said need more bathrooms too.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's always an issue.
And I'm sure too with the fact
can
that
you
they just had the Georgia Dome go down and all that area. There's no parking. You got to stay away from it. It's all fenced up. I'm sure it's a headache getting in and out.
It is.
Until they kind of get that, because that's going to be, a parking deck or something? I'd made that
Let me
up.
tell you where I'm going to have access to a bathroom. Nothing's going to leak on me. I'm going to be warm, and I'm not going to have
Got
to
all
park.
the food you want?
I got all the food I want, and I'm not going to have to park, is where I'm going to be sitting on my couch.
That's right.
I'm gonna tell you this Lyft and Uber stuff though changed all that. You find a nice safe place to park 10 miles out, and just on your phone, boom,
Uber
you're there.
in,
Uber or Lyft, that's money. It's a game changer.
So
drop you off right in front, and then there's so many of them now that are doing this, especially around these arenas. You hit it, jump in, and you're back to your car in no time.
Can I ask you a question?
I need to ask you something on behalf of Speedy.
Is Lyft just another Uber?
That's all it is.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Who you think's better?
Well, I asked that because I've always, when I've been in these situations, I've always done Uber. And when we were at the Predators game in Nashville, we got a Lyft. And I asked the guy, why did you choose Lyft versus Uber? And he says, the talk around here is Lyft is better.
So,
a little better quality.
Lyft to work for?
Both.
Fewer
Both.
murderers.
Yeah. I wasn't going to go into
Well, they
that.
don't have a
but-
murderer drivers don't drink
but,
as much. Uber's had a few bad apples. Lyft hadn't yet.
When Betty was in New York over the holidays, they did a lot of Uber stuff. She said you don't even see as many cabs as you used to. Isn't that wild? You would have thought that was
you used to see them.
Well,
you'd never break up that monopoly.
Well, does Uber in New York drive like the cab drivers in New York?
No, she said it was. They were actually pretty nice.
Well, when I was in Atlanta, the other, I guess, past summer, we went and watched an Atlanta Braves game, and we took you remember that terrible,
that horrifying story,
yes,
terrible.
Leaving, we took Uber, and they've got their own curb, their own road, really, that they've got, I guess, a deal with.
Did you not do
Atlanta.
that to begin with because you're trying to be cheap?
No, actually, it was. I was going from the lead from another parent that was on the team. That traffic was terrible, and then we went and parked and tried to take Marta. And it was
I've never
awful.
done
That's
Uber,
another
and I'm
thing.
kind of scared of it.
Well,
Should I just take
well,
one
and let me
sometime
say,
and get it over
Let me
with
say
and ride
this,
around the
Bubba.
block?
This is
come
where,
back?
Speedy, you need to hear this, too. Well, you may already know this, but many times you're going to pay more for parking than you would if you just took an Uber.
That's true.
And
Well,
that's,
good point.
Well, you know me.
Really,
I'm going to quiz everybody that I meet. Okay, and so I got in the car with the Uber driver.
To the point
and
you got on their nerves.
And I started just talking to him, and it was about a 15-minute drive, about a 2.5-hour drive there, but about a 20-minute drive out. And I just asked him. He said it was great supplemental income for him.
Mm-hmm.
He drives on the weekends and after dinner.
Were you trying to cut a deal
at night? And so he works during the day and.
Do you know what the guy that did? He was
good.
a police officer.
Well, it goes back to this. When you got in that terrible
Yeah.
situation with Marta because, they have to go through traffic too, and you got into all that, all I could think about was like yesterday with Bubba with the GPS. Why would you not just do Uber from the very beginning?
Well, again, I came in and it was already the evening was already organized, and
You were thrown in somebody else's bad plan.
JC and I just kind of jumped in, and
Somebody else's
and I
horrible
won't
plan.
mention names again, but
Right.
well, what we didn't realize, I don't think going in, is with the Atlanta Braves, their new stadium.
Yeah.
Marta doesn't go up under the stadium or come out right there. You've got to
Show me how you go up under it again. Where you you lowered your head like you were going to hit your head on.
Right.
That's good.
Now, if I was going to Phillips Arena or something,
right there.
Boom. But and so
stadium.
you basically take Marta somewhere and then get on buses, which then you're right back out in
Yeah,
the
it's no
traffic
good.
that you were in.
Exactly.
Well, some of this stuff, like
It
you
sounded good on paper.
When you
Scared-
think
scared
about
to death.
like something like Marta, this kind of convoluted stuff is just helping Lyft and Uber because people are like, well, that's a nightmare. And then you think about the parking situation. All that's doing is helping Uber and Lyft because people get to the point where they're going to go the path of least hassle. Not every, people think I'm the only person that's that way. Most people are. Where's this line of people that loves to be hassled? So anyway.
Can I ask an operational question about it though, Hams? You mentioned like 10 miles out, find a place to park. Where are there safe places to park 10 miles out?
Now,
You call Uber.
I can't answer that in regards to the Mercedes-Benz
Right.
place, but where we, for instance, with the Nashville Predators, we were actually at the guy's work. We met at his place where he works.
Or I guess if you were at a hotel.
And it was about
hotel
it was
would be
about
great.
4 or 5 miles from the Bridgestone Arena.
Here's the
For
other
me, it's a
question.
simple thing like you're talking about, Bubba. You book your hotel. You 6 minutes past the hour. Let's go. It is another hour on another day of the Rick and Bubba Show. Man, I'm so glad we're back and looking forward to talking to you at 866 We Be Big. But first, the national anthem. is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Pop, pop, pop. All right, so we got a lot to talk about. We'll recap the last 24 hours since we were together. The Elite Grade 8 are coming in today. Golden ticket seats, which is part of the Friday Fun Zone. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, drops this weekend. We'll tell you about that. A lot going on with themanchurch.com and members of the show this weekend. We'll let you know where everybody's going to be. And your phone calls, yes, we certainly will work through those today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler is settling in for the YouTube experience, live and archived. And Rick and Bubba University intern Blazing Silverman is ready to take your phone calls as he bangs out a degree in common sense. That, of course, now a superpower. Sitting right here is the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
Give me some water. Shot a man on the Mexican border. I got 2 verses. Go ahead. You know, Eddie Money. God
all
rest
the
his
hits
soul.
he has, and this one's one of the least known. That may be my favorite.
I feel the same way. The live version is even better than that.
Oh, I've seen it at the US Festival.
Yeah,
you
it's
ever
good.
seen that one?
It's really good.
It's good.
Yeah, give me some water.
Give me some water. It's going to be warm enough. You're going to need some water.
I know. By the way, what's going on with the weather?
I'd like to see it nip up a little.
Well, the one that got the thing that got us where
I
we
broke the shorts back out today. I just can't take it. I like them burned up yesterday.
Well, like we said, we dress for the actual temperature, not what season it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be almost 80, like 77, 78.
Next week, going to get in the...
I saw 82.
82.
God.
Well, the thing that got me today is what I wasn't ready for. And, we got leaves falling everywhere. But is... I even went and looked at the forecast again on these apps because I guess they don't update when things change. The wind's blowing like crazy, and the forecast didn't even call for there to be any kind of real wind.
It was windy when I left this morning.
Real windy.
Had the dogs stirred up.
So anyway, we have a lot to recap and update and talk about on the show. Today, I mean a lot. We'll give you your matchups this weekend. We'll also continue because now, Bubba, it's me this weekend.
Greg.
Well, it upset Greg too.
I'm sorry, guys, that got me.
But the
down the wrong pipe.
We do have to ask the question because now it will mess me up this weekend. Who are these people that keep getting married during football season?
That makes no sense.
Who's getting married during football season? What are y'all thinking?
Hey, can't you wait?
Are there people that doesn't care anything about that?
Apparently so.
Yeah,
There is. There's a lot of people out there actually.
Who are these people?
They're out there.
I mean,
a lot of them just don't want to tell you that.
Right. Well, here's another.
They want you to think they're college football fans or football fans in general.
But they're putting a lot of their guests into a handle.
Well, they don't care about that. It's their day, Bubba.
Yeah, you're right. It's not our day.
It's not about us. It's about them. It should be about them, by the way.
By the way,
yeah, they're paying for it.
And one of my sons is actually in the. Of course, I'm also doing this to joke, but
sure.
But one of our sons is in the wedding, so there's no way out for me now.
No, you're what?
And of course
That hurt.
They're going to have it at a time where I don't see the Tennessee Georgia game to any real degree, or the Alabama.
Oh, we're gonna
LSU
get them
game.
both.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll see the end of the Alabama LSU game, and I'll leave when the Tennessee Georgia game's really heating up.
Well, it is a bad
Right.
weekend for
And,
us.
and worst case scenario for you, you can't vapor with the sun in
Rick,
it.
I know we're joking. It's a bad weekend for it.
Yeah. It's bad enough during football season, but this particular week.
Well, let me tell you what it is for me. What it is for me, and I know you're the same way. I don't like sports enough at this stage of my life to watch just any game.
Yeah.
I just don't have that much interest in it. But when matchups come up that I'm like, oh, good, finally this Saturday there's something that I would actually be interested in, because most Saturdays I can't really find a matchup I care about. But when I go, I absolutely, and I watched it with my father-in-law, I absolutely enjoyed the Tennessee-Alabama game, and no matter which one of them would have won. It was just a great game. I don't have a dog in either hunt.
Came down the last second.
And I just sat there and just enjoyed a great ball game. Even though it was sloppy, it was a good matchup, okay? Well, now I'm thinking, so Tennessee's still good. Now they got to play the other good team, and that's Georgia. And LSU's getting better. And so the LSU-Alabama game, it's not to the level of when they both were fantastic.
Right.
But it's still LSU's better than they have been
you have
recently.
the potential to have two of those games like you're talking about and a Game 6 of the World Series.
I had a potential to watch two really good college games back-to-back. They even arranged it for me.
They did.
Where I could watch them back-to-back, and now I'm going to be at a wedding. So who in the world?
I know.
I mean, there's
you're
so
going to be
many
like that commercial with your smartphone at the table, and you're going to be trying to hide it.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
was at one, and
you missed that one, yeah?
everybody was watching the game. That's that was the primary activity.
Yeah, I mean, there's no out. I'm there. Yeah. I mean, there's those moments you go, I think I just won't go, and you're like, you're going.
Your son's in it.
Right? You're going to the wedding.
They'll have video of it.
You love these families, and these are friends of your sons, and you all y'all's kids grew up together. You're going.
Yeah, you want me to tell you something I've learned?
Your wife ain't hearing of it.
I don't want to let this secret out. But what the best thing to do at the beginning of the year, find some games you know are going to be good. Go ahead and invite several people over to your house, several couples.
That's good.
And then when the wedding invitation comes, you go, I can't go. We have people coming over.
You know what? You're right.
Get that book first.
Boy, that is good. You know the thing that I missed on that.
We learned that professional lunch eaters man of the year.
Yeah, and then you also get your wife. You get your wife on board there. Your wife's on board now.
Oh yeah,
she's committed. She goes, we can't call 3 or 4 couples and tell them not to come.
She's the hostess. But honestly, I probably wouldn't have picked any of the Tennessee games this year.
Well,
no, you're right.
You know, you play.
So I got to do my pregame work too.
Yeah, it's tough.
Preseason.
You got to know.
Yeah,
but you know, there's certain teams that are going to be good, and you have to kind of bank around them.
Yeah. This year, if you weren't careful, the ones you thought would have been good games aren't, and the ones you didn't think were going to be good games are.
Yeah.
You know, they built a little bit. I mean, really, let's face it, college football features only a handful of elite teams, but it's so if you'll use them, usually you can find your way to some good games.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, they're going to find a good game.
Yeah. So. All right, well, we'll unpack it, but we do have some great matchups coming up this weekend. We'll warn 2 fan bases that you have Beth Mowens, and we'll also tell you what's going on this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. I think that you'll find some very interesting information this weekend. Time change, all that. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Leave your car there and have Uber or Lyft come get you there.
Yeah.
So then you're never in a handle.
Let me ask you this: what happens if you're at the ball game's over, and 40,000 people click for Uber? And when they pull up, how do they know? Do they know who they're picking up when they pull up?
Well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no, just for us, it was there's so many of them out there, especially in these for these areas. You're not. It's not like you're going to be left behind.
Well, when you say Uber, are they looking for a particular person?
Well, there's a person in that area just driving around or whatever, and it's available, and you pick that person. And here's the thing you need to know: when you pick them, they're a minute really from being there. You don't have time.
Right,
it's not
right.
like you're waiting. Hey, well, I got to wait 5 minutes for them to get here. I just got here. They'll pull up in a minute.
But like at the end of the game, I go out there and there is 20,000 Uber drivers pull up. Do I have one for me, and how do I know which one's mine?
Well, you know what car they're in.
Yeah,
because you see that. Like,
you
I'm
booked
in
the car.
2015
I'm learning, Rick. I'm sorry.
Ford, whatever. Or
I know when we walked out, and it's funny because the two parents are now texting me going, "It wasn't me," and I understand. But when we came out and they pulled up the Uber app, it said, how many people we need, passenger vehicle. All right, let's book it. All right, now, boom. And then before you know it, probably 20 seconds went by, and the driver was calling that cell phone and said, "Hey, here I am. I'm in a blue shirt. I'm in this Dodge Caravan or whatever. Here I am." And they were waving at us, and we walked right in and got it.
And by the way, this guy that we had in Nashville didn't do this, but we asked him this question. They can actually drive for both. So they are both Uber. It's not like they're just one. I drive for Uber.
I got an update
Uber
on Lyft
and Lyft.
I got an update on Lyft for you, by the way.
Is it bad?
What is it?
No, it's good.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying
I don't
is,
have the Lyft app. Do I need to
Speedy,
get that?
Speedy, I understand that y'all's playing for the Atlanta Braves that night. It's actually going to be a Geico commercial coming up.
Probably could be, Rick.
All right, so here's what
That's good.
Here's
How do you
somebody.
spell Lyft?
Here's somebody.
It's
who,
LYFT, I think.
to your point, here's somebody who said, "I was trying to pick up extra income, so I applied for both to be a driver."
Okay.
And he said, Lyft has more qualifications they require for drivers, and the pay's better.
Okay. Yeah, I heard a little bit
So
of
they've
that.
come in and upped the ante just a little bit to be more competitive.
And they have a coal factor that's much higher.
Yeah.
One thing I did enjoy is that you can pay when you just through the app and through the phone.
Yeah.
And so there's no transaction or anything in the car. You you're already paid and see you later. You know.
Speedy, you remember that time we were in New York, we were in that cab, and you asked that driver where he's from? He said Egypt. You remember that?
Yeah, I think I did.
And then
I remember that. Had to engage.
Yeah, but
Several people telling me they use Lyft over Uber. Uber will have to dial it up.
They will.
Be
They'll just have to adjust. Look over there. There's Bill Bubba Bush.
How about you?
Hey, buddy. You doing good?
I'm great. Rick, we talked with James Spann earlier today about the bomb cyclone that is attacking the Northeast and actually going to affect a large part of the United States. More than 2,700 flights on the East Coast canceled so far. So transportation across the country is going to be a mess. Schools have been told to shut down, and drivers are staying off the road as all this bears down. And James Spann told us about it earlier, but it's going to be a bad situation for a few days on the East Coast.
All right, this has been a topic we've talked about a good bit on the show, and I'm going to first of all lay out what I understand. I do understand, but this thing, when you have these Arctic blasts and polar this and vortex and bombs and cyclone and all this stuff, it's cold. It's very cold, and it's, in some parts of our country,
it's winter. It's cold.
Some of the parts of our country are colder than it usually is for a long period of time, but not unprecedented cold, but really cold. And this thing starts with dogs and pets. And so we're sitting there at the house the other day, and the way our situation operates currently is we have one dog. The dog comes inside some, stays outside, not in the yard, but in like a screened-in porch where he's got a bed and he's got water and he's got food and he's got all of his little stuff and all that out there. And then he comes in and he has a bed and the rooms that he's allowed to go into where he goes and sits, or he can come sit in your lap, whatever you want to do. He's a very furry dog.
What a sweet little
Yeah,
puppy.
now I understand that dogs have been domesticated and they're not coyotes and wolves.
But they still got that
I got it.
in them.
I got it. And I understand that we've bred some dogs for some reason to be naked with no hair. I don't know why we would do that. But
Seems cruel, doesn't it?
But we have. I don't know who would want that. But so we start this thing that somehow the dog is not going to survive the cold. It's 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. As we make our way back. So, Bubba, let's just talk about all you can think about right now, and that's your computer.
I'm having a little MacBook Air trouble here.
Well, look, let me tell you this. I will tell you that there's all kinds of things, and we try not to bring some of these things that may not be all that interesting to the show, but sometimes if we'll just go ahead and bring it to the show, y'all solve the problem for us, and then we can move on.
Yeah, because the vastness,
it's unbelievable,
of the audience and their expertise is incredible. I mean, we can find people that we've lost since elementary school. We can solve problems. We can see space events. I mean, it's just amazing the depth of our audience.
We got a Space Bros update today.
Yeah,
too.
I know. Space Bros may be grounded.
Let's go back to this. Let's go back. Listen, let's go back to this for a
or
minute.
I should say, maybe we have a Space Bro opening.
Well, you know what I said rhymes with Space Bro? Space Solo.
Yeah. There you go.
So let me throw this at you. Let me give you the latest example of the audience coming through on topics that are not that interesting to the audience. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but yet they problem solve for us. I was told that my job was to go to find people anywhere around me at the farm, and if I could get them on board, I could have the new high-speed internet that was available.
Right.
I talk about that on the show, and I have it the next day.
Mm-hmm. High-speed internet?
Yep, the very next day.
There you go.
So
How
see,
sweet.
yeah, and you know what they were saying, and this
Sweet, man.
This is the thing a lot of you got to work on. Some of y'all's, this is the problem with there not being human beings answering phones anymore. Is they have this automated system for me to try to find out how to get it scheduled when you just do it the way they want you to do it, when you don't use the show, because not everybody has a show. And so the process that they had in the recordings you were getting and the prompts you were getting apparently were incorrect. Okay, so really what it was telling you wasn't right. And what was on the internet wasn't right.
Right.
Because once I talked to a person, which the show helped me do, that person said, that's not correct. If you want it, you got it, baby. I said, I see this stuff hanging out here on the pole. And they're like, so that's incorrect. So that just happened in the last month.
Yeah.
So I think we can resolve your problem. But my concern is there a scenario where Bubba doesn't have to take this laptop to a place to get it fixed? Probably not.
I'm going to go not at this case, but I don't know. I'm just now digging into it, so I may have something.
So, Bubba,
different
what's
for
happening?
you.
And I saw the first caution flag during RBU yesterday.
Yeah, well, I have a MacBook Air, and I have the M1 chip in it. And now when I plug in, it's not charging. And I thought I had a cable problem. We've all had that.
Well, you were sitting there yesterday, and you were like, hey, is there something wrong over here with this?
Yeah, I've had Speedy trying to find the plug and look at that.
It was that first yellow flag.
So then later this morning, I plugged it in my office, and I thought, well, I need to charge this up because the battery's getting kind of low, and it wouldn't charge either. And then you brought your laptop in and checked my cord.
Yeah, I got involved.
So I'm having a problem where the MacBook Air with the M1 chip is not charging, and
it's the computer because
I
got involved, kind of troubleshooting a little bit.
We need to.
I do want to look. At some point, I'd like to take it. I know this only child thing is where, I fixed Speedy's email issue he was having because he let me have his computer for half a day.
I know.
Right. So I know the only child is going to not allow that laptop to come over here too often.
That'll be hard.
I got to dig in. The only way for me to resolve it is actually get into it.
Well, you might as well give it to him. The battery's going to run out anyway.
Yeah.
You're down to 15%. He's got about an hour.
But I do want to look at some battery health issues with it if I could.
Can I tell you what's funny? And Bubba, of course, noticed it immediately.
See, he doesn't even want to. He didn't even want to look at what I'm talking about. He does not want to.
The thought of it, he's breaking out. I see he's breaking out on his skin right now. The thought of giving somebody that laptop.
No, it's not that. It's just that it ain't working, and I need it to work. I ain't got time.
You ain't got time for that.
Right here, quick. Make sure everything's backed up.
Bubba, you know it's Fun Zone Friday, don't you?
I know.
FCF.
I know.
But anyway, so Bubba noticed it immediately. Of course, this doesn't surprise anybody who knows me, and everybody in here knows me, and Bubba's known me for a long, long time. Is he comes in and he goes, "Bring your laptop in here. Let me see." And he also, the first thing he knows, he goes, "So the icon you have there's a parrot?" and I said, "Yeah, I think that came with the computer." He immediately knows I've never customized it.
You got a parrot up there?
Same thing.
But nobody's surprised by that.
No.
You know what I think myself? It works. Yeah, it's parrot. Of course, mine charges.
Yeah.
But anyway,
well, and the good news is I do have backups. But
yeah, you can't even.
Something else.
Oh, look at Speedy trying to help.
I'm trying so desperately.
You know what, Bubba? You can't even have a laptop that charges.
I know it.
Oh, what is that you're doing there, Speedy? Helms, you okay with that? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's
I'm just
fine.
trying anything.
Okay.
'Cause I'm getting
It's
power
going.
here.
It's working. That part's working. But
Yeah.
you may cut
It's
it
going
out
into the
more.
same.
It's
It's still
the problem.
yeah. It's going to be, unfortunately, Bubba's bringing up the SMC, or also known as the System Management Controller, is probably the issue. But we got to dig into it.
But to me, you take one of those laptops to some we fix Apple products thing, you'll never see it again. I mean, you got to hand it off to him. You're going to go days without it.
You're right.
Adler?
Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
A few times.
Okay.
A few times.
When all else fails.
I know not to ask Bubba that, or has he done the updates? Because he's a big update guy.
Oh, he's a big update guy.
He makes sure of that. So if you notice, I didn't that would be one of the first things I would ask Greg.
Well, I couldn't update it if I hadn't now. I ain't got enough battery.
Yeah. Plus that update may cost it.
It's going to die on the vine.
I hate updates.
Greg, we're clear on that too, by the way. I don't like them. I know.
Well,
Let's leave it like
it is a pain. It is a pain.
Everything looks different.
No,
and it
I'm
takes
with you.
too long.
I can't remember the last time that one of the updates I thought to myself, man, I'm glad I updated that.
Yeah, this is easier.
The stuff they updated is awesome.
The user interface or how it looks, Greg, in other words.
Yeah, I hate that.
We get used to one and then it changes. And I know some people get tired and they go, oh, I want it to look different.
Everything's in a different
But,
spot.
sometimes you have, like you had a chrome look and then you had something that looked like primary colors for a while. And but to me, I don't know, they give you so many options on everything else. I don't know why they don't let you choose the user option you want. User interface.
I don't remember that when they did where it says, do the update now so your computer will look like you're gay.
Yeah.
Who goes with mauve? I was like, how does that become the update? And then y'all showed me how to change that.
Bubba, have you tried shutting down the Mac, closing the display for 30 seconds, and then opening and back up to see if it reactivates it?
Yes, I've done several.
See, that's all you can
think about. That's the SMC.
Bubba.
See, I cut it off.
It's over.
It's not going to make it.
I'm afraid it's going to be a Genius Bar appointment.
I think it's the plug socket.
I'm so sorry, Bubba.
I think it's the socket in there. Have we blown out to make sure there's the teeth are connecting? Like there's not some trash in there?
I blew it out.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you.
I'm just trying to
I didn't
help,
use
Bubba.
a compressed air.
You know what's going to happen? You're going to have to go to the Genius Bar. And then you're going to have a legitimate repair, and all that's going to be done whenever you eventually get it back. Yeah. And then you'll be without a computer during time when you needed it probably the most. And let me say this.
I believe in backups. I have some, but I just don't have them handy.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And then you know what's going to happen after that?
During the show.
You'll get the real invoice for Genius, then all the fake ones that are trying to fish for you.
Yeah, right. You get that.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
And I constantly say, I really think if the dog's able to curl up in that ball it curls up into a bedding, some towels, some sheets, pine straw, whatever, it will stay warm. It's not going to freeze to death. Okay, because there were times when these canines didn't live with people in homes with heating and air. And so and then you go, well, it's still a good thing to bring them in. And I'm with you. There's certainly nothing wrong with that. Or put them in a garage where they got a little extra coverage. That's fine. But then, like I was noticing, when the dog goes to bed in our house, the dog is inside when it goes to bed, and it goes to bed in a crate, which is great. It's crate trained. It's great. No problem. He likes the crate. It's not a big deal. He'll go get in it when it's time to go to bed. All that. Very well trained. No issues there. Okay. Then he'll maybe get a little treat. That's just a little good night thing he likes.
Yep.
So I was sitting there listening. And we were getting ready for dinner, and one of the boys said, "Hey, I'm taking the dog out." Okay, great. Where's the dog? Well, the dog's in the crate. Why is it in the crate? Well, where none of us are settled in any room right now. We don't let the dog roam the house, and so I didn't want to leave it on the porch where it normally lives when it's not in the house. Why? Well, it's cold. So I mean, it's a dog, and it's covered in fur. The dog actually seems excited. I tell you when we need to worry about the dog is making a dog with that much fur live in Alabama in the summer. That's when the dog's like, what didn't he? You know what I mean? You talk about, got no energy, I'm burning up, good night, somebody throw water on me. Every time it cools off, this dog, because he's covered in fur, begins to go, yeah. I mean, he's like, this is number one. I mean, jumping around and all that. And when he's on the porch and it's cold, he gets in his little circle. He cuddles up. He uses the padding of the bed, and he creates heat with his fur, and he's fine. I mean, he's not going to freeze to death. I mean, it's like Do we really think that dogs can't survive in the cold?
Lisa and I have had this conversation about our outside dog, and he's tough as a cob. He don't care. And I've got the door cracked. He can come in the garage. And I even at night, when it gets down to teens, I got these 2 little electric heaters that I'll flip on. He gets under there, whatever. But he can come and go as he pleases. But there's been many days I come in, she goes, I tell you, it's going to be cold out there for Buddy. I said, you talking about the dog that I just saw standing in a ditch of water out in these degrees? He's running in water. Right. He's fine. He's not. He's going to make it.
Right. "35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, we thank you for being with us. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show, been a team for a while now. Loving the emails for those of you that are seeing the benefits, and it's all natural. 4 botanicals, they've all been proven. You can research them yourself. Curcumin, icarin, resveratrol, omega-3. They've all got their own research, and they've shown they can help. But what about with them all together in one power pack called Relief Factor? For the majority of the people that order the Quick Start Pack, that's 3 weeks, they order more because it works. And for some, it has been life-changing. For me, I love it, the aging process, and then trying to overdo it a little bit if you're doing a little bit better. And let me tell you, or just working and just life. And it's all natural. A lot of times we manage the aches and pains of life, or some of you with chronic pain, with over-the-counter stuff, and it certainly plays a role. If I've got a headache, I go and I take some of the over-the-counter stuff when I need to, but none of these were designed to be like a vitamin or a supplement that you're popping every day. That's not what they're designed for, and there can be some really serious side effects by using them that much. And then you get into the opioids. Good gracious, it's destroying our country with the addictive problems of those items. And they certainly have a role, and some of them can be very beneficial if they're used the right way. But this is all natural, meaning you can take it every day. It is a routine for the inflammation issues that you may be dealing with, and arthritis, and some help it can have with all this. Now, does it work for everybody? It doesn't, because your problem may not be something that these botanicals can help. But for the majority of people, including myself, that tried it, it worked. So why don't you try yours by going to ReliefFactor.com, get a 3-week supply for $19.95. The link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know Space Bros is next weekend, right? Is that correct? Is it next weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Supposed to be.
Yeah. I came in today, and Bubba couldn't get his laptop to charge, and
I tell you, I haven't started a good day today.
No, I've got you can't have nothing today too. I'm going down to assess an issue today. I mean, you can't even have laptop that charges. Now you can't even have a Space Bro. So I didn't know anything about this, and I arrived today, and Bubba's like, "Have you heard about Space Bros?"
Well, I've been jazzed about this, and been jazzed about Adler going. We're Space Bros, and he texted me last night and said, "Hey man, I'm out." And he has a pregnant wife.
Yep.
And
yep.
I kind of forgot that, honestly.
Apparently he did too.
Yeah, and I think he did.
He
did, and I think he got shut down last night.
Space Bros are no. Instead of go, I said no.
Yeah. Adler, did you forget that
Did Aaron just flat shut you down last night?
Well, it's just
pros and cons, and guess what the biggest con is? My wife does not want me to go.
I had to make a really big.
A lot of things going on.
This is a very difficult decision, and I finally got the details of the trip from Bubba yesterday, and so I sat down with my wife after getting Ruby to bed last night, and we talked. And I made a pros and cons list. Okay. And on the pros side is I have an awesome time with Bubba, and I might get to see a rocket launch. Pretty good.
It's good stuff.
Pretty good.
The might hurts.
The cons list is considerably longer than that.
Yeah.
So I had to do a,
Was Bubba on that list at all?
No.
Don't fly with Bubba over an hour.
No.
It really hurts me, but I'm going to be so worried. I really had to really picture myself there. I'm going to be so worried the entire time that I would be a wet blanket on this trip for starters. And I didn't want Bubba to have to change his original plan and timeline as well for me, which he did even offer to do, which is so unbelievably kind. I sent Bubba like a 20-page long text.
How long was the
text?
Page?
It was considerably long.
Rick, I thought something's really wrong with him. I thought, what's going on? Because this is supposed to be a fun trip.
Yeah. Did you ever think about just calling him?
It was late.
Okay,
Okay,
I got you.
I've been passing out at 8 lately.
That's right.
Yeah,
that was the right thing.
It was 8:15.
Okay.
Middle of the night.
He was in REM sleep.
You don't call him post 8.
Right.
Yeah.
Erin reminded me that she was in her 3rd trimester.
Something that she probably wondered why she had to remind you of.
And I was like,
you were like, oh,
I know that. You think I don't have a calendar? That's a great point, but I knew it already.
Yeah, kind of.
Off the record, did you, honestly, I'll be honest with you, with my wife, when she went through all the pregnancies, I rarely knew what trimester she was in.
Yeah, right. Just because we're the dude. Yeah.
Because they start talking in weeks.
Right.
And we can't.
Right.
I don't know what it is. Our brains don't work on weeks. It works on months.
Yeah. I just noticed.
Have you noticed that?
Yes.
When somebody says weeks,
I'd rather you say 2 months
I'm
than
42
8 weeks. Yeah.
I just kept noticing that, where the baby is housed is getting larger. Must be getting close.
Getting
Right.
close.
Yeah,
You've been pregnant a good while.
is expanding.
Yes. So it hurts, but I know myself, and I would truly be so worried the entire time. And I said this earlier to Bubba, my track record for missing really cool stuff is through the roof. I mean, sky high. So, and if anything, me not going helps.
It helps the launch to actually happen.
Yeah.
Because that way he'll live in agony that he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like going hunting
My launch
guilt-free,
record is not good either. So, I'm king of the scrubs.
I
so.
literally watched Bubba and Adler figuratively draw these circles crossing each other.
Yes.
Bubba's record of launches not taking off, Adler missing big events, and they're wondering which one's going to win.
Yeah, somebody's got to win.
The
It's
total
mutually
eclipse
exclusive.
is the only one that really worked out for you. At the same
Yeah, that was cool.
It actually lived up to the
Y'all
hype.
did that together.
That was awesome.
Space
Yes,
bro.
I know.
See, I thought this was going to be another version of that.
I did too, Bubba, and this really hurts my heart. To
What are
have
you
to
mad
do
at Bubba
this.
about?
Yeah.
Y'all,
Here we
the
go.
words in the text, one line was, "You will always be my space bro" to him. I said
No
that
matter
to him.
what.
I said that to him. Okay?
No
this
matter
hurts
what.
my heart. It hurts my heart.
Don't forget.
I guess we're gonna have to start saying space, bro.
But can I tell you that?
We have an opening. Are there any other Space Bros here? I mean, that's.
Hey,
I got a UAB game.
Blazing Silverman. He's in.
That's right.
No, look at him.
Well, you got Hunter
He's
going,
shaking
right?
his head. He ain't going.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got. I mean, you.
That's a
your family's
father-son.
going.
That's a
aren't they?
father-son trip.
There you go. There's your space son.
Yeah.
No, we got room.
Yeah, it's not many people get to share that with their kids.
That
Watch
is
a
kinda
rocket
cool.
take off.
Well,
That's pretty
you
good.
know, we-
on a list
we-
of things you've done together.
We still hope we get to.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah.
and what could have happened, Bubba, is you could actually experience this with your child while Adler left both of his at home.
Oh, yeah.
Right. There's that thing too. People would be like, "Okay, so Bubba, I see your family. Who's the homeless kid you brought with you?" You know, there would be
Look
that.
at Bubba doing ministry.
Yeah.
Bubba picked up a hitchhike.
Hey, treasures in heaven. Treasures in heaven.
Bubba picked somebody up from Jimmy Hell.
Yeah, what's he doing?
All right.
Yesterday,
All right. That's
yesterday
not,
I asked.
you said that out loud,
Too specific. Too
Yesterday,
specific.
I asked Adler one
foundry.
question about wearing his hair in a bun.
Right.
And I thought, because he was going to the bathroom, and when he came back, he had his hair taken down.
Uh-huh.
And I thought, well, did he do that because I asked about the bun? And then he bailed on the trip. I said, in my mind, I'm thinking, wow, that bun thing really tore
No,
it.
no,
Took that
absolutely
personal,
not.
didn't
You
you?
sent the line picture too. It's really two bun comments.
Bubba reminded me with that comment that I was still in sleepyhead. And I needed to tighten it up. And I said that to him. I was like, "Oh no, you just reminded me I needed to tighten."
I don't know if anybody else in the room. I'll let the other guys chime. And I know females don't understand this guy world that we live in. We try not to cause trouble for each other. It's really one of our greatest things.
Yeah.
And so when you first saying you were going, I just went silent because I thought, well, surely he's got this cleared completely. But I almost said into the microphone. Then I thought, well, I'm gonna mess this whole thing up. Wow, so you're gonna leave your pregnant wife behind with a small child?
He got caught in
The delay of the launch really hurt.
Yeah, and I
Hurt me.
and I almost said it, but then I said, well, I ain't gonna say it. Then that'll bring light on it. I'm not allowed to say it.
Yeah.
And it is it's the thing that gets me on these things, and these are the games. These are the games sometimes that we deal with in marriage. The wife always wants you to figure it out. They won't just say in the beginning, I really wish you wouldn't go. They want you to
Figure out
to
that
come
they
to the
wish you
conclusion that
wouldn't
you
go.
shouldn't go. And sometimes I've said, why don't you just tell me you don't want me to go? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that
Well, that's not. You should have known.
Right. Well, you should have known not to go.
you should have known.
You should have never committed to this. And I'm like, yeah, but we don't think like that. We're not
No.
we're not as good of people as
See,
you.
I was thinking once I heard you
should have
committed.
known, but you shouldn't have assumed.
There you go.
But you know what I want to say is, I hate to break this to you. We don't think like y'all do.
No.
And some things that may seem obvious to y'all just don't to us.
Yeah.
Truthfully, Aaron said the words, "I'm worried about you going, but you can go if you want
Of
to."
course.
And I had to weigh where I feel about it and what I think about it.
Well, and you know what? How about this? Why put her in a position to worry at all?
Yes. Yeah, that's what you don't want.
No worry.
No worries.
No, you don't.
No
buddy.
worry, Puff
Especially
Daddy.
when you
Now, Space Bro will stare at the empty seat on the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blazin can't go. Blazin really can't go. He would be a great space bro. Just temporary, buddy. Watch it. Temporary.
Unlike you, he measured his responsibilities and said no immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Space son.
Bubba, if I would have known 48 hours ago, I probably would have been able
Oh,
to.
here we go.
No
This is
way.
the classic.
You ain't going Space Bro.
You are next in line.
I'm
You're-
serious.
You're
I'm
supposed
just
to be
being
the space.
serious.
Hey, you're Tennis Pro, not Space Bro.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing. See, I
You can
scheduled
you
a
can
bunch of
cancel.
stuff.
You can
And we
cancel.
could be tennis pro, Space Bro.
That's
could.
right.
Right.
Let's go, Tennis Bro.
But if I
Space
say
Bro.
yes
Yo,
today, I put Amanda in a really big handle. I could cancel the lessons I have, but
Hey.
there's some other things with Caroline that I would be putting on Amanda. I can't
Well,
do
we're
that.
flying into Titusville to be closer, but we can go by Orlando and go by USPTA headquarters.
Okay.
That's it.
USTA headquarters.
I may put Amanda in a bad situation if you throw that out there.
That's it. I'm canceling everything. I'm going.
Come on.
I'm sorry, space bro. I'm sorry, space bro.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
business to take care of on the program today. So we've talked about the college football playoff deal. That will happen today. So that giveaway will be done. We'll look at that. You and I got to do a little afternoon hunting yesterday during the all the offshoot and the cold weather that is. The bomb cyclone or the cyclone bomb, however you say it. But it's cold in a lot of places, and you and I got out there and tried to get a little something done yesterday. We'll talk about that on the program today. Also, looks like this tell-all book on the Trump administration's publishing release date, I should say. It's already being published. Release date is now being moved up amid all the controversy. The publisher's like, we got to get this book out.
They're moving it up instead of moving it back. Huh?
Yeah, they're saying we got to get this thing out before somebody ruins it. So that baby's hot as a hot potato. So that will go out sooner than later. They say they're moving up to today. Is that it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, some already got their hands on it.
They're trying to move that baby out there before all the lawsuits start and all that, I guess. But
Bannon was talking.
Bannon is
take a drink.
Yeah, so he really does. You're right. So we got that out there. More a lot of good news still continuing. Speaking of the Trump administration, we'll give you some updates on that. I saw an article that was really, really good too. And I read the whole thing talking about how Trump's administration is right now trying to be one of those great administrations of our history, where the economy and so many good things are happening. And there's a warning out there about be careful if you look at some of those who have shared in this kind of success in the past. Sometimes getting caught in a war will destroy that and take away all of the things that are being accomplished. And they're giving a little warning about it. We're kind of heading to a little face-off with Russia, possibly, and little some things going on. It was a really interesting article, but what's really important about the article is it lays out, here are the facts about the things that are happening for our country that are good, regardless of how you feel about the president.
Right.
And so that's interesting. And this book coming out will kind of plays in all this too, but we'll look at that a little bit on the show today too. And take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG and just kind of chat with you and see what's on your mind. And I think, when we looked at all the ways to give away these tickets today, and Bubba and I getting to spend some time together yesterday, we kind of agreed with, I think, a caller to the kickoff hour yesterday that we're going to try to come up with some way when we get the 10 people done to turn the Wheel of Meat into the Wheel of Champions.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
There's just something about I want to turn my chair around
and spin that baby.
And I want to stare at that wheel and see the finalists' names or numbers spinning and just seeing that anticipation on who it's going to land on. I just kind of dig that scene.
Yeah, I do too.
So I think
I was getting plumb jazzed about it, thinking about it last night.
Plumb jazz. So anyway, we'll do that on the program, but we still got 4 more people that's got to get in that drawing, get in that spin. There's 4 more people whose name or number needs to get on that wheel.
Yep.
So another qualifier this hour. We did find out too that the tickets that we have purchased also include the fanfare experience, so you get to do that with your tickets. So that's kind of cool. Speedy was just talking about it in the break. We know this is the year. I mean, we're going to have a primary coming up in June, and then the election this coming November with our friend Scott Dawson, who's running to be the governor of the state of Alabama, which is our home state and where the show comes from. And, of course, you're out there trying to, here's an upstart guy that doesn't have all the connections there in Montgomery, which is the capital of Alabama, and he's not like these other people that seem like they've been around forever and ever and ever, and they got all these connections, and he certainly doesn't have the bully pulpit of being the sitting governor, and that's a tough deal. And it's a big story, and it's been out there, especially in our state. But that the Green family, who founded Hobby Lobby, have just given his campaign $100,000.
That's awesome.
How about that?
There's your little shot in the arm.
There's a little shot in the arm. So that was big. Very, very pleased with all the people involved and us involved in his campaign. That was a big help. So thank you, Green family and Hobby Lobby, and they've always supported Scott's ministry. The Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association, always been big believers in what God is doing through Scott, and now they also believe that this call for him to run for governor, they want to do what they can do to give him his best shot to win it. So that's awesome.
Yes, it is.
Come on. 9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. Let's run quickly what's going on this weekend. Rick and Bubba Show and things we're connected to. Busy this weekend. The real Greg Burgess today. Lunch. If you're in Birmingham, Alabama, I'll be in Birmingham today. And if you are in and around and you're thinking, I'd like to go by and hang out with Greg for lunch, he's got lunch for you at Hendrick Hoover Auto Mall, the home of 104.7 WZZK. Go and grip and grin with Greg today. Tonight, I'll be in Birmingham to do as well. Valleydale Church, my home church, dear friend Rich Wingo. Richie. If you've never heard Rich teach, you have missed it. Got an email, got a text today, because this is men's ministry. This is classic men's ministry. Hey, man, I went to register, I'm going to come tonight, and it says the registration's already closed. Maybe it's because I waited till the day of the event. Yeah, probably. But here's the good news. You don't have to worry about registering. Just come. You can still come. We're gonna eat chili, which Bubba's been loving this idea. 20 chili recipes. We're gonna eat chili. Hand out Beano.
20.
And we're at chili 6 o'clock local time. The service starts at 7. Wingo will be speaking inside the service. We got, it's men's ministry, so it's only a couple songs, and then we get right to the message and your chance to plug into our small groups as we're rolling through a second curriculum from themanchurch.com, and you can get into a small group too. So that's tonight. Go ahead and come, even if you didn't register. All right, the other is Saturday. We've got Mark Garnett, Crestview, Florida, First Baptist Church, Crestview. Their man church is tomorrow night. And Mark Garnett will be speaking there if you want to be part of that. I'm also going to a wedding, just FYI.
All right. Singing at a wedding.
Singing at a wedding. Then and then Speedy will be at UAB tomorrow. So if you're coming to the UAB game, Speedy will be the stadium man. As he as of course, though Speedy said that it was San Antonio, Tennessee, but actually San Antonio, Texas. It's coming to see us tomorrow at Protective Stadium. And then on Sunday, I'll be in Americus, Georgia, Central Baptist Church, Mac Powell in concert for their fall festival. And I'll be bringing the message and emceeing the event. And also all the resources from themanchurch.com will be there as well. So that's kind of our weekend. All those can be found at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com. Bubba, this was mentioned to us, the bizarro world and the things that are being said now. Speedy was the one who brought it to our attention. Adler has it. The View, we've even gone as far as our TV4, when the show would get toward the end, The View would come on. We got so tired of it, we now moved it to some kind of update on the stock market. And, I mean, this show, I want you to listen. What is it, Hostin, as I say your name? Yeah. Sonny Hostin? Sonny. Or is it Hostin? Hostin? Sonny Hostin. Not the ladies, women, I know y'all are active. You're trying to get to where you got to go. You're trying to get your kids going to school, all that. Just listen for a minute what this crazy woman says about some of y'all. Okay, so here is Sonny on The View talking about white women who vote for Republicans. Here we go.
I read a poll just yesterday that white Republican suburban women are now going to vote Republican. Why? It's almost like roaches voting for Raid, right? It's like they're voting. No, it's insulting to the voter. They're voting against their own self-interest. Do they want to live in Gilead?
Okay, so do we love it in the hands? Do we love democracy or not? Because just saying that it's insulting to the voter. People make up decisions on what's right for their family, and the idea that you should have a say for everyone else's vote.
The fact that women are voting against
you had a different view on abortion not that long ago, and you
I have that view.
But that issue is right. But then why is another woman not able to have a different view?
That white Republican suburban.
I can't take anymore.
Yeah. So
I know we occasionally talk over each other here, but that's too much.
No. Well,
it's like feed at the chicken house.
It's also the frequency.
I know.
But anyway,
and what's the frequency, Kenneth?
Yeah, I know, Greg. Did you see Greg's signal? What do y'all? Does she even? And you see the other host trying to stop her and say, "You realize how offensive what you're saying?
It's ridiculous.
You mean to tell me only your principles and the way you see the world? If these women don't agree with you, they're somehow less a woman." And they're voting. No, they might be
voting against their own health care.
They have a different opinion than you do.
This bogus thing about somehow the abortion issue equals women cut off from health care. That is why don't y'all grow up a little bit? And even Bill Maher, who is not conservative by any stretch. He says he's even embarrassed when the left makes an argument that to be against abortion on demand is to be against women. He said these people don't hate women, and they don't hate themselves if they are women. They actually believe it's murder. And so when somebody thinks it's murder and you disagree with that, the argument is somebody sees it as murder and you don't, but that's the argument.
There's nothing to do with telling women.
And he even said he was pro-choice. He said, but I do understand the argument.
Yeah.
And for you to say that people who vote against abortion on demand are glad that the bad law of Roe v. Wade was overturned, which only means the states decide. And abortion on demand is still available in this country, sadly, but it is and probably always will be based on what the states making their own decision. But health care for women has not been turned off, and that's just a lie and exaggeration. And you have to at least get the argument right. Now, you can passionately say, now you would have to prove it, you can passionately say, I disagree that abortion on demand is the murder of another person's life. You can disagree on that, but that's the argument.
Yeah.
It's not you're against women, or if you're a woman, you're against yourself. That is not the argument. Yeah. And Sonny and those on the left that do this health care argument, that's not the argument, and you know it's not.
Yeah.
And you say outrageous things like this.
So they portray it that all women are pro-choice, but
real women.
Yeah, but it's not true. And then all men are pro-life, and they want to tell you what to do.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I mean, that's what they're selling you.
Yeah, and she's saying if you're a woman and you vote for Republicans, it's like a cockroach voting for raid. You're voting for your own demise.
Even if I'm a woman who is pro-life.
It's even more bizarre than that. She said suburban Republican women are actually voting for Republicans.
Well, remember, that's why Trump lost, because they didn't, and that's what she's mad about.
Well, that's the thing. If you're going to be a Republican, you're probably going to support Republican candidates. That's kind of how this works.
Right. Well, what she's saying is the way Trump lost,
he didn't get the turnout.
He didn't get the suburban women. And he's saying now the suburban women like they're going back to the Republicans.
Well, yeah.
And she doesn't like that.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, the internal polling by the Democrats must be horrendous right now, because they are absolutely desperate, throwing haymakers everywhere they can.
I would go this far. Some of the women's obsession with Roe v. Wade is what I find weird.
Yeah. That's
really weird. I mean, the obsession with it. You know, at least if it was something you went, man, sadly and discreetly, I want that to still be readily available. But the way they act about it, to me, that's the weirdest. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new So the current administration, especially with Tuesday's elections coming up, they keep trying to find some way to tell us that even if there is inflation, even if they'll admit that, it's not that bad. And, of course, if you look at where it was when they took over, it's a substantial increase, and you know how bad it is, and I know how bad it is because we're buying products. It's not like we don't know. This is one of those things, Bubba, that politicians are going to have a hard time snowing us on, because it's hard for us to be told that something doesn't cost what it costs. That's a tough sell for politicians, because we can see it.
It's pretty hard.
Yeah,
I mean, they're trying now. Don't get me wrong. Some of them are trying.
Yeah, I looked at my retirement plan. I see that it's down.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see it. So if you want to diversify and protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold and silver, or if you prefer, have it delivered securely right to your door, can we suggest Allegiance Gold? And let me tell you, one of the main reasons is their approach is different. They focus on educating and developing long-term strategy that's individually designed for your and my individual situation. This is why they've got some of the highest ratings in the industry, 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, and an A-plus from the Better Business Bureau. Now, if you would like to get the best offer that they've ever put out there, that's up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase, well, then you need to go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Protectwithrickbubba.com. Now, if you call them, Allegiance Gold, 844-790-9191. Then just tell them you want the Rick and Bubba offer, okay? Protect with rickbubba.com or call Allegiance Gold at 844-790-9191. Congratulations, Scott. Some other things that we need to talk about. So, Bubba, do you want to talk about us going hunting yesterday? I mean, it was. I mean, I know you're not crazy about talking about it, but I mean, we had fun.
Rick, we had a great time.
We had some big laughs.
I want to thank the Ainsworth family and Dream Ranch for letting us come up for that, and it was it's always fun. Always fun. Enjoy those guys.
Yeah, we love Dream Ranch. Speaking of that,
the great Josh Banter.
Yes. Speaking of that, Will Ainsworth, one of the Ainsworth brothers that runs Dream Ranch, he's running for lieutenant governor. If we could get Dawson and Ainsworth in there at the same time, my goodness, guys, we'll just be palling around everywhere, won't we?
Yeah.
So
well, you know what? We know them, and both of them.
Yeah.
This is unsolicited, but I have a lot of faith in them. That's why we said we would support them. I know they're good guys, know them personally, and I see how they've run their business and how they conduct things, and I think they would be a real asset for our state or anywhere.
Right. Well, I think what our state has to decide, and I know there are other states that may be in a similar situation, I think it's how our country went another way this time, is, when things in our state where we live, I mean, there has to, surely at some point, there has to be a generation of Alabamians that say, I'm kind of tired of being embarrassed by our government. I'm kind of tired of it. I'm tired of being the butt of all the jokes. I'm tired of us being subpar in everything. I'm tired of the embarrassing corruption that has lived down there for, decades and decades and decades. And I'm ready to kind of clean house and try something different. Let's go out there and find some of these people that either haven't been there very long and are making some change, or have never been there, and we know they're people of character, that we know they're people beyond just having character, but they kind of have an idea on what to do, and they also love the state. And we were talking the other night. Scott was like, what do you think? And I said, I think the thing we need to be talking about is, are you just tired of being subpar? Mm-hmm. And if somebody's telling you, well, I've been down here forever, you go, yeah, and losing. You know what I mean? If one of the worst things you can say right now is, I've been down here forever. Okay, and accomplish what? So anyway, hopefully that'll.
Well, and I think what you're saying, Rick, and this spills into the giveaway today, and seeing what football teams in our state do, and how they compete on the national level, and not only at Division I, but 1AA and Division II. We've had such a history of great sports and athletes coming out of our state, great musicians coming out of our state, great race car drivers coming out of our state, astronauts and things.
I was going to say radio shows, but I think people would.
Well, I think that's, I'll leave that one for history to decide.
Right.
But we excel in so many areas. Isn't it time we ask the same thing out of our government?
Yeah.
I mean, for a change.
Sure. Yeah.
Isn't it time?
Yeah. This is not a given. You don't always have to say, well, I live in Alabama, so I guess I'll just be embarrassed of our state government for that's part of being an Alabamian. It doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be. It's a choice.
Yeah.
It's a choice.
So why don't we decide that's
and it's not an easy choice
No.
sometimes. Sometimes you have to make hard choices and you have to get involved, and it kind of goes back to it's time for a revolution, and we've seen some of that go on. But
right. Yeah.
It's time that we take it to the next level and get more people involved who have been successful in other parts of their lives and want to give back and want to help. And, people who, I know this is crazy, but you deal with budgets and you deal with revenue and how to take care of the people of the state. It just makes sense to me that you might want somebody who's pretty good at running a business to do.
Well, yeah, right. All right, so 6 minutes past, No Name Studio, bleeding edge of technology, awaiting the elite grade 8 today. 8 more folks coming to the seats today, unless like last week we have a no-show. But anyway, so that's coming up. Gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy Adler, Blazing Silverman. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Now, his computer's not charging, but he's here.
Rick, glad to be here. Silverman seems like he's having more fun than he used to. He was a little tight, but now he's kind of loosened up.
I told Helms, was it yesterday?
Every time I look in there, he's grinning like a possum.
What did I say, Helms? Was it yesterday or the day before? I said, he's just like a dream come true.
Yeah.
I like an intern, keeps his mouth shut, laughs a lot, and does what he's told. I love that kid.
I just hate that he saw Speedy lose his cool earlier.
I know. I hated that.
I hate he had to experience it.
I know.
What happened, Speedy?
Nothing.
Nothing. Hey, got mad at us.
It's just Greg with peanuts. Watch out.
Mad.
Hey.
Watch out.
But look, we all get mad. That's not a big deal.
Sure.
I wasn't mad.
It happens to each of us about once a quarter.
Yeah.
Today was your day.
Yeah, no big deal. Scared Silverman just a little bit because he'd never seen it.
Yeah, he'd never seen it before. He came in my office, sat down, and I could say, well, you seem upset.
He didn't know that Speedy exists.
Yeah.
Huh?
He didn't know that Speedy
Greg doesn't
exists.
need any help, buddy. Greg doesn't need any help. He's got it.
What about when you look up and you see a grouping forming? They're about to get me and Bubba involved.
Everybody wants to take a shot.
I just don't know enough about it to get in, but if I could.
Yeah. Well, it's about a quarter of what you're hearing. Just know that.
Rick, you'd have loved it.
Because it's coming from that
Dang
one.
it.
You actually didn't help because you texted us this morning.
Okay.
About,
You started.
misspeak.
I think that's what got his mind.
Oh, I'm
Kind
sorry.
of rolled
that
into
was
the
that
next.
was funny.
I thought that was funny.
It was funny,
Yeah.
but then when the
I didn't
next
hear it.
thing
And it's a
happened,
reflection of y'all too. You didn't hear it.
Well, you remember what I told you about? We're borderline. A lot of us in here are borderline. It's a show done by people that are borderline special needs.
Yeah.
And
then you add what time of day it is.
Yeah,
it's bad. It's
but-
almost
but-
like it's not fair.
But don't miss the humor in the fact that I tried to correct you on calling the university Tennessee San Antonio, and when I tried to correct you, instead of saying R, I put 8 and couldn't even spell the word. I was trying. So
I thought you were talking about a restaurant.
I even had a typo in my attempt to make fun of you. So it all comes back.
And it's my fault because I got sharp. I should have just said UTSA, but I thought a lot of people might not know what that is. So here I go.
Well, you're stadium guy. You
I
ought to
said
know.
Tennessee and didn't realize I said it.
Can I tell you
no,
this?
and it was Texas.
Can I tell
say
you
it
this?
Saturday.
Can I tell you this?
No.
Can I tell you this? Let you know this. I've been promoting you being there.
Yeah.
I've avoided the team every time. Have you noticed that? Because I didn't know what it was. I saw all these letters, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say here.
Right.
So I didn't say anything.
Well, I knew Adler did because he grew up in San Antonio.
San Antonio.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
yeah, native San Antonio.
They're leading Conference USA. I think undefeated in the conference.
If they were doing,
Did they win it last year?
if they were going to launch Artemis from San Antonio, he might still be going with Bubba.
That's right. He definitely would.
Yeah.
I had some friends that went to UTSA.
Okay,
San
buddy. You ain't got any
All right,
friends.
let's finish the bizarreness of the politics of the
That
day.
sounds like an airline.
Y'all go ahead and open those peanuts and eat them now.
Yeah.
While we're on air.
They're all
Where
good.
I'm
I'm not bothering you.
Look, doesn't it sound like an airline though? USTA.
Yeah.
How
It
you
really
getting there?
does.
I'm flying USTA.
And if it
So
sounds
you
like
said, he said it the exact same way you're not supposed to say it. You said USTA. It's not the tennis association. See,
I'm
their
sorry,
coach
did
has
I
had
say
fun
it
with that.
It's UTSA.
No, their coach has actually had
UTSA.
fun with that.
Yeah, UTSA. I didn't know that little fact you shared, by the way. That
He used that as an advantage. Like he was like, "Hey guys, so everybody thinks we're a tennis team.
I know.
Like, so let's go show them that we're a football team."
Well,
And they're
past 2
undefeated in the
years.
USA right
and they
now, right?
started playing really well.
Past 2 years, they
Was
were
that a step out of
top
order?
25
I'm
at
a
one
look,
point
not sure,
last
but
year.
I believe
Last year they were really good.
Yeah, they were in the top 25.
Well, I think they're like.
That's how I found out about the USTA tie.
Yeah. All right, so
But them Blazers going to put it on them.
Greg. So
No, I mean
they they could.
Struggling on the road this
easily
year a little
could.
bit.
Yeah, we at home this weekend.
All right, so
Speedy's undefeated.
You got UTSA.
We.
They're 4-0 in the conference, 6-2 overall.
Okay.
And Speedy's got a tip for everybody later on daylight savings time.
He
sure
does. Rick, it's a little analogy that'll help you know what to do.
I'd never heard of it. I wrote it down.
Yeah, you need to, because there might be a lot of folks who don't know what to do.
I tell you what, I'd like to do is leave it alone.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Well,
We're just going to talk about it.
It would make too much sense, which apparently
I
is
like
not
them,
in play in our country anymore. I mean, it's just we pick the most asinine things to do in this country I've ever seen.
Well, to me, and I know Greg, you're so it doesn't even matter about effect. Does it affect? Is it really whatever this? That don't even matter. I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
Because it's more light and it's more dark based on the
You're
seasons.
talking about doing things for the sake of doing them?
Yeah, period. Just leave it alone. Who cares? Hey, you see them get darker early. Why? Because it's fall and winter. Hey, we got a longer day today. Why? Spring and summer. Leave it alone.
It's already
Who cares?
shorter right now than it was in the spring.
Yeah, it's been shorter.
And it's going. Yeah, it'll really be.
That's
nice
called the
next week.
seasons.
There it is.
It's called the seasons.
I don't know about y'all, but I love pitch dark at 4:30. I really do.
Isn't that awesome?
Terrible.
That's awesome.
Terrible.
On Thursdays when I work till 4, I'm gonna be driving home in the dark.
Yeah, you will.
And then turn around coming back in the dark.
Yeah, how about that?
You won't even see any light.
No, I'll be like a
And see, I'm one of these people. I have to have. I mean, and I've told you, Rick, even back in high school, I had to have sunlight.
Yeah.
I mean, I
What,
have
you a flower?
I have some vitamin D deficiency. Isn't it D that you get from sunlight?
Yep.
So I kind of plant-like, I need a little light every day,
It's good for you.
In the winter, I do. I take the vitamin D supplements.
It's good for you, Greg. Don't wave me off, Greg. It's good
Listen,
for
you worry about messing up the trip.
I already did. I've already accomplished that.
Adler knows that everybody's got something on him all day today. And it's a terrible feeling.
I feel terrible.
Wait till next week when Bubba's getting excited about going. We'll really get on you.
Yeah.
Great. So
Wait till he's packing wearing his NASA clothes every day.
wait till he comes up here gripping a picture of Armstrong. All right.
You talking about the AAUT? Adler asked up the trip.
Thank you, Greg.
Greg, we're so oversold for this quarter.
Yeah.
You can't.
I know. Well, we were doing that the other day about.
Oh, I
what was it?
know.
Greg messed the board up.
I saw Helmsy. This is where we feed things to Greg
That's
because
on
he
me.
can get away with
Yeah.
saying stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause
See, I'll
we're all
have to
a
deal with
conglomerate,
emails.
guys.
I'll have to deal with emails all day. I can't believe you said that, but everybody laugh at that.
Yeah.
We're all.
It's a team. That's a
It's a
team.
team.
effort.
It's a group
Yes,
effort.
it's
It is.
I
those
put you in
peanuts-
for an inning, and you knocked
Right.
it out of the park.
That's right. We write jokes for each other.
Just like the University of Texas at San Antonio.
That's right.
UTSA. Very good.
Very good, buddy. 4-0 in the
No,
conference.
seriously, I
6-2
tried to
overall.
mess it up and say Tennessee to make a joke, and I did not say it right. I messed it up and said it
See what I
correctly.
mean? Everybody in here's got all
So
kinds
that was
of-
not your intent.
No, I tried to say Tennessee. My mouth wouldn't let me.
If you don't believe that God is gracious, this company is still rolling.
I know. It's amazing.
Nearly 30
How
years.
this show has survived is beyond me.
Nearly
And
30
frankly,
years.
and frankly, I don't know what it says about all y'all.
I know.
That support this thing. What in the world are y'all listening
Do you think
to?
they feel sorry for us?
There's some of that.
Yeah.
I
Rick,
hope
I'll
whatever it
answer
is,
that.
they just keep doing
Like,
it.
just bless them, Lord.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know
The
what?
people that hand out awards in our industry don't feel sorry for
No,
them.
they don't.
No, they make fun of
Met
us.
some really nice,
Opposite.
met some really nice people last night, and what I intended to do this segment is not going to happen, but I like this even better. But people last night, what I've gathered, the very kind people, y'all get them when you go
Yeah.
places. You can almost sense what they're saying, and I'm fine with this. I really am. Is they're saying, you know what, guys? Y'all all make us feel better about ourselves, and they don't mean that we inspire them. That's not what they mean.
No.
What they mean is, I think about how y'all sound, and I think I'm really not that bad.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know I'm goofy, but I don't think I'm as goofy as they are.
Right.
Yeah,
we met a great family
That's a
came
good
through
point.
town
Makes you feel better about yourself.
from North Carolina yesterday.
Yeah.
Visiting
that was cool.
a family that was in our flagship market.
That
And
was cool.
They came by and we hung out with them because y'all were doing the podcast, so we had to wait and we got to catch up with them.
Yeah, it was fun.
And it was fun. Just hearing from them how they all listen and how they found the show and where they live, and one of them, one family relocated to Dora, Alabama, which is around Birmingham, and visiting from North Carolina. So it was a great time. But it was funny, back to what you're saying. It's like I couldn't tell if they felt sorry for us or why they were attracted to the show. It's
well, think about it. I mean, if you turned this show on and you were feeling kind of down about yourself, you'd lost your confidence, and you heard that we've been 28 years doing a show, and like there's advertisers that buy time here, we've all done pretty well, you would think to yourself, well, I think I can do it.
Right.
I think
anything's possible.
Anything's possible.
Hope is alive.
Yeah.
So do y'all want to go
can
back
do
and
it.
pick up these videos we didn't do here, or I liked our conversation better than what we were going to do?
I kind of want to know how last night went,
Well,
Rick.
I saw something I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Rick and Bubba.
Some of that stuff. Who are budget people.
Yeah.
As opposed to, this is just kind of what I've done.
Right. Well, we have a friend that's down there and is new there and went there for that same reason. And what I got so concerned with, and this applies to the federal government or even your own state government, wherever you may hear or watch this show, and he said, I walked in, out of the private sector and said, why don't we bring some really successful business people in here and let them show us how to budget the people of our state's tax revenues and how to run these programs in the black, not in the red. And he said all those people that have been down there in the government thought they looked at me like I was crazy.
Right.
And I was like, now why wouldn't we want them to come in who have done this on a daily basis and say, here's how you do it? And he said there was this feeling that they thought that meant that made them less important. So we're going for outside help.
Well, just because you have been
you're
whatever,
there to represent the people you're supposed to represent. That's it.
Well, and even to the guys we're would like to see in, because I think they have some incredible talent. Just because you have been elected to a seat, and this can be in our state, anybody's state, right. Congress, anything else. You have a variety of issues that are going to come up that you're going to have to make critical decisions on. Just because you're elected doesn't mean you're an expert in water, an expert in agriculture, an expert in industry, in promotion, in bringing business, voting on conservation issues, whatever. The one thing you do have to do is be sure you have somebody of character first. And then let these guys this is a perfect example with the guy you were talking about. I know you're talking about. I'm not going to throw his name out, but if you run a business,
right,
and we need something, we go to somebody who's an expert in that field,
right,
and we may look at 2 or 3 different options and decide what's best with what money we have to spend. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think people who don't reach out to expertise in a certain field are the ones who are ignorant.
Right. Well,
I don't know how else to say that.
Let's say something like if I was in...
Because I'm not arrogant enough to say I'm an expert in everything. I have some areas I know more than I do others, but I still want to gather, expertise, opinion, look at options, not just do what I think is going to look good in the soundbite,
Yeah, if I'm out there and let's say I've got you, the taxpayers' revenue that we put out there for roads.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do the first day I'm in? Hey, let's bring the people in here that build the roads and let's talk about where we're wasting money. So they can tell us things we're throwing money out there are a waste of time. Can they tell us how we're not being efficient on getting these jobs done?
The guys who run that, and I'd
actually talk to the people who actually do it.
And Rick,
you know what I mean? And
Rick, not only the guys that run the company, but I'd also like to talk to the flagmen out there.
Yeah.
I'd like to talk to the guys who are actually measuring the temperature of the asphalt when they put it down. They have to do that.
Sure.
And find out where they think the waste is.
So we'll come back. So, Bubba, we did get the opportunity, and I'm not trying to say that I use this political, aspirations of Will Ainsworth as lieutenant governor and, for any advantage of ours. I don't want anyone to think that. I just happened to mention, that you and I with 2 really big deer up at Dream Ranch, in our camo, getting our picture made with Will might be a good promotional thing, and thought if I said he just might want to consider that. I mean, it's not something I would expect. You know what I mean?
Right.
But if he found a place in his heart to invite you and I to come up and because you and I for years we've loved Dream Ranch. You finally found a way around this, but I just have too many kids, so it never worked for me. But the Dream Ranch experience for me for what? How many years? 10 years maybe?
Yeah, at least.
I know my boys were little
night.
boys when we first started going there.
She said she had worked there 7 years, and I think she's been there every year I've been there.
Yeah, and I think
we were going a year or two before that, I think.
So the original, and it was really great. We used to go to
at least 9.
We used to go to Dream Ranch, and we would take our kids, and it was a father-son thing, and we would guide our kids hunting, which was fun. It was great. I loved the facility. We had some of you in the audience. We had hunts we did, Rick and Bubba hunts. We had some great things happen, even from a spiritual standpoint, and then things kind of changed and schedules and all that. So I really have never been to Dream Ranch except last year was the first time, and it was still kind of gray. You've got your boys with you. They hunt on their own now. If you want to go out, this is how many deer, are available to your family. And so you decide how you want to disperse these tags. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of like, okay, boys, so it's just whoever gets them on the ground first, that's who gets them. So Dad's in now. And then we didn't see anything last year. We had the drought. It was kind of rough, and we never saw any shooters or anything like that. So when I hear that Bubba and I have a chance, now I realize it's just a short. Rick and Bubba's show, Rick and Bubba University this weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Tom Messer's our guest. Been a pilot for over 57 years, over 20,000 hours. He was an air traffic controller for 27 years. Retired in 99 and Man, we unpacked JFK Jr.'s plane crash, the Malaysian plane crash, and, man, he really has a lot of insight. Sully, when he put it down in the Hudson River.
Sully.
And just the world of air traffic control and air travel and pilots and some of the most famous stories in our lifetime. Really interesting interview. And we thank Tom for being with us. He really knows a lot about it.
I could have sit and talked to him for about 3 hours yesterday.
Yeah. I also laughed when he said that any way he can avoid driving, he does. He said, I just go to bigger planes to smaller planes based on how short the trip is. He said, but anyway, so last night, and I want to say this for Charles Billingsley. I think that those of you that may not know Charles Billingsley, he is an artist that's been around for a long time, has as good a singing voice as there is in the industry. Very gifted, but also very trained, as he made clear last night. He went back to the college that he graduated from, Samford University. He graduated 30 years ago, and he kind of told his story a little bit and had a concert last night that I took Mom and Dad and Sherry to. We all went together for Mom's 81st birthday. And Charles, I think what happens a lot of times, and you know, Bubba, even when I think about how much time I spend with you, because I know you so well, I think sometimes I forget how talented you are. And so
I don't hear that much.
But do you know, though, honestly, when you're familiar with somebody, let's just be honest, you're not that impressed with them.
Well, yeah.
Because
familiarity.
You're around them all the time, and I think that over time, Charles and how gifted he is, I actually kind of forget it.
Right.
I mean,
because we're usually goofing around.
Yeah, and he's very funny. And one of the things Sherry was saying on the ride home last night, she goes, you know, one of the things that I really like about him, to have that much talent, he doesn't take himself very serious. And he's not afraid.
Or too serious.
He's not afraid to be the butt of the joke. He's not afraid to make fun of himself, that kind of stuff. And so anyway, so he's got a lot of humility to be that talented. But with all that being said, you forget. And what I was noticing is this tour that he is on, you know, he's doing something different. He's only going to do a couple of dates here at the end of this year. Then he has a full gamut of it. And if it comes to your city, you need to go see it. Yeah. I mean, it is as good a show, I mean, as far as talent, but he uses the local symphonies. So keep in mind, and this is something that I was noticing, keep in mind that he doesn't really see the symphonies until the day of the show. They get the charts, and they're so talented, they're ready to go. But then he does a run-through the day of the show, so that's the first time they've ever seen him.
Right.
And so it was interesting to watch the conductor of the orchestra and these brilliant musicians that make up these symphonies all over the country. Yeah. You could tell when Charles would do a song that really features how talented he is, to watch their reaction. Yeah. Because keep in mind, all they've had is a run-through. Uh-huh. And I would watch the conductor. He would turn around and look at him and go, great job. Wow, that was good. Mm-hmm. You know, and like he would just be blown away by. But let me tell you something. His range, Adler, I mean, his range, I mean, And it was one of those things, Greg, that you and I were raised, and y'all have heard me talk about this before, and Bubba and Speedy and Helms and Adler have heard this so many times, but I want to talk about it again because it really, Dad raised us to appreciate when we're in the presence of greatness. Yeah. It really doesn't even matter if it's your type of music or it's anything that even interests you. If the people who are doing it really well, you need to take a moment, and if nothing else is entertaining you or keeping your interest, let how excellent they are keep your interest. And so, honestly, do I really like the kind of music that American standards and jazz and symphonies? Is that really something that, like, I have on my Apple? I don't. Okay, but do I appreciate the talent of it all? And are there moments, especially on a date,
and it done live,
that I like watching people pull these songs off? And some of them are real romantic, so it's fun to be with your wife, and you know it's a harken back to an era and all that, and it's an incredible talent to watch these symphonies and these musicians and a singer like Charles Billingsley, and he brought 2 female singers out too. on a song, one each song, that were just unbelievable. And especially the one that teaches and is an opera type singer.
Mm-hmm.
They did one together that was an opera song that was unbelievable. And I'm talking about one of those where the place gets on their feet. And you couldn't keep from standing up. There's not because you like opera, just because you can't believe people can sing like that.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, and it just was unbelievable. So.
Was that you, Greg, giving us a little opera there?
So
I do a little opera.
So incredible. Let me just say this: the concert and the talent was incredible. And I will say this, the fact that the Wright Center, even though it was a good crowd, the fact that the center was not completely full is a shame. Because what was on that stage, as far as talent is concerned, is as good as anything you'll see anywhere. New York, I'm talking about it really, I mean, presidential, presidents sitting up in boxes watching people. Yeah. I'm talking about the talent on that stage was very impressive. And I had forgotten how talented Charles Billingsley really is. Now, on the funny side, the very first time that I ever worked with Charles Billingsley, because this is the beauty of Charles with his talent, he may be at Carnegie Hall, and then he might be at Jasper at Northside Baptist. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, he just doesn't. He goes everywhere. So the first time that I ever worked with him, I'd heard of him, but I'd never seen him do his thing. Was the first time I ever did Gridiron Men's Conference, and it was when it was in Tuscaloosa. That's how long ago it was. And that night, I watched him do a thing, and I've told Adler about it many times, where he talks about the trials and tribulations of being a worship leader. Because keep in mind, Charles is also a trained worship leader and a teaching pastor, okay? So anyway, he does a thing where he takes the song "I'll Fly Away," and he does it in every musical genre there is.
That's fun.
Because and he does the different sections of the church that don't like the other style of music.
Right.
Well, he did that last night. I had not seen him do it since then, and it brought the house down. When he does when he talks about when he first started as worship leader, he goes, everybody really liked me the first Sunday. And then he said, then the second Sunday I was good. Then the Sunday after that I was okay. And then the Sunday after that, and he goes, and what I realized was that if I did a certain style of music, some people liked me. But then the people who don't like that told me we don't need to be doing that. The people who liked it said we need more of that. He goes, and I realized, oh, wow, this congregation is made up of different groups of people with from different cultures who like the hymns and the worship to be done different ways. And so he takes "I Fly Away" and does it all the different ways. Yeah. And when he gets down to our more stoic brothers and sisters, the place was roaring, and he stands up there like this, and he does it. And then when he holds the note like that, he looks at his watch, how long he's holding it.
Wow.
But I'll come back and tell you, something happened in the concert last night, and some of the things have taken Mom and Dad to a show that I know y'all want to know about. So I'll unpack that for you when we come back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it's an afternoon, and the odds are not strong when you're just going to hunt an afternoon. But Dream Ranch is where dreams come true.
Well, that's the name.
Yeah, and so I thought an afternoon at Dream Ranch is like spending 4 days at a subpar place. You know what I mean? At least if something comes out, it's a chance it could be something great.
Yeah.
So it's real cold too. I mean, hey. So we Bubba and I go, and we couldn't be more excited, and we had a great time together, and it was good for us to spend some time together. You think we work together. We do spend a lot of working time together, but we don't spend a lot of leisure time together just because of all of our other commitments and family and all that. But
it's hard to talk about Speedy and Greg with them sitting here.
It really is. So we really ran you guys through the ringer on the way.
Thanks, guys.
And we just had a blast. It was a lot of fun, and we get there and we get out, and we're loving the great outdoors, and it's just a wonder. Look, even the worst hunting day I've ever had was still a pretty good day.
Yeah.
And so we went. We were dressed appropriately. So I got cold, but I didn't get miserable because I was dressed appropriately.
Rick, I had so many clothes on, I was miserable, but I didn't get cold.
Right.
I mean, I was dressed. I could have fallen into the great, down the side of a mountain with a Yeti on it, and I'd have been fine.
I've never thought about what Bubba made me aware of yesterday. Bubba, I don't know what size shoe he's supposed to wear, but because of all his clothing, he's actually gone to a larger size boot to be able to stick all of his clothing,
right,
and still have room in there. And then he's got so many socks on. What do you? You're at least 2 sizes up or something. I mean,
well, I wear. Here's the thing. I normally don't wear rubber boots, but at Dream Ranch, because it's lower and it's kind of near a river, it's a little more muddy there.
Yeah.
So that's the one place that I wear rubber boots. So I'm not really used to wearing rubber boots and the sizes and all that, but I have I wear probably 11 and a half in tennis shoes. So I have like a 12 and a half rubber boot. But getting over, even without my stuff tucked in, my breeches and pants and all that, I have a hard time, and I know you do too. My calf is bigger size-wise than my foot.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, on my rubber boots, it has that where you can tighten them. Mine's always hanging loose because my calves are so big.
Well,
I mean, there's no way I can't tighten them up. I'm lucky to get my calf in that boot.
And I have to get up on a bed and jump into the boots to get my feet in them, and then try to get them off is a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
At one point, I had to ask the great Josh Benner to help me pull the zipper up in the back.
Yeah. You know, I never can remember. Is his last name Brenner or Benner?
Benner.
It's Benner. Okay. I always get that confused.
Yeah.
Even when I know his parents, and I get the same thing confused with him.
Josh was a guide for me a year ago, 2 years ago, and great guy. We have some family connections back this way, and he played at the Great Madison Academy, Rick.
I know. And so Bubba has actually killed a really good deer at Dream Ranch. I never have. So I was like stoked
in the snow. It was the greatest hunting day I have ever had.
I was stoked. I was like, man, I got a chance. This is it. The weather's good. And you know what I've noticed too? We throw a lot of things around that I've noticed that aren't true to make ourselves feel better. Hey, they gonna move today because it's freezing cold. Yeah. Hey, they gonna move today. They don't always. And plus, but if you think about it, we're 2 guys, and they've dropped us into 1,200 acres. Well, they might move, but what's the odds they're going to move where you are?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's not like.
I did have an experience yesterday I'd never had before out in the great outdoors. I had a cramp in my calf.
Greg?
In a boot that was on so tight I had very little blood flow.
no.
And it was weird. It was weird because usually a cramp pain, let's say it's on a scale of 1 to 10, it's about 11.
Yeah.
You know, you got to have help.
Yeah.
Well, this one was about a 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And it felt like it was running up and down my leg. And I thought, do I try to get my boot down and let it out?
Yeah.
I couldn't. Get this. It's been calm. Nothing's out. The moment that cramp hit, I had 7 does walk on the field about 75 yards from me.
Sure.
And I'm like, Rick, I am doing like ballet. Stop. You know,
Where's your packets of mustard, Bubba? Pickle juice. Pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
And I went, it was probably the most agonizing 7-8 minutes before it finally let go. I think I peed on myself once. You know, I mean, it was just so painful. I mean, it was awful. It was awful.
Well,
I couldn't stand up.
Yeah.
I couldn't get it stretched out, and where I had placed my chair, I couldn't get a good angle to get it up against the wall in there. And I thought, well, eventually it has to let go. But, Rick, I was doing ballet. I climbed all over that chair backwards, up the wall, down. I was like, oh, please just quit somehow.
Gosh, I didn't know that was going on. 35 minutes past the hour. All right, so last night, Mama's birthday, 81, and she was thrilled because, you know, Mama doesn't want us to make a fuss, Bubba.
Right.
Don't make a fuss.
She appreciated it.
And she did. She said it was really moving for all the people all over the country wishing Mom a happy birthday, so thank you for that. And of course, Charles last night also recognized her from the stage, which, of course, she didn't want anyone to make a fuss, and actually had her stand up, and the whole theater was applauding for her at one point for her birthday.
That's awesome.
So that was great. Thank you, Charles, for that. I got huge brownie points for that. Moved to the number 1 position.
Greg. Of course, I messed up this morning. I called Denver to get the show up on the air. I called them about 4:15.
Oh yeah.
When I got through, I hit my phone. I accidentally dialed Mom's number.
Greg.
She'll. I think I killed it pretty quick, but whenever she wakes up and sees it, I call her at 4 something in the morning.
Oh, Greg. Well, you're just telling your
I'll
truth.
hear from him.
Just say you were on my mind. But anyway, so first of all, keep in mind the concert is Charles Billingsley.
Yeah.
Keep in mind it's the Alabama Symphony.
Right.
Okay, so keep in mind that it's the American Standards as the majority of the show. Okay, so this is going to trend a bit of an older audience. Okay. So, Mom, the women were kind of in charge of getting the timeline together. So I come in. Concert starts at 7. I come in and I said, "What time we picking Mom and Dad up?" And Sherry goes, "I was thinking we'd leave here about 6." I said, "No, whoa, 6, whoa." I said 6 is. She goes here. I said 6, like that, and she goes, "Well, your mom's got your mom and dad have they qualify for a handicap sticker because they don't get around like they used to.
Bring it up
and dad's had a knee replacement and all this kind of stuff.
He gets mad about it.
He gets mad about it. Mom loves it. Dad hates it. So anyway, I said, Sherry, that's meaningless at this concert. Meaningless.
And there ain't enough spaces.
Yeah, and she said, William, I said, everybody's going to have a handicap parking spot. The entire audience.
Such a great point.
I said, so we got to go. I said, we got to back that up. I said, that's not going to work. And so now keep in mind, I think that the way I'm going to set it up is I'll get a primo parking spot.
Okay.
Now I will say this for the right center, it is. I guess it's got some age on it, and they don't hear me say they don't have. For those of you that are like wheelchairs stuff, they got all that. Okay, that they're updated, all that. Don't hear me say anything else. But the way it's set up, it is really not designed for old people. Okay, it is. It's
easy.
It's not an easy. It seems
Send
like
your emails directly
it seems like
to
everywhere
Rick
you look,
at
there's a curb, there's a incline, then a decline. There's steps.
Ooh, wow, the steps.
Yeah, a lot of steps, and so I'm like, all right, everybody, let's go. And of course, Dad. And y'all know we've talked about this. Dad is he's in stages of Alzheimer's, but he's high functioning. But Dad is not sure who he's supposed to know, so he just assumes he knows everybody.
Yes, he does.
And so he is.
It's like he hadn't seen him in 100 years.
No. And this is the part y'all gonna love, which is gonna set up one of the more humorous moments of the night. Dad is forever a coach. Don't miss that.
Yeah.
So Dad basically tells everybody they're doing a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's his go-to.
So this goes on. He does this to waiters. He does this to hostess. He does this to the person with the water. The person with the water is telling, hey, let me tell you something. I hope every time we're in here, we get you. You the best. And he's always.
What kind of job they doing?
They do a hell of a job.
Hell yeah.
Everywhere we go. Okay, and so
hey, that one there. I was hoping it was you.
Yeah, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know who because you know that's him.
Good.
But that's him dealing with his issues.
Sure,
he's a survivor, so he's thinking I'll just assume I know everybody.
Yeah,
and some people he ends up actually knowing. Other people they have no idea who we are, and they spend the rest of their night going, now who was that?
Yeah, but he sure was nice. He said, hey.
Yeah. So in this
then he shot me a bird.
And this goes on. Now he still
do that too.
he still loves excellence. So I know that through the concert he's going to. I mean, and rightfully so. And it was great. He loved the show.
Oh, he loves music.
He loves it, and so and still remembers a lot of songs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah. So anyway, so we're going, and so when you're taking Mom and Dad anywhere, they're both 81 now, and then of course with Dad greeting everybody, it's not. We don't move at the clip is it's a slow clip. Okay.
Yeah, and he used to be hard to keep up with, but you're right now.
Not no. And of course, what I do, I now to take some a little bit off of Mom, I become the dad handler. I'm the wrangler, and it's me and Dad. And so anyway, so we get up, and my goal was that we would finally get up in the lobby, okay, about 45 minutes before the show starts, okay. I liked that. I thought that's a good
settle in.
Good, I love getting there early.
Good parking spot, whatever.
Yeah. Now less hassles if you get there early.
Mm-hmm. And one thing I'm going to tell y'all in a minute, you're really not going to believe. This world we're living in now, and some of the illogical things we do, I can't understand it.
Oh.
And Sherry kept saying to me last night, Rick, baby, just don't.
You got to play by their rules.
It's all right. And I said, she goes, I see you getting elevated. I said, and she said, and as soon as I said it, she almost moved her mouth with me. It's illogical. I can't wrap my mind how illogical some of this is. And so keep in mind, some of us have moved on from the pandemic. and because we're not in one anymore.
Right.
I understand it's cold and flu season, but it always is. And do I understand that because we did things we shouldn't have done, people's immune system's not what it was, and now the cold and flu season is a little worse.
It's a little harder.
Got all that, but it's still flu. And it's still colds, and it's still whatever the latest COVID thing is. But it's all just people being sick, okay? We're not where we were, and we need to quit living like we are, okay? So when you leave, if you go into the world of the left, where most of the worldview comes from the left, and sadly, even though this is a Christian college, there's still a lot of – it's a university.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things there that are still to the left, apparently including the symphony. Okay, so now think about how illogical this is. 2,500 seat theater. Everybody's set up. Sound checks are over. Okay, we get there. You realize what it takes to get your 81-year-old parents. Now they're not. At one point, mom and dad are looking pretty young.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Got it.
So everybody's struggling. A lot of the audience are people who are old and have physical difficulty. Okay. And they're all trying to get to their seats. And those of us that are their handlers and their families, we're all working real hard to get them there, okay? Now, keep in mind, I would think if I'm still terrified of a pandemic that doesn't exist, and I'm still wearing masks and all this stuff, let's say I'm that way. I'm not, but let's say I am. I would say it's better for the crowd as they arrive to be able to go onto their seats, and let's keep it all moving. So
Spaced
what?
out.
So what?
Don't bunch up.
So we're all spaced out, and we're not bunched in a tiny lobby. Okay? That didn't even make sense. And so the door's shut. And no, we're not opening the doors yet. So when are you going to open the doors? We're going to open the doors 30 minutes before the show.
Oh, no.
30? I said, these people can't even get to their seats in 30 minutes.
That's right.
I mean, with 30 minutes.
We're gonna have a few falls,
and it all was under that guise of, we just don't want to, the theater and the COVID and all this. And I'm just like, but no, how is this logic? First of all, there's a lot of really old people that it's going to take a long time for them to get to their seats. Okay, we're bunched out here now. We're right on top of each other, and Dad knows everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're right
it's
on
a meet and greet out there.
We're all on top of each other. These terrified masked people, they must be terrified right now. I don't know why they still have them on, but they do, and that's their business, as long as I don't have to put one on. But why are we in this? You should do the opposite. I would say doors are open as soon as sound check's over.
Yeah.
And
spread the crowd out as much as possible and let them sit down.
Yeah, and then people, because remember, we were told during the pandemic, you can only catch COVID if you're standing.
That's right.
Because when you get in a restaurant and sit down, you can take your mask off. Think about how bizarre that is.
I know.
So really, once we're sitting,
it was a pandemic of altitude.
Yeah, and everybody coming in and flowing. If you believe, it's almost like if I'm a pandemic person, I have the doors open all the time once sound check's over. Right, and
that would make more sense.
Yeah, keep them moving.
I was like, and then of course, Sherry finally said, "I can't have you say illogical again. Just don't, baby. Just this is your mama's night. Everybody's all right. It's gonna.
We'll stand here.
Yeah. So I got my parents all the way up steps to now just the door to be told to go back down the steps and go back to the lobby. And I was like. This makes Sherry, don't say it again. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Okay. Can everybody just Sherry's almost wants to get the whole lobby to go. Everybody tell Rick y'all agree that this is illogical before he starts holding court in here. But why my mind? I couldn't get my mind to understand the stupidity of that. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It's a minor obstacle to overcome, but it's just the logic of it. Is what drives me crazy. I can't follow that. Well, just when I thought that it couldn't get any weirder on that kind of stuff, have I not already established that the concert was fantastic?
Oh yes. You loved it.
But what happened next?
Uh-oh.
It's like, have you ever had your mind go, well, I'm not seeing what I think I see? And I think Charles tried to warn me about it, but I didn't listen because I thought, well, he can't be talking about what I must not have heard that.
You heard him wrong.
Yeah.
So when I come, and again, this is all under the guise of a pandemic that doesn't exist anymore. Okay. When I tell you what happened next, as part of the actual concert, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe what I was watching. And I want you to picture again, at 58, I'm youth. Okay,
Yeah, right.
I'm youth in here. So I'll tell you what happened next when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so anyway,
but I was afraid if I let my boot down, it might go full bore, and I just have to start banging around in the shooting house. And I didn't want to do that.
Have you ever been so certain you were going to see the biggest deer you ever saw in your whole life, and you were going to kill the biggest deer you ever killed, that as the darkness is coming in and lights get away, you just start straining? I mean, I've never strained so hard to try to find a deer. I mean, I was straining my eyes. I thought my eyes were going to explode. I thought my eyes were going to burst.
Here it comes.
So I saw, 4, really, really young bucks, not shooters at all, not even close. And then I saw, some does. That's really all I saw. And then Bubba.
Well, I had a shooter come out. He made his way across the field, but he did not give me what I call a good shooting angle. Rick, he had his butt right toward me the whole time. Yeah. And
I thought you would just go for the Texas one-holer.
I certainly thought about that, but I'll tell you what, it's y'all's fault. It's y'all's fault, because I thought if I shoot that deer in the butt and it's a mess trying to get that thing back in, I will never hear the end of it. Greg will be on me. I'll hear so much butt jokes that I can't. And I thought, when you're hunting, you try to get a good, clean kill on the deer. And you have to do that through the front and the vital organs, and don't gross anybody out. But, I mean, that's just what you're trying to do. So, I thought, gosh, and I tried getting him to stop. I tried to get him to turn. I was, meh, and he was just, he had his tail right at me walking away. So I tried to angle in a shot that I thought I could graze the hip and get in to the main part.
What are you
thinking? And the margin of error on that is so small. And I thought, I'm just going to have to do something, because he's not going to turn. I could have waited and probably should have. But I fired a shot, and it looks like it was a miss, because it was just too tight of a window to try to sneak it in. And I missed. And it just so happened that I had a scope set up that I could video. So I have my own damning evidence that I brought to
we broke it down, too. We broke it down a lot, too. We really, really spent time on it, breaking it down, because the scope he had videotape what he had.
Right. And I'm still learning the technology, and I've got to get a little more proficient with it. But, you hate to miss.
Especially there.
I mean, looking at that video, all you had was a Texas one-hole. That's the only shot that was there.
Well, I tried. You saw it, and I was going back through my mind. When you lay down at night, you start replaying. What was I? And I remember thinking, and I looked at the video this morning I showed you guys, I thought it was going to be one of those where you throw, a baseball down a chimney. But I thought I could do it, and I couldn't. I missed.
Yeah. Then there's that old terrible feeling of missing.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
I hate to miss it.
When everybody comes. And
the price of shells now is about $5.
What I love is how nobody wants to believe it. Everybody's certain that you're mistaken and they're going to find the deer. And finally, you just have to say, guys, let me tell you something. I did not hit that deer.
If you look back at my very first text, I think I said, hey, guys, I missed.
Well, see, I didn't believe that. I thought because
I know, and because of Greg's experience, you remember the time he thought he missed, and him and Speedy almost got in a fight,
right?
And we went and we found the buck he shot.
That's because he didn't want to look, and I'm like, no, let's at least go look, and then there it was laying,
right? Yeah,
I mean, he wanted to leave. Y'all almost got in a fight at the truck, way back out, walking out of the green field.
Yeah, but see, when Bubba said he missed, I thought, well, what he means is I didn't knock it down right where it is.
Yeah,
because to us. A lot of times, and plus now I can be a little more of a cowboy. I'll try some miraculous shot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Ricochet off a tree.
But Bubba's pretty much taking shots that are like, okay, barring just a huge mistake. So I kept thinking, he just thinks he missed it because it's not laying right there.
Right.
But then after I watched the video, I'm like, what kind of shot is this? Okay, now.
Rick, good news. I think the Wheel of Meat is now ready and worthy to spin to be the Wheel of Champions when we give these tickets away.
I'm all in. Do y'all like Wheel of Champions over Wheel of Winners? Because only one's going to win.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's really a Wheel of Qualifiers, but so it should be Wheel of Champion then, because they all there's going to be a champion that's going to land in.
Looks good. Very subtle, but it gets the job. I like that a lot.
And what we've done, we've gone back and put numbers with each spot that the wheel can stop. And we left the pictures up of what we had, but we put little numbers. Now we're 1 through 0, Rick, which will represent 1 through 10, and I'm just out of numbers at that point. But we'll finish it out actually and do all 16 for future drawings. You know, like when we have.
Pass the gravy, please.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. All right, so we got the Elite Grade 8 coming in here next segment. So we'll have some guests coming by. So if you're standing out there or working your way here, we look forward to seeing you. All right, so we get in. We finally go through all this, and we get in, and I've been told that I can't say the word illogical again. And so we go in, we get everybody settled. Mom and Dad get settled. We get settled. Kind, wonderful people coming over to say happy birthday to Mom, to see Dad, to see Sherry. Saw our winners, by the way, Speedy, who won tickets. I know you always want to know when we do things like that.
Good.
Do people actually use them? They did.
Awesome.
I met probably 3 of the 5 winners.
That's great.
Yeah. So and they were glad they got to go. They were dressed up, and they got a date that came out of nowhere. They were thrilled.
That's good.
So anyway. Then it happened. The concert is phenomenal. The talent on the stage is phenomenal. Now, Charles had mentioned to me, we had some issues with the choir. And he said it was based on some of this worn-out, fake world pandemic stuff. Oh. And he said something about they want him to wear a mask or something. And I heard him say...
it seems to me, Rick, there's 2 things it's very difficult to wear a mask for. One is eating,
right,
which we just gave everybody blanket okay to sit down and take their mask off.
Right.
The other is singing.
Correct. Mm-hmm. So anyway, and I heard him say, but we're not going to do that. And I thought, oh, okay, well, they worked that out somehow. And this was all that the symphony was afraid that I guess germs would rain down on them from the choir. Okay. So anyway, so I know because the choir is from the church that I went to for 20 years, and I know Adler's dad is going to be there. I see some of them beforehand. They're going. I'm like, y'all are in the concert, right? Yeah. Well, I noticed on the stage I don't see any choir risers, and I thought, well, they're back behind there somewhere. Are they?
Roll them out.
They've measured some approved union distance from the symphony of COVID spew.
Right.
I don't know. But what happened, I would have never in my life.
Okay.
I want to say this. I want to give credit to Charles Billingsley and everybody involved. I want to give credit to Michael Adler. And I want to give credit to everybody in the choir for actually doing this.
For trying.
Because I would not have. Okay? And they're better people than me. Okay? So I'm watching, and I think, well, we've got the choir participating at some point, and I knew it was the second part of the concert. There was an intermission, and which that hurt because I had everybody settled. But anyway, so
oh, not an intermission.
So all of a sudden, now picture the stage. Are y'all in the audience with me?
Oh yeah,
I'm there. I'm watching.
Right there.
So Charles is singing. He has a symphony behind him. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah. So he is kind of, I noticed he moved himself over to stage right, which would be to my left in the audience.
Sure.
Well, all of a sudden, from stage left, with no choir on the stage, from stage left walks Michael Adler.
What?
And I thought, okay, well, there's Adler. He does not face the orchestra. He faces us. And I went, And he puts his sheet music down on the stand as a conductor. And I thought, well, he's looking at us. And I thought, well, are we supposed to sing part of this? And then all of a sudden, you know how you see the conductor start doing their move, and they'll even do their mouth to what the choir should be doing.
Did they do where they tap on the edge of it?
You know, the oohs and the ahs. Ooh. And Charles is singing this beautiful song, ooh. And I can only see that Michael Adler is oohing, but I don't hear anything, nor does anyone else. What? And so I'm like, who is he? Who's he conducting? And now me, and of course all of our seniors begin, which most of us can't turn, start trying to turn around to find the choir that we think is, now we can't hear them, but we see that someone, Michael Adler, is directing a choir that we can't see. And so we start looking around, they're up there. Do you see that?
The top?
Now, this is not the concert. This is a different show. You see this? The choir is here.
And
he's here, and I'm here.
Okay.
So the balcony
they're in the
comes
balcony.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've put the choir in the balcony. And
What?
And I don't think they had a mic because you couldn't hear them.
What?
And I'm like,
Rick, you couldn't hear him?
you couldn't hear them.
Are you serious?
So
what was the point?
So here's what it looked like on stage. Charles is singing, and Michael Adler is doing the oohing mouth thing and the ahs that are supposed to be accenting the song, but we can't hear it.
They're not even mic'd up there?
Well, if they were, where I was sitting, you couldn't hear the choir.
Well, Rick,
okay, so anyway.
Your dad said they did a hell of a job.
He did. Try to explain that to your dad. Okay.
Why is Michael Adler conducting the audience?
He's like, yeah.
Why couldn't you hear them?
if you can't hear them, they should have just.
How
They
do
might
you
as well
how do
stay
you
at
mic
home.
a choir in the
Why are
balcony?
they there if that's what
Have
you're
you ever thought
doing?
about that? You know
You
why we
don't?
don't? Hey,
Because
listen.
people don't
we
sing from the
we
balcony.
normally don't have the bands performing from the balcony. It's not set up for that. I don't even know how you mic. Apparently you don't because you couldn't hear it. I mean, and let me tell you something. And in that crowd, I probably have the best shot of hearing it.
Right.
I said to Sherry, "Can you hear the choir?" She said, "No." And I said, "Have you found the choir yet?" She goes, "I think they're." My body wouldn't turn good enough to see them because I got too much. I'm too stiff. I got too many shoulder problems. I don't have that kind of movement.
Your neck will hurt.
And so.
So he was up there conducting and oohing and ahhing for no reason. Then.
Have you checked in with him?
I can't.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
So you couldn't hear them at all.
So they did all that.
The entire time you couldn't hear him?
I never heard them.
This is worse.
No,
than...
I don't hear well.
Oh my.
Okay, but I think they were not in the mix. Like
But Sherry confirmed she couldn't, so it's not
now
like
keep in
it's
mind,
just you.
I'm on the fourth row. Thank you, Charles. I'm on the fourth row, or John, whoever got me the tickets. I'm on the fourth row. So is it possible the way was it going over me? But it seems like I don't know how anybody heard them.
This is
Except
worse.
for the people right beside.
Can I tell you what?
Guys, do y'all realize we took a choir?
We got to get to the bottom of this.
We took they were three songs they were involved in. One of them they were keying.
3.
Yeah, 2 songs they just seemed to ooh and ah. I guess that's what Adler was doing. And then they actually sang a big part of it as well. But and I could hear them a little bit on that one, but not really like I needed to. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes. All right. I'm texting my dad right now. I'm going to say Rick is saying live on air that you wasted your time last night.
Don't say that.
Don't say it like that.
Don't say it like that.
Don't say that.
You've already broke Bubba's heart.
They saw a great
you need to
concert.
calm down.
Did you hear me?
Braden's not happy either.
Hey, listen.
Oh, they got to see a good concert.
They got to see a good concert, and they all were dressed in black because they thought they'd be seen.
And I'm sure they sang great, but nobody heard it.
Do you just think they rehearsed for that?
I want y'all to hear me.
Spent a lot of time.
Yeah, couldn't hear them.
Listen, I want y'all to hear me. I want you to hear me how stupid this is. We actually were afraid of a choir so much that we put them in the balcony, and they were singing behind us in the balcony, and we took the conductor and stood him next to the person singing, facing the same way as the singer. It was. I can't believe. How illogical that was. Do we really think the choir's going to get the symphony sick? Honestly, I mean that's the craziest. I mean, it was so.
I texted him. Rick is saying that he could only hear the choir during it as well. He's saying that you wasted your life last night and looked like a goofball.
No,
is that right?
no.
Is that right?
No, I respect his professionalism.
Hit send.
I already sent it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Drawing with the golden ticket seats here or something.
Yeah.
And today, if it lands on a spot that doesn't have a number, we spin again.
We spin again.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. That's what. Yeah. All right. Done.
Looks good.
So that'll be happening in the last live hour today. So 2 more qualifiers to come.
Rick, I was looking, and I'd had several people email me and ask me if I had seen with the national championship coming up, and that'll be a big sports story this weekend building up to that. Alabama's well-known strength coach, Scott Cochran. Have you seen him firing the players up this week?
Yep.
I've seen him in the past. I've not seen him this week.
Okay, Rick. He, in a video, took the 2017 runner-up trophy and smashed it and basically said that's not what we play for.
I got to tell you, I dig that.
I have not heard the audio. Has anybody?
He took a sledgehammer.
Yeah, we watched it this morning.
We watched it in the kickoff hour, and Greg and really Helms even brought up the fact that the players seemed to kind of just
they run out there to stomp it, and they just really. I mean,
they didn't really know what to
do.
Right.
They were kind of caught off guard.
Almost
too,
like they
Well,
were.
now I've seen the strength coach do his thing. I mean, there may be some concern. I mean, he can scare you. I mean, he's a little out there.
I've always wondered if his arms
Great
fall
strength
asleep.
coach, but he's out there.
Well, Rick, he brings a trophy into. Do it again, Speedy. You do a good.
I told you on my first.
He brings a trophy in the locker room.
I love when he's the get back coach and he's holding up a fork.
Yeah.
A lot of
slams it on the ground very hard. It was a lot of passion.
Now I could do without the yeah thing that they play.
Yes,
I could do without
Well,
that.
I got to tell y'all, it seems to be working.
It does.
I mean, I know they're
He gets a lot out of them.
I know the 5 stars too, but that doesn't hurt.
I mean,
but
look,
still got to work out.
It is a mindset though that you don't play for second place. I mean, a lot of people go, "Hey, great, we finished second." No.
You're
playing for first. They're serious about it. They've made a commitment to it. They spend a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
And they get a lot of money out of it, and they're serious about it.
Of course, that was a fake trophy.
I do wonder
sure
if it was the real one. I don't think it's the
no.
real
I
one.
don't think you could probably get in the trophy case, but the point was made.
Boy, I'd love to be able to. I mean, if you destroyed the real one, that's really something.
What if you had a replica made?
How do you get permission?
And you were looking at it.
You probably don't.
You were looking at it and comparing it, and you got them confused, and you got the real one.
Mm-hmm.
And you noticed because you went back to the case and looked, and you saw that one, made by Ed's Trophies on the bottom of it. And you went,
If it is the
you
real
confuse things, you destroy. And I know Helms is familiar with that.
We got anything here in language?
We don't know. If it is real, is he in trouble today?
There's no way.
Well, I
it's
doubt
real.
he took it on his own.
Well, I don't know.
Now watch at the end, Rick.
Talking. Oh my gosh, guys!
Did you get that?
I potted it down. Okay. You could see. I've noticed he's been. I mean, I know from people who.
Why are they going up kicking it?
Because they don't have any shoes on.
Kicking it.
They don't have any shoes on either.
Yeah, I have heard that he is not afraid of F-bombs.
Well, he just
as we just heard.
Wow.
Yeah.
As we just heard.
Boy, good night.
Wow.
Thanks, Greg.
Well, I mean,
what did I do?
I asked him if there was language. Y'all said you didn't know.
Yeah.
And I went up there and see, and I found out pretty quick there is language.
Yeah.
But we got rid of it. But no, I've heard the language with Mr. Cochran can be
Speedy too.
out there.
Just because he's bald doesn't mean that he's me.
He's a good strength coach. Seriously.
He
no
gets
doubt
after
about
it. Yeah.
Y'all do.
I don't think he. By the way,
resemble
Greg,
each other
he
a little.
doesn't look as bad as you claimed
He
with
don't have
bald
both
hair.
Yeah, he
very
should have went
physical.
completely bald though.
Bubba.
It doesn't look as bad though. I was expecting the guy, the NBA commissioner.
He's got no. Oh God!
See, I was
Don't even
expecting
bring
that.
up. He's got a little alien head.
But yeah, I'm with y'all. I don't understand this soft stomping and kicking.
It looks like to me the guy
they
didn't
afraid it's
have
gonna
any.
cut him?
Yeah, didn't have any shoes on.
Well, don't even go up there then.
Yeah.
You have to be careful. Get your eye put out slamming that
That's
down
what
like
I
that.
said. No eyewear.
Good night.
I'm just saying.
Of course, when you're
OSHA, I
talking
have to
like he
deal
is,
with
you
it.
don't
What's a
really
snake
care.
running and bit him?
Helmsy will do this next time his kids finish second in tennis.
I got the point, wouldn't it?
All right, so I wish I could listen to it, but it's got F-bombs.
Oh,
it
yeah.
does. It
Yeah.
does.
Something about some whooping some,
Rick, they're serious.
They are,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that. It's not my thing as a player, but I certainly love that attitude. I certainly love that attitude. I wasn't a big raw.
It just looks like me in the kitchen with a loaf of bread.
Yeah, it really does.
Same mouth and everything.
Yeah. I'm
same thing.
I'm not a big. Just for me, and everybody's got different personalities. People love that. I'm not a big.
That doesn't really motivate me. It really doesn't.
I'm not a big, and I don't like a lot of screaming and all that, and all that. Ramming my head into lockers and spinning towels, and that's just not really my thing. But I mean, there's certainly, if that's your thing, that's certainly wrong with it. It's just not my thing.
That's Speedy's thing.
How
does that after them travel ball tournaments?
Because the reason why we
didn't have a guy throw one out the window.
and we all know this, because you can have all that hollering and yelling or towels spinning if it's other teams, whatever.
Sure.
You can have all that, but if you don't get stronger in the strength program, it's not going to help you. You know what I mean? So it's the strength program that makes you a better player, and what you actually do. All the rah-rah and stuff. You could have somebody that puts together the best workout program, the best workout system, the best conditioning, and put them on the field without the rah-rah, and there's still benefit from it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. So the rah-rah really doesn't do anything as far as, especially after the first snap of a game. or if you're on the kickoff team after you got jacked on the kickoff. You know what I mean? As soon as that ends, all this stuff, as a player, you don't even hear it.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets down to if I can whip you physically or not, and can I execute the game plan we have on offense and defense.
What is the line?
6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Brand new hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. The Elite Eight, the Elite Grade 8. They're here. That way it covers both of them. If you go Elite Grade 8, you get all of it. 8 guests now in the golden ticket seats to start the hour, and they come from all over. We're glad they're here. Did you tell Greg who you were? Yeah, Greg, guess who that is sitting second from the left?
I'm not sure.
Guess who his daddy is?
Well, Rick, I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Rodney Lipscomb.
No way.
I told you. How about that? He looks like Lipscomb, doesn't he?
Well, he's got that beard.
He does. He does. You remember the story I've been telling for decades about our concussion protocol of the 80s?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was his dad who answered the question to, hey, what's your name after you had his bell rung? That's what we called it then. Right. Now they call them concussions.
Right.
We called them got your bell rung, and his dad was sitting on the sideline. I can still see him with his helmet on. Remember that story?
Yeah, I do.
So what is your name? He looked at me and said, it don't matter. Good player, though, but had knee injuries that kind of ended his high school career, but good player up to that point, and a good guy. All right, so as we start the hour, everybody's here. We'll go back and pick up some of the things that we missed, but I will tell you this, Chris. I did, Eddie Van Adler, I did just text your dad finally and said, phenomenal concert, choir in balcony, awkward. That I mean, I think that's
better
about
than what Adler was going to sing.
Is that
Yeah, that's something. You said it better than I did.
Yeah.
Did we ever get confirmation? What did your dad think?
I've not heard back from him. He does have Fridays off because he works Sundays, so
Right.
maybe he's just enjoying his life and not knowing that we're raising on.
You know how
on
your
air.
dad is one of the kindest human beings on the planet?
Well, no, he's not getting raised on the situation.
The situation he got put in.
I'm raising on him.
I can't believe he was in that situation.
Yeah.
But when I look at it, his face was a face of, can't believe I'm doing this.
Really?
Here I go.
Yeah.
So
but you know what? He's a pro, so he did it.
There you go.
When the choir showed up, did they know they were going to be on the ballot?
Yeah, I think
that's what I want to know.
Well, if I had listened better, and y'all know I don't, I think Charles was trying to prepare me for it.
I heard that conversation
I just didn't listen.
starting, and you cut him
all
off.
I heard was they want our choir to wear a mask, and I didn't listen after that.
Right.
I didn't know it would
And
get.
it seems like he said, but we've come up with it.
Yeah.
And then you got off on a tangent.
What I would have never thought it was that. Yeah. I would not have thought that as the plan. I thought they had just, it's a really big stage. I thought they had just would distance them far enough away from the symphony that they would feel safe.
They might even be to a point you don't even see them.
Yeah, because if you're the symphony, you don't want anybody singing at you.
Some might fall down on you.
But anyway, so so phenomenal night. A couple of awkward things, but it was great.
I thought it was over the line when the flautists put pantyhose over the edge of their flutes.
Right.
That was probably not necessary.
Yeah. Watching people in the orchestra play with masks was interesting. Not all of them did them. Very few did, but some did.
Okay.
And I couldn't break it to them that was a complete waste of their time.
Did you cut a hole for the trumpet, or what did they do?
No,
they get it right here. Get it underneath there.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Have you ever seen marching bands out on an open field in a stadium with masks on?
I did a couple of years ago.
Try to scientifically walk that out for me. But anyway, so it was the only thing that was left was Greg, as you know, when it was over, trying to get mom and dad out of anywhere. If you do a theater with about 1,500 people,
but getting that incline,
but getting mom and dad out of anywhere, this is that thing when somebody gives you
if Dad would just walk and quit visiting.
Yeah. But the thing is, when somebody gives you great seats, it's really good for the show. It's really bad for the exit.
Oh yeah, you're at the back.
Absolutely.
Because you're at the back. And then of course when we got outside with all the traffic, remember I was assigned to Dad. Dad, because the coach is always the coach, began to coach everybody on how to get out of the theater's parking lot. and was participating at a high level of traffic
flagging
control.
traffic.
Participate, but telling
next time bring him a vest.
One time traffic was completely stopped. I thought I had him headed to the car. Traffic was completely stopped, and he had got the person to roll down their window that was driving, and now there's a gap between them because they're going to stop for the man that wants to talk to him. And you know what Dad was telling him? You're doing a hell of a job. Absolute truth, 100% true.
Rick.
And I had to walk over and say, "You are doing a good job of driving this SUV.
Yeah, for what it's worth.
You can go now." Okay.
Hey.
He doesn't officially have anything to do with Sanford.
Yeah, they thought he worked there.
Hey.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey,
thank you, Usher.
You're free to go. I know when he does that coach thing, you think you should stop and listen.
Right.
You can go on.
You're good.
How many times?
Hey, be encouraged.
You just made me
Since
scared.
you're doing this, that's a great job.
How many times pre-concert, when you're standing there, and they got everybody piled into one room, how many times as others came in did you hear, well, now why are we all just standing here?
No, that was me.
Oh, okay.
No, I did that. No, Dad just interacted with everybody.
Okay, so he was fine.
No, he didn't. He had no issue with that because he thinks that he's been assigned something. So now he's now organizing the lobby.
He's greeter.
Yeah, he is. He's the greeter of Sanford.
Yeah.
And so remember, this lobby consists of this. You walk up steps to go to seats. You walk down steps to go to the bathroom. It's like the lobby serves no purpose but to corral you.
Yeah.
But
didn't even have a concession stand.
No, it was downstairs, straight up. But I did find the elevator for the downstairs thing. But I did tell the whole group because you become the parent now when you have aging parents, and I couldn't believe it. It's like I'm talking to adults, and I thought, should I be doing this? Because it harkened me back to when all my kids were home. I said, based on what it takes to go to the bathroom, this is a one-shot trip. So when we go to the bathroom this time, everybody, this is it. We will not go to those seats and come back to this bathroom.
You're holding court with that?
I did. I said, so this is the one-shot run. And, of course, Dad let me know pretty quick that he'd go to the bathroom whenever he wanted to.
Sure.
And
without asking
and
your
I just
permission.
simply said, yes, sir. And I will get you to the bathroom whenever you need to go. I'm just hoping you don't have to.
Just hoping.
Even though you probably drank 2 pots of coffee.
Oh,
at this
yes.
point.
Oh, there's no doubt Dad had a pot of coffee and probably 2 before he ever got there.
He loves him some coffee.
Straight up, my dad drinks coffee from the time he gets up from the time he goes to bed. And sleeps fine.
All right.
It doesn't affect him. I mean, it's really amazing.
We were kids. He traveled with his own thermos.
The amount of coffee that man consumes is mind-boggling. It really is. And please don't ask him if he wants anything in it.
Oh,
it's black all the time.
Really?
We don't add one thing.
Yeah.
Don't even discuss it. And if he's coming over, go ahead and have the coffee on.
Have it ready when he gets
because he's going to ask about it. There he is. There he is, ready to coach.
So, see how quick Bubba asked about the concession stand, though?
Good question.
I'm having a hard time picturing nachos at this event.
Yeah.
Downstairs. Everything's either up steps or down steps.
Okay.
Yeah, but the elevator was helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good. Of course, if Dad's going to hold it for everybody, we're never going to get down.
Yeah. He loves to work the door, too.
Oh,
Come on.
Boy, do you talk about. Let me tell you what I think he's born to do, to be a greeter.
Yeah.
I mean, now at this stage of life, he's an outstanding greeter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Well, they have jobs like that.
Yeah, and so I know. I was thinking, but then I thought,
be Speedy's future.
You know what? Speedy would be,
awesome.
a greeter to beat the band.
That'll do okay with y'all?
Yeah. Did y'all
scare
think,
anybody?
Did he scare anybody? Did he come in too hot?
I tried to pull back a little bit. Now the cake, we got a peanut butter something cake.
All right.
Ooh, anything says
It's looking
peanut butter is
good.
You know what
hats?
You know what I want to say?
Hats?
You know what I want
Yeah.
to say to the elite grade 8? Heck of a job.
Yeah.
Heck of a job.
Heck of a job.
Heck of a job.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. Look at Blazing Silverman. If anybody else was at the show last night, could anybody hear the choir?
We need to know.
Call in.
Adler, really, Michael Adler needs to know, too.
Well,
he
knew.
was in a position he should have been able to hear him if he was conducting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I could look.
If he can't hear him, you really got a problem.
Yeah. We'll come back. Phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the game right now, is it Alabama by 4? Is that right?
You see here.
I don't know.
Hold on a
I hadn't looked at it.
Is it in that article? Hold on. Let me find out.
I'm looking at one here, but I don't know how old it is. I know it changes literally by the minute.
Sure. Yep. Let's see.
I'm showing Alabama by 4, over and under 44.5.
Oh, there you go.
Well, look at there.
No, bookie.
Well, I don't know all those betting terms. I still don't understand all this minus
That'd be
4
like somebody-
plus 4 stuff.
that'd be somebody like somebody.
See, I understand Alabama favored by 4. I get that.
I got 3.5, 45 over under.
Yeah, it's changed just a little bit. Yeah. But it,
toss up.
So when it changes one way, that means does that mean people are betting for the other side?
Yeah, just that. Yeah,
It moves in the way the bets are going.
Correct. That's what I'm getting at.
So if it's a closer line, that means that more people think it's going to be a closer game, right?
Yeah,
right. I mean,
didn't really
I
answer
need
my
to ask-
question, but yes.
I need to
Next
ask
we
Greg.
cut Bubba's turtleneck.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, we talked about it a little bit last hour, but let's jump on in now. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Teresa Rowley is now turning 104 years old.
Oh, God love her.
We have a package, Bubba.
Oh, I want to see
that
it.
includes her talking.
Yes, and
I hope
anchors.
she eats
Rick.
M&Ms every day.
And of course, local TV news anchors,
Probably
being overzealous and faking that it's that big a deal to them. All right, here we go.
Exactly.
All right.
Diet Coke and potato salad. Not exactly the breakfast, lunch, or dinner of champions, unless your name happens to be Teresa Rowley. She's 104 years old, and she swears this combo has led to her long life.
Clearly something's working. Teresa's birthday was yesterday, New Year's Day, but her friends at Sentinel Point Retirement Community in Grand Rapids celebrated with her today. Teresa says she doesn't remember the years she moved with her family from North Dakota to GR, but she's been a Grand Rapidian for decades. When her father passed away at 102, she remembers being shocked at how long he lived. Little did she know that she would eventually outlive him.
When I was 100, I thought, well, I'd never be 104. I thought, I'd pass on by that time, but it just didn't happen. Then first thing, I'm 101, and nothing happens then. Here I'm 104, and still nothing happens.
And you know why? That's because Teresa still has lots of things to do, like go shopping, which she is doing tomorrow. And she has 1 can of Diet Coke left. She says she's having that with dinner tonight. So her top priority on her shopping spree tomorrow, buy more Diet Coke. See, I love potato salad and Diet Coke, so I think that's a great secret.
Whatever, something's working. If you're a baseball player and superstitious, keep wearing the same socks.
Happy
do whatever you got to do.
birthday, Teresa.
I'll tell you what I've noticed too. At 104, you couldn't give a rip what your haircut looks like.
Rick Burgess.
Most 104 go back to the Mo haircut.
That's right. I'm 104. Do whatever you want.
Maybe
Rick, I'm putting a bowl on my head and you're cutting around.
Only we can make fun of 104.
I'm 104. Give me the Three Stooges thing.
She didn't look 104.
She didn't. She didn't speak that way. Well, maybe while she's out
I'm gonna go with Mo.
while she's out shopping for more Diet Coke, she can hit the old beauty parlor on the way by.
Right.
She don't have to fool with all that.
No, she don't
fix
care.
it.
Bubba, you think you care what your hair looks like if you're 104? You don't care.
No.
I don't even care. And I'm 53.
I was going to say, I don't care now.
Well,
I know. Yeah, y'all laugh it up. I don't care.
No, I'm just saying. No,
6 and a 2.
It was no,
Move on.
You just said something that wasn't necessary. That's Helmsley sits down and says,
I'm down today.
Helmsley sits down and says, I'll take the prisoner of war. Give me the gym coach. I'll take gym coach with a little prisoner of war in there.
A lot of maturity. I'd have flipped you off 5 years ago.
I know, it's good. But
and just a
5
touch
years,
of Ho Chi Minh
5
Trail.
months. All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. Phone troll, you ready? 866-WE-BE-BIG. 10 lines, were available. Some of them are engaged. There's people ready to go. But there is room for you. If you move right now, you will get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll go 30 seconds a pop. See if we can get a lot of people in here asking questions, making comments, bringing information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We move to the next caller, LearBubba.com. Being in a recession is terrible. We know things out there are a struggle. And with this administration in power right now and with the elections coming up Tuesday, they're going to pretend to live in a fake world like nothing is happening. But right now, we got an email from you. And one of our supporters out of Texas says, thanks for the tip, guys, on LearBubba.com. I'm new to buying silver. It was hard for me to get my head around good information to purchase as a professional. I took your advice. I called the group at LearBubba.com. They were great to work with, answered all my questions. I didn't feel pressured, and they helped me with my first purchase. I feel like I'm actually doing something positive to protect my family's finances. I felt kind of helpless until I figured this out, and the purchase was delivered fast and complete. Great organization and experience. Thank you guys for pointing me to them. Well, you're welcome. So go to learcapital.com/Bubba right now. And they have these Kennedy silver $50 that we love, the Elite Grade 8. Y'all see that? Kennedy silver $50. You get one of those just for having a conversation like our guy out of Texas did. And you don't have to buy anything. You don't even have to take the advice. But for you just getting in that conversation and getting all the information, they'll give you a Kennedy silver $50. They have over 25 years of experience. Go to learbubba.com for more information and to get your Kennedy silver $50, or call them 1-800-707-4575. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. To the phones we go. Let's go to Randall. Randall's out of Louisville. Randall, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go.
Yeah. Hey, I love y'all's show. I never miss it. I watch it on YouTube every morning.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, listen, did y'all ever get involved with the Skinwalker Ranch experiment where y'all was doing a broadcast?
No, it didn't happen.
We just talked about it. It almost killed me.
Yeah, right. You see what happened to Bubba. They did send something to Bubba, or Travis did, saying, man, we just couldn't get around to it.
Yeah, we had a phone call with the producers. I thought we were in, didn't you?
Oh, yeah. Conference call made me really think it was going to happen. Yeah. Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff.
We disappeared just like one of them lights in the middle of the night.
Jeff, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, Rick. I had a sermon topic for you to use until I heard last week's podcast. It's going to be Judges 16:16. Some things never change.
Some things never change.
Look it up. Look up Judges 16:16. Let me know. I'll be listening.
Could you just tell me? Okay, all right, okay.
There you go.
Okay, thanks,
Hey,
buddy.
look it up.
All right, let's
Look
go.
it up, pal.
Let's go to Ray in Georgia.
they
Ray,
gotta go
30
there.
seconds. I don't know the Book of Kings off the top of my head the way I need to.
He said
Judges.
judges.
See there, that really won't help me. Ray in Georgia. Ray, go ahead.
Hey, good to hear you guys. Just want to tell you, I've been emailing you, Rick, and the dogs are going to win. And Lord willing, my ladies are special abilities played, and they love y'all in the morning riding to the day program.
Oh, thank you, man.
You're listening to around Georgia, brother.
Oh,
Did
man.
Helms decode that for you, Rick?
I
'Cause
know
didn't get much
we're
of it.
listening in Georgia.
He said,
gonna win.
well, this is what I tell you. I had some Georgia fans, and Ray was one of them, and he confirmed he was one. They seem all nervous about this Tennessee game. He needed me to reassure him that they were going to win.
Well, Tennessee's pretty hot
No,
right
they
now,
are.
you
They
know?
are. But, I mean, Georgia pretty good.
Both fan bases are asking both of you to be quiet.
I know.
Was it Judges 16:16? Is that what he said?
We can't help they're
That's
playing
it.
a game, Speedy. I mean, we can't act like there's not a
I
game
know,
going
but
on. We're
normally
not.
when we talk kind about someone, they lose.
We will not block or tackle one player. Okay,
I know.
I
It
won't
just seems
kick.
like
I
we
won't
do.
kick
It just
one.
seems
I won't
like we
kick
do.
one.
It seems like we do.
Not
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I won't even warm up.
I can't. Look, I know. I know the power we have isn't real, but why does it keep happening?
I don't know.
Adler.
Do you want to know what it's Samson talking to Delilah, and Delilah, and it says, when she pressed him hard with her words day after day and urged him, his soul was vexed to death. Was what that's
also known as sick to death.
That's that's.
And I guess he was talking about Jay Paylighter's Leitner's podcast about verses around the popular
next verse.
Yeah, is
okay.
I think that's what he said.
Or was it just about like women nagging men.
I thought it was about
women
that.
nagging men.
Yeah.
But didn't he refer to?
Oh, that was Adler's verse for today.
Let me say that.
I really thought that's where he was going.
I thought so too.
But I don't know.
Yeah. Well, here's what I would do, and this, Greg, I know this, and I'm the same way, and I don't mean any disrespect. I appreciate support the guys. I don't like for people to play guessing games with me.
Oh,
If-
I've covered that.
If you
Hey,
have
guess.
if you have a narrative or something, a point you'd like to make, just tell us.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Rick,
say, hey guys, have you ever thought about this? Ba, 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 ba.
Rick, how much you think I paid for this?
Hey,
I hate that. People, what do you think I paid for it? I don't know. Yes. How old do you think he is?
There's a scene.
Old?
There's a scene where I think of you in draft day with Kevin Costner, where the guy's doing the background check on the player.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And he's
yeah,
like,
and he'll-
this is where you're going to make me guess.
Yeah, he'll go. Guess how many people were there?
That you're right. I hate that.
I don't
that
like
too.
people.
I don't wanna
I
guess.
don't want to know. Guess you.
They
wait.
always put a $100 bill in the back of the book. You
probably
want to
don't
guess what
remember
happened with
hating me, do
his?
you?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hey, man. Was this podcast, you know, that thing about the guy that says, you know, read the verses around the verse, you know, the next verse. It was an interesting podcast. Matter of fact, in Judges 16:16, you know, with the verse that comes after this, and let me tell you, so, you know, some things just don't ever change. Okay, that would have been great.
That was good.
You know, not
That was 12 seconds.
Not sitting us on a scavenger hunt.
Didn't even need a timeout for it.
Right. Let's go.
Guess how long I've had this.
Greg, you know what? It goes back to it. I just saw it the other day. Greg goes back the other day to the Brian Regan thinking that was the voice that I got. Brian Regan's talking about trying to get your utilities turned on when you get a new house and what you go through. Anyway, he said, so if I got to sit here all day and wait for somebody to come? No, we just flip a switch now. And I see his face. He goes, could you flip it? And they said, no, we're going to do that next Thursday. And then does a whole bit on how hard it is to flip the switch, and it is hilarious. So true. Greg, could you flip it? Could you flip it? Like when he said, well, could you just tell me? Let's go to Derek in Huntsville. 100,
What about it, Derek?
100.3 The River. Derek, go ahead.
Can you hear me, boys? You're kind of staticky.
Well, you know what? The feeling's mutual.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I tagged you in on something on Twitter about the election. I didn't know if you got that or not.
Rick, guess what he put on there?
Don't do this. Derek, don't you do this. Just tell me.
What is it, Derek? What's the point?
It's a video about the election and how there was a lot of
Good night. After all that,
just tell me.
Now look,
Just
we
tell
held him
me.
up for a second.
Just tell me. Steve in Indiana.
I
Steve.
don't believe what I put on your Twitter.
Steve 36. Just tell me.
Figure it out.
Steve in Indiana. Go ahead. For the love of God, just tell me.
Yeah, Rick. I think that you could do the commercial. I think it's a Geico commercial where the guy's trying to keep people from becoming their parents. You could be the new spokesman of that commercial.
Oh yeah, I'm living it, and no doubt. And isn't that
I love
progressive
those
though?
commercials.
Who is that? That's
That's
not
one
Geico.
of them, Rick. That's one of them.
Progressive.
I don't know.
Is it progressive?
Who knows?
Let's go
They
to.
run a lot of stuff. Don't they?
They do.
It's one of them.
Math. It's one of my favorite advertising campaigns.
It is.
Oh, it is. I look forward
It's
to it.
so good we don't even know what the product is.
Of course, progressive. None of us want to admit it. They're starting to get less funny.
They are. You're right. They've run out of good stuff. Matthew in Mississippi. Go ahead. It's progressive.
Yes, I want to know what y'all's predictions are for the Tennessee and Georgia game and the Alabama and LSU game.
I like Georgia and Bama.
I'll second that.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what I think.
But I do. Hey, what do you say? Guess who's going to win these games?
What do y'all?
Who do you think I think's going to win?
What do you think I think the score's going to be?
What about that? Guess who you think I think's going to win? Hey, just tell us. Let's start a new thing. Just tell us.
Just tell us.
I think
Just
y'all.
say it.
I think y'all overestimate our desire to research. Just there's nothing better than just tell me.
Yeah, let's get it over with.
Bottom line.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Greg, if you can give me just a sprinkle of Menley Challenge. But anyway,
Just a little bit of I play a little rough.
Just a little bit of I'm that kid who plays too hard.
Boo might.
But anyway,
Loves the cat right to death.
Petted its head right off.
Stop it.
Guys, y'all can't.
that's
There are people, that's a real name. real person.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but I mean, there's not one person who can't see your haircut right now.
No, I know.
But I
sorry, military.
But I will go. When and you
right there.
and you said it, and it's like they ignored the thing in the story about this woman that is the
very first thing that was the most important.
That was the most glaring.
You talking about her hair?
They think no. The second thing.
I promise you, that's the first thing I know.
Wait, Jim, of course.
I think the people around her should
Wasn't
pledge.
Wasn't even a neat mo.
Rick, yeah, you should pledge. Look, she's made it 104 years. Do not torture her with that haircut.
Right? Yeah.
I understand she wants something easy to keep up with, but we could go with something.
If you're 104 and you're at the retirement home, don't have your roommate cut your hair.
Yeah,
but
especially when he's blind in one eye.
I mean, see,
I don't really think she
That's
cares.
101.
Right. But this is typical of these morning shows. Everybody's dialing in on potato salad and Diet Coke, and I certainly have.
The key was her dad.
Her dad lived to 101. It's genetics, you idiot.
And guys, she said she drank one a day. That's not that big. If she got 8, I drink 40 Diet Cokes a day. I'm 104.
Tell you what,
that's a story.
Hey, Greg, how about this? I'm gonna start drinking. I got news for you. If all of your family's dying in their 60s, you can eat all the potato salad and drink Diet Coke you want to. You're probably gonna die in your 60s.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's it's kind of tough to beat that strongest part against you.
She got his genetics and his haircut.
Well, we just not gonna turn that loose.
You think she's at the age where she says, I've done my hair my whole life.
Yeah,
I
she
don't
doesn't
want
care.
I don't
Yeah.
I
want
won't be honest with you. I think she's had that haircut a long time.
I wouldn't care.
You do?
Well, it's funny. I wouldn't
Well,
care.
there's other don't want to fool with it haircuts you can go with. I mean, there's more than the mow out there.
Well, or what we call this one, the messy mo.
Yeah,
at least Mo
Also-
Mo cut it. At least Mo cut it straight line.
Let's get a bowl with a straight edge on it.
It's that same haircut that lost Brazilian tribe has, too. You know what I'm
Hey,
talking
you're
about?
right.
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
The ones with them reeds sticking through their lips.
Yes, you're right. Those spirit you too.
Yeah.
And the ass end of the spirit.
That's right.
But anyway, so
It's kind of got a mushroom look to
Greg,
it,
that's
doesn't
not-
it? It's
Greg-
real tight on
Greg,
the side.
when we-
family's not naming the spirit.
Greg, when we did this story, is that really the first thing you saw?
First thing I saw.
Good night.
I have to admit, it was me too.
Was it really?
Yeah. It's.
I thought it was Johnny Ramone. Full of
Matter of fact, I'll go as far as saying I didn't hear what she was saying.
I didn't either. My first thought was she don't look as old as I thought she did.
And
Then
No,
the
she
second
doesn't.
thought was,
Very
dang, look at
Speaks
that
very
hair.
good.
Very spry.
What if you went and
she
did a
does
story
speak well.
about it?
See,
and
that's
fell in
where they
love
ought to
with
be studying. How's she keeping her mind so well at that age, you know? That's a big thing. It's going to affect everybody.
Absolutely.
Some of us more than others.
Well, you know what? I think one of the things may be don't worry about
half
certain
hour
things.
now.
Bubba, go stand beside that TV real quick. While she's up there.
My hair is parted on the side, or it was when I started today.
Seriously, go stand right beside it right now. Hurry.
Again,
look at
That ain't the same haircut.
I love you. I love you.
That ain't the same haircut.
Adler, I'll buy you lunch, I think.
That ain't the same haircut.
you ain't buying nobody lunch.
It's the same color.
Well, same
Who's
color,
who's
yeah.
buying lunch?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that whole thing went down the hill when you screamed, "I'll buy lunch."
Right.
You took all credibility out of it.
Well,
It doesn't look like Bubba, but when he was saying something about it.
yeah, it looks nothing like it, but there was something about it. I tell you, the thing I noticed is that a 140-year-old woman doesn't look as much older than
140.
She's 140. How about look? The biggest occurrence I have is she's 104 and she doesn't look that
Put it
much
back
older
up,
than
Adler.
Bubba. Now that's something to look at.
Put it up, Adler.
You know what I mean?
Put it back
Put your
up.
glasses back on, Bubba. That makes it.
Oh, yeah,
Put
you
your
got to have
glasses
your
back
glasses
on.
And I'll try to get the same way.
Which one of these, Greg, is 104?
Rex, you really don't that much older.
She does. It's like she could be Bubba's sister.
If she had a regular haircut, she'd look even younger.
She would.
What if she had missed a deer
She has no
yesterday?
friends.
I don't
She
know
has no
whether
friends.
she's aged well or Bubba's just aged poorly.
I think it's two.
How many Diet
Number
Cokes
two.
a day have you drank? None. Mellow yellow.
Well, I get a Diet Coke too around lunch.
It's working.
Thank goodness.
But I love.
But you're happy. You know what I mean?
When you get to this, and then you hang in there, so your look don't change for 40 years.
Oh, I got it.
I love that they actually think potato salad and Diet Coke must be the key.
Yeah.
And somehow he threw it to a baseball reference.
Hey, Greg, the fact that her dad was 101 has nothing to do with
No, genetics have anything.
it. We'll be right back. Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. All right, so got some clips over here in the old political world.
The old clips.
Too much time on my hands.
I've got too much time on my hands.
Leave such a calamity. I've got too much time on my hands. Everybody.
Taking away from me.
Too much time on my hands.
Too much time.
Bubba, those politicians, MSNBC. We had this yesterday, but we didn't get to it, but it's worth, especially since we played the Sunny clip from The View earlier, that women, Republican suburban women who vote for Republicans are like cockroaches voting for Raid. And now MSNBC.
I'm embarrassed for her for
I am
saying
too.
that.
MSNBC wants you to know that Republicans, if they win these midterm elections, your kids will be arrested and murdered, and the First Amendment will cease to exist. So here we go.
And a historian 50 years from now, if historians are allowed to write in this country, and if there are still free publishing houses and a free press, which I'm not certain of, but if that is true, a historian will say what was at stake tonight and this week was the fact whether we will be a democracy in the future, whether our children will be arrested and conceivably killed. We're on the edge of a brutal authoritarian system, and it could be a week away.
What in the world?
Wow.
I don't even.
Are you serious?
Is that what he got out of the debate the other night with us?
Listen to this, guys.
Holy moly.
I'm going to say this again. Don't forget.
Hey,
and this,
overactor.
I'm going to say this because some of you need to know that
He
are young.
went through every scenario. Good night.
Some of you that are young and are going to schools where they don't teach history, okay, and that would be most government schools. You don't know the trick you're watching. Every tyrannical, overreaching central government of all time plays this propaganda game. It's those who oppose them, they're going to take away your rights.
Right.
Those who oppose them are going to take away your right to express yourself. Those who oppose us, or in their case, we would say them, they're the ones that are tyrannical. They're the ones that's going to take away the freedom of press. Now, you have to be smart enough to watch how they govern. Wait a minute. They're the ones that want to take away your Second Amendment. They're the ones that want to say what speech you can and cannot say. They're the ones that want to say what show gets to be on the air and what show doesn't. They're the ones that says they control the press. They're the ones that say you can't get on these platforms and express certain things. We'll decide what can and can't be said. The very list, and I'm not going to be like him and overact like Bubba said and say Democrats are going to kill your children. Now, they might if they're in the womb. But what I'm saying is,
if they get out of the womb, they may be okay.
But what I'm saying is I'm not going to go that far. But these other things he listed, that's exactly what the left is currently doing.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let's see. Well, let's look at a few examples. The Hunter Biden laptop story that was killed in the press.
Mm-hmm.
We know that the administration went to Meta World and talked them into playing down any negative stories about Biden.
Correct.
We know they leaned on them.
Yep.
So who is really manipulating the free market and the press?
Exactly.
They also did that on COVID and on Afghanistan. Don't forget that.
Oh yeah, we killed that Afghanistan.
Guys,
that was a pretty thing. Y'all remember that?
That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, guess what that guy's name is? Guess. It's Michael Betchloss.
Oh, yeah.
That's his name.
I get it.
Greg, somebody emailed me and said, Rick hates guessing games and asked Greg to guess whose dad this guy in the audience is.
Yeah, he did.
Guess.
But I did that to annoy Greg. Greg hates
I
that.
know, and it don't even. I mean, like,
calm down.
That's funny. Just settle.
I'm
All
mad
right.
about it.
So anyway, do we even need to say anything else to this guy? Haven't we covered how outrageous
He's
that
the
is?
worst I've ever seen. I'm gonna go ahead and give him
Y'all,
a prize.
I think he's worse than Sonny.
I think
him
he
and
is.
Sonny, that's what we're dealing with. Those are the people that want to make the decisions for you and your country.
He just won up Sonny. By the
All
way.
right,
He's
now,
worse.
now we go to what it looks like for the Democrats to have the executive branch. His name, Joe Biden. President Biden, we have more things he says that just simply aren't true.
All right, get a load of this one here. See if you've seen this anywhere in the news.
Is this 1A?
Yep.
All right, here we go. This is him
We cut the federal debt in half. The fact. We cut the federal debt in half. Fact.
Cut the federal
We cut
debt.
the federal
in
debt
half.
in half. Fact.
That's a
False.
fact.
So does he think he has? Does he think he has?
In his world, he may have.
Dr. Jill told him he had.
Right. So that
she's a heck.
She's a heck of a doctor.
I would like to take a quick poll. Do y'all think he's lying or just forgot?
I think it's both.
I think he's crazy as an outhouse rat.
Now he did lie.
I think he believes his lies now.
Now he did lie about things when he did have his cognitive skills. You have to consider that.
Yeah,
and plagiarized a few.
Right.
Yeah.
But some of this stuff, I honestly think now the state he's in, he's not. Well, he would never think to himself, "What am I saying?" They can easily check that.
Right.
Bubba, this is your area on the show. Has he cut this deficit in half?
Negative, Rick.
Okay.
Negative.
Fact.
He said it's a fact.
Well, not.
Jack.
I don't know where he's getting his facts at. He needs to have that fact checked.
All right. Next, Bubba. Incredible progress right now on inflation.
Incredible progress.
Incredible progress. Here we
For
go.
who?
What, trying to get it at a new high?
Yeah. You
You're doing a hell of a job of that.
You're getting to put your initials in about every week.
Here we go.
We're making real progress. And by the way, a lot of it's just going to kick in beginning in January because we passed this profound legislation.
And stop.
On whether
it's going to kick in January after the midterms.
Yeah.
Keep that in
By the way, I
mind.
think he tries to say profound.
Okay, go back.
Yeah,
Sorry about
Go
that.
back and listen to why he's saying it's going to kick in. This is even better.
we're making real progress. And by the way, a lot of it's just going to kick in beginning in January because we passed this profound legislation.
Frowned legislation?
Whether it's dealing with the environment or for example, it's estimated that what we did on the environment, we passed legislation providing $368 billion and help to deal with global warming. Well, guess what? It's estimated that that's going to save just in what's available to people for their homes to deal with weatherizing their homes, solar panel, a whole range of things.
Well, that's
what in the world, Bubba?
Ricky made me guess. He tried to make me guess at something.
I know.
Right.
Somebody do something.
Listen, I know as
What
painful
did
as
any
it
of that
is.
mean?
Let's hear this one more time.
But
Okay?
I don't-
Let's
what
rehear this
is
one
it?
more time.
What is it?
And then I want you to tell me what he said.
Well, I'm trying to get it. I'm trying to draw the lines here. It's a little hard.
Guess.
One more time, Adler.
We're making real progress.
Progress.
And by the way, a lot of it's just going to kick in beginning in January because we passed this profound legislation
Profound
on
legislation.
whether it's dealing with the environment or for example, it's estimated that what we did on the environment, we passed legislation providing $368 billion and help to deal with global warming.
That's going to
Well,
help.
guess what?
What?
It's estimated that that's going to save just in what's available to people for their homes to deal with weatherizing their homes, solar panel, a whole range of things.
How many?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps and.
Did you say 360 million? Is that what he said?
Billion.
And guess what?
To weatherize people's homes, and that's going to save the planet.
Solar panels and stuff.
I'm going back. I'm going back
turn
to
the economy around.
I bet everybody here has pretty good weatherization on their home. I'm going to say, for the most part. I mean, unless you're sitting there with a window.
Yeah.
You know.
Thanks. I will say this:
solar power. I love it. I love solar power. I wish it would run my air conditioner.
I think what Speedy said is right. I have no idea what he's saying, and he doesn't either. But what he is saying is, I know it looks bad right now. Vote for us anyway, and in January you won't believe it.
Yeah, you ain't gonna believe what's going to happen. Guess what? It's gonna be good.
I hope a lot of them are unemployed in January.
Yep.
Okay, so
what a spokesman.
I'm getting frustrated, and I don't need to.
That's all right, Speedy. It's going to be fine.
No, I
I'm
don't know
just
if it
saying.
is.
Look, crazy liberals, they can be your friend. Just don't let them run the government.
How about, would you like Babylon B's created ad supporting Joe Biden?
Absolutely, I would. You know I would.
Babylon B has an ad for supporting Joe Biden.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. This is a doozy. I love
16. America entered a time of darkness. We elected an orange man who was literally Hitler, and the entire country suffered under his rule. But then, America was saved. Embraced by the loving arms of our new president, Joe Biden. Biden has brought back kindness and decorum.
Liar, man. Look, here's the deal. No, I wish you were in high school. I could take him behind the gym.
Biden is a voice of clarity.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him
A voice of reason.
He is the smartest man I know. We're going to put you all back in chains.
And he's good with numbers.
Let me start off with 2 words. Made in America. $700 billion and $1.3 trillion.
Under his leadership, the Biden administration has brought us safety. It has brought us economic prosperity. It has empowered the next generation. And now, you have the chance to make sure it continues for another 2 years. This election day, vote for whoever the Biden administration is asking you to vote for. They know what's best. Together, we will ensure things will continue to go the way they've been going forever and ever.
I'm Joe Biden and I approve this, wait, who? You know the thing. Pixel Rent.
Better than I thought.
That was way better than I thought. Because you know me,
Right on
I'm kind
target.
of skeptical.
High standard on that kind of stuff.
That was good.
It had been played on radio there.
Oh, that's good.
It did, actually.
All you missed were all the headlines of the opposite
And
of what
him
they were
falling
saying.
on the stairs.
Yeah.
Here's a graph of our national debt, and I'm failing to see where it's been cut in half.
That's been cut in half.
By the way, our national debt is 124% of our GDP right now. That's not good.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah,
No,
hit
Yeah.
that noggin.
He hit his head. A fall he took back in October, and he's got
Where'd he fall at?
He had a
home.
hematoma.
But
and
like
that-
in the bathroom or something?
it doesn't say.
Here's a video message from him on an update on how he's
Straight
doing.
up, are you?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Are you setting me up for something?
I'm serious.
It has that feel to it.
I know. I give you that.
Well, I feel like
I'll
Gomer
give you that.
Pyle's coming
Some
out.
of you may have heard by now that during the holiday break, I had a slight medical problem. Subdural
What is falling?
hematoma, blood clots on the brain caused by a fall I endured about 2 months ago. Surgery was performed. After 2 days in the hospital, I came home to start recovery. The prognosis is excellent, and I expect to be back in the studio taping more Jeopardy programs very, very soon. And I want to thank all of you for your concern.
There it is.
There it is.
What is a tragedy?
What is a scar? That's why he has the hat on.
That.
That's why he's got the hat
Yeah,
on.
it is.
Probably so.
Wish I had that voice.
Oh, if they go in the brain, they got.
Yeah, he's smooth. isn't he?
Trebek.
He's always so calm.
Would y'all have
What if
liked?
he ever gets like? Really,
Would y'all
really
like
mad?
for him to have been a
That's
little
big
less
lie.
Jeopardy though on that update?
I would have.
Yeah, just talk normal.
Open up a little bit to us. So let us see you.
He's reading the teleprompter.
I mean, you feel
I
like
kind of want
if
to see
the-
a scar.
If
My
the
gosh, he
house
nearly
was
died.
on
Let me
fire,
see you.
you know, if the house was on fire, he would go, "Please exit the house through the marked
Exactly.
doors."
It's on fire.
Exactly.
We have a fire.
Somebody just asked a question. It is a great question. Does he ever get fired up about anything? Like he is so calm.
Yeah.
Right. Now, guys, listen. Somebody has timed down the Jeopardy theme and his message, and it times down perfectly.
Oh yeah, well, that's been. Yeah,
Of course it does.
Yes, it
Well,
is.
you think Alex Trebek?
Some of you may have heard by now that during the holiday break, I had a slight medical problem. Subdural hematoma, blood clots on the brain caused
good.
by a fall I endured about 2 months ago. Surgery was
What is
performed.
bathroom?
After 2 days in the hospital, I came home
What
to
is
start recovery. The prognosis is excellent, and I expect to be back in the studio taping more Jeopardy programs very, very soon. And I want to thank all of you for your concern.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. A number on the now Wheel of Champions, the former Wheel of Meat. Each number coincides with someone's name.
Yes.
Based on how you qualified 1 through 10.
Yeah.
Correct?
Like number 1 is Tiffany, 2 is Clay, 3 is Steve, 4 is Stacy, 5 is Brandon, 6 is Josh, 7 is Ricky, 8 is John, 9 is Connie, and 10 is Patrick. That is in the order they qualified.
So in the order you qualified, that assigns you your number.
Right.
Every number has the equal chance of being landed on.
Yep.
So it's just going to be a random
And if
deal.
we go to a spot that is above 10 or doesn't have a number on it, we spin again.
All right, I want to throw this out there, too. If it does land on Adler, since there's no number, I'd like to see Henry the Horse come out.
Okay.
Henry still has to come out.
All right, and okay, let's. All right, so who's spinning first?
Greg is the spinner.
All right,
the
Greg.
Wheel of Champions.
And if he produces a no win, somebody else spins.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And
This is it, guys.
Before he starts, I want him to chant, "We have tickets."
Yeah, we all have to.
We have tickets.
Everybody.
We have tickets. Yeah. We have tickets.
Second.
We have tickets.
But we're going to give them to you.
And here it is.
Here we go,
There's
guys.
the spin.
I'm nervous.
There is the spin.
Wow, I got a little chill.
All right, let's see what
I'm nervous and I'm not on the wheel. I can't imagine if I am, though.
Right, here we go. Will it be?
Here, it's going to land on a number,
We're getting a
guys.
winner. We're getting a winner. There it is.
7 is John Young. Number 7. I'm sorry. No. Ricky McCord is number 7. Ricky McCord is 7.
Rick, and he's also on the 50-yard line.
He was 7 a.m., but Ricky McCord that qualified at 6 a.m. from Hazel Green, Alabama. Win.
Hazel Green, Alabama.
Rick.
Wait a minute. There's Henry the Horse. Wait a minute.
Huge congratulations to John.
It's Ricky. Ricky McCord.
Ricky McCord. Henry.
Ricky.
It's Ricky. Big moment. Oh, well, wait a minute. Thank you, Steve Harvey.
Yeah, I know. Been one of them weeks.
Rick, they're on the 50. Wait a minute.
Well, you know how you can solve.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Davin is in Dothan. Listen to us on News Talk 103.9. Thank you, Davin, for listening. What's on your mind today, buddy?
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
So we all know that the start of inflation was basically what poured the coals to inflation was 10 minutes after Biden got in there and he signed an order to shut the pipeline down.
Yeah, that's exactly. That lit the fuse on the whole thing.
Yep. Light it up, light it up, light it up.
Right. So my question is when we take back both the House and the Senate, can they overturn an executive order?
You got to have enough votes.
It's being litigated right now that he even had the authority to do that because the contract that dealt with that pipeline came from Congress, because Congress had to allocate money for it.
Yeah.
So they're still litigating that he even has authority over that.
Odd man.
Yeah, he is. It's all about. We can't. I mean, if you're wanting to turn this over to the point that you can override him, I mean, you got to have. You can't just have a minor majority.
Well, you got to have a judge say he doesn't have authority to do that.
Right.
You know, these orders coming down from the executive branch is a fairly new thing, and they've picked up speed over the years. But it's taking away the power of Congress. Congress ought to be dealing with a lot of this stuff.
But to y'all's point, I heard a segment on this. I forget what show it was on about the veto power that we have as far as numbers go. And everybody's like, hey, pump the brakes a little bit. We're just trying to get the majority back, but we don't have the numbers to override.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he still has vetoing power over us.
Well, he can veto a bill,
Yeah.
but the executive order thing is kind of been a growing power, and it's kind of out of control, really, with all of them.
Yeah, but we could stop the bleeding and hold what we got.
That is what the midterms is about. We're not going to change the tide of things, but we can stop them being so ridiculous.
Yeah, we can put a little gunk in the wheel where it doesn't spin.
There you go.
That's
right. Let's go to Jason in Tennessee. Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm sorry if I missed this, but I haven't been able to listen since kickoff hour, and I just got you pulled back up on YouTube. But one of the guys this morning in kickoff had come up with a really cool way to remember which way the time change is going. I can't remember that.
Who is this?
Was that Speedy that did that?
Some clever guy.
Yeah.
All right, Jason.
I'd never really thought about it that way. Had you, Jason?
Yeah. Just when I thought Tennessee might beat Georgia.
That's funny.
He set that up good.
No, look at
That is good.
Okay. You
Tony,
get mad again.
of course, by the time that game really gets heated up, I'll be at a wedding.
Sure.
Tony in Chattanooga, you people got to stop getting married during football season.
Well, here's the good thing, Rick. You'll hear little pockets of people cheering during the reception.
True. Right, that's true.
And you won't know why. You'll think like the bride and groom came in and they threw something out, but you're like, no, they're just watching their phones.
But don't worry, they'll make up for it by me missing the front half of the LSU Alabama.
Right.
Yeah. let's go ahead and do that.
Tony, go ahead.
Let's get them both.
Hey, you all were talking this morning about how far-reaching this program is. I don't think you realize you all went all the way to Michigan today. Michigan State football coach just had a press conference, and he is releasing all the suspended players back to be playing this week because he said that the beating that Speedy took this morning was nothing like what took place.
Long way home, but good.
Yeah. Praise him too. Praise him too, Greg.
They're creative when they're getting that from Speedy. I like it.
Look at that. Kevin in Alabama. Kevin, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was wondering, what are your thoughts about Oprah Winfrey casting her support behind Fetterman instead of Dr. Oz, who she's been a big fan of for over 20 years?
Yeah, Big O.
That's embarrassing.
Oprah's going with Fetterman.
Yeah.
Her friendship with Dr. Oz over because he had the audacity to run against a Democrat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder what he thinks about it.
Well, I'll tell you, blood's not thicker than politics.
Fetterman.
Rick, they're not kin buddy. They were just on show like that.
But
I
a
know,
lot.
but y'all know what I mean. But y'all know what I mean.
She had a lot to do with his
Yeah,
popularity.
didn't she help him get started?
Oh,
and all
yeah,
that? And
she was
then-
all about Oz.
And then he turned around and helped her out.
Oh.
Well, she's so convicted with her political views that friendships don't matter.
No.
Don't matter. Really.
Sorry, Dr.
She
Oz.
just wanted the best man for the job.
And,
I was about to say,
and look who she picked.
Greg, what kind of blind loyalty is this? It's not like it's football.
I mean, she likes her. She likes people who can't, hear the spoken word. They have to read it.
Speaking of football, we have Fetterman trying to talk about football today. It's
Straight up.
Oh yeah, it's tough.
And has he got the hoodie on again?
Yeah, here go hoodie.
Yeah, he's got. Look, we got a guy with a Rick and Bubba hoodie on.
There's nothing, Rick. He's not running for Congress.
I know you're not. If he was, I'd vote for him. If he was, I'd vote for him.
I love that. I need to get me one of them.
Yeah, this is.
That's a good looking one.
Yeah, this is. It's only 16 seconds. I know we got a 27 and a 16.
Here's this. This is Fetterman talking about relationships, so maybe that'll shed some light on why Oprah chose Fetterman instead of Dr. Oz.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Here's Fetterman talking about relationships.
Clear out of your yard. If you have any stress kind of relationships with folks, friends, family, coming up later this month at Thanksgiving. Anyway.
Thanks coming.
What is he saying?
He said thanks coming.
Is that supposed to be Thanksgiving?
Instead of Thanksgiving.
And what was the very first thing you said? It just sounded like noise.
Something
Not
about
words.
marriage.
It's not words.
God love him. The man's had a stroke. Can he not?
Biggie
There comes a time you're too injured to play. You get out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's sad.
Speaking of getting out of the game,
Speedy's doing his
this is the
impression.
clip Speedy was talking about where he talks about football. Maybe that'll make more sense.
See if you can make sense of this, guys.
Okay.
Straight up.
Looking sharp.
Summer of 1986. I think everyone that ever plays football in high school was, at a kind of like a trade out kind of football camp, and there wasn't any interest to have me come play here.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know what to say. I don't, it's the man should not be running for office. He's had a stroke, and the stroke has made it where he can't.
One of the most 100 powerful people in the country in the U.S. Senate.
We're not even talking about being a representative here. We're talking about a senator.
Don't forget he's current
6
lieutenant
years,
governor.
right? I mean, he'll be in there for 6 years.
Football in camp, my boys.
Football camp.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just won't fool with it again. That's how I love it.
Like you get mad. Out. He getting mad.
Can't do
Rick
nothing.
confident the winner is. I'm gonna shoot it in the rear end. No. All right. So there.
No, it's been a banner week. Banner week.
All right. So let's talk to the winner here, Ricky McCord.
Wait a minute. Time out. That ain't what I heard.
Hazel Green.
Ricky, congratulations, buddy.
Hey, man, thanks.
Are you fired up?
Oh, shoot, yeah.
Let me ask you this, Ricky. When you heard 7, did you know your number, or did you didn't know it?
I
Till
knew my number, but I heard the wrong name.
And you
And I
Yeah,
was
let's
like, oh, my
focus
gosh.
on the winner.
Yes.
And
I was
not
just
me
wondering-
misreading the numbers.
I was
Look.
wondering if he knew the number.
Yeah, it's so much better to be Ricky, who heard his number and heard a different name, and then he got corrected, than to
Yeah.
be the guy whose name was called out. And then
Poor old John.
Poor old John.
I guess lunch is on me.
Ricky, are you are you going to go to the game or sell them for profit?
Undecided yet.
Okay. Yeah. So who you pulling for?
Laugh-ender.
Who you pulling for in the game?
Well, of course I'll pull for the Roll Tide.
Well, I didn't
In
know.
a Roll
the
Tide.
Georgia fans are everywhere. I didn't know. So
That's true. We got him here.
all right. Well, Ricky, we are do we have the information to send that to Ricky Speedy? Do we need anything else from Ricky?
Yeah, I want to talk to him.
All right, Ricky, I'm gonna put
hang
you
on, Ricky.
on hold. We're gonna tell you how you're gonna get those tickets, and I hope you have a great time. Okay,
Rick, who's
bud?
that on that other one?
Hey, let's talk to John. He's on.
Wait, what is
John knew his number.
this? All right, well, uncomfortably, John's on line 1. No, I'm just kidding. All right.
By the way, the text messages coming in from people that know us. Are friends.
Yeah.
I'm here for people I hadn't heard in years.
Wait a
You're
minute.
welcome.
You are welcome.
Good night.
What is it?
Just
under
glance
there?
down, Long. It's all
I was about to tell you need some time off, but then I just thought, no, he's been gone for 2 weeks.
He needs a little rest.
Need more time off.
What do you want, Rick?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, top left.
What is it called?
860. Try that.
You're going deep
That
here.
ain't it. It says
Just
Spectre.
forget it.
Now wait a minute. Well, I guess it wasn't under Spectre.
Because that's who did it. Isn't it?
I don't
No,
think so.
that's that coach.
That's
from,
that John. What's his name?
I don't know. We
Sadly, I
put
think
him in
his
there
name
for
is
some
John.
reason for that.
I don't know why it's called Spectre.
I don't either, but that's what we when we put it in there. That's I don't know why we named it.
First
that
of
either.
all, we didn't put it in there.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Normally I ask what name you want it under.
No, this was all kickoff hour stuff. I never asked for that.
Spectre. Then why did
It
we?
should have been in there. Wait a minute.
Now wait a minute.
Rick, we have a winner.
Now wait a minute.
Is it Senator Spectre?
It may be.
Is it
may be
Senator
a senator.
Spectre?
It may
I
be
think
a senator.
I think it's
not
Senator
that. It's
Spectre.
not,
I thought it was the
Nobody
Arkansas
knew
coach,
that.
but it's not.
It's not.
I believe it
You're
is
right.
Senator Spectre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
that makes
that's
sense
why.
then. Okay.
Yeah.
Now wait a minute. I'm confusing
I
that
gotta
with
go
that.
talk to this winner now. What's his name?
Now wait a minute.
I don't have the
Ricky?
list anymore.
Is it
It's
Ricky?
Ricky.
I don't have
Hazel
the
Green.
list.
Now wait a minute.
Don't have the list anymore.
That's your list.
The
now.
good news is Bubba has been booked for the Miss Universe package.
That's right.
The winner is.
Look at the text message.
And you'll have to sit on the edge of your seat the whole time.
Oh my goodness. Now, wait a minute.
Rick, the winner is Pete
wait a
Van Wieren.
What is it?
Pete Van Wieren.
Now wait a minute. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm with y'all. I get that quote confused, that Arkansas filling coaches stuff. It's not.
John L.
What's the matter?
John L. Smith.
What
Is
he
it John L.
scream-
Smith?
Yeah, what's he scream? What's the matter
Yeah.
or something?
Yeah, y'all got your head.
Smile, smile, smile.
What in the world are y'all doing?
We're about to be done. All right, so there we go. So we do have a winner.
Wait a minute.
And we congratulate Ricky McCord, Hazel Green, Alabama. Going to the game.
Ricky
so,
McCord.
Or he's going to sell them. He's going to do one that's hadn't decided yet.
I'll go with the game, Ricky.
Once in a lifetime.
Give him the heater,
opportunity.
Ricky.
Need to enjoy it. Give him the heater, Ricky.
No, Bubba, it's Alabama. It ain't once in
I
a
was going to
lifetime.
say they'll be back next year, and he's probably been twice already.
For you to have tickets.
I mean, the SEC's won 9 out of the last 12 years. And the chance they're one of them's pretty high.
Right. Only Alabama fans have to make the decision on whether to sell them or not, because it is not going to be once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
Now
wait a minute.
Now wait a minute. But the good news is, if he decides to sell them, then the person who got to buy them is still thanks
Chilling
to
effect.
It's still,
Chilling.
Now wait a minute. It's still.
I was not going. I had no intention of saving this bit for tune in. Nearly didn't even record the segment. So glad I did.
Yeah.
Oh, this is funny. We got a text. I wish you could see it from text. Somebody said, "Hey, I need some." Yeah. Okay. Well, people want tickets. Well, they can say Ricky McCord about that.
That's right. Ricky McCord owns them tickets now.
He's
Rick.
holding a pair.
Now wait a minute. So. Just don't even look at email or text today. Look, guys, look, everybody had the Steve Harvey. You ain't the first one with that one. You know what I mean? I was screaming that immediately. You know what I mean? Great chilling effect. I know. Can I tell you what we've done? So you know how you can make a little brother or a puppy mean?
Yep.
We've made the audience mean. They're terrible.
No,
I mean, they're ripping. I mean, they're awful.
Look, that's better than just reading a name. That's so much more fun.
It is.
You know,
you're welcome.
He did it on purpose.
You're welcome. Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. I try to avoid awkward things. All right, so Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. We're ready to go. Golden ticket seat guest here today, the Elite Grade 8. Blazing Silverman taking phone calls. Rick and Bubba University student banging out a degree in common sense. Common sense now, superpower. Look right there. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. Let's go.
There he is. There he is.
Let go. We'll talk about some of the college matchups coming up. In this hour, we will sound the alarm. Who's got Beth Mowens?
Oh, no.
Who's got Beth Mowens? I know everybody's like, please don't let it be us. Please don't let it be us. All right, so to start the hour, the guys, and was it Greg that brought this up? This asked if we'd seen this video. Is it London?
Yeah, this is in London, England, Rick, where two massive Christmas balls are runaways, and they're creating havoc.
So they already have the Christmas decorations up in London, and two giant Christmas balls got away?
Yeah,
I mean, they're big.
I know.
I expect Indiana Jones to be out in front of one of these.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Rick, that is.
Look at that.
You're going to have to get play-by-play here, Rick.
All right, so
I
now
want to see the tree.
Wow, it's really picking up. Oh my goodness, it's hitting stuff and banging off stuff.
The silver came off of it. It was covered in mylar.
Oh, okay. I thought
it's
it
like
lit
a balloon in mylar, and it hit the.
Here comes
post.
another one.
And
here comes another one.
Look at it.
Yeah, I mean,
slide? It's so much bigger than a car.
I mean, my goodness.
That looks exactly like a scene from Indiana Jones.
It absolutely does. It looks like somebody castrated a giant.
Oh, hey.
Okay. That just popped right in. It just popped right in.
I so badly wanted to say something, and
right.
there you are.
I really thought that was our best way to go about it.
I was waiting on Greg, and it was you.
It's a scientific term.
Come on, RB.
Right. It's hey, that's so funny. Bubba, it's how we used to get eunuchs. It's in the Bible.
Right. You said it out loud.
Greg must be asleep.
He is.
I've already seen that.
He's on his phone looking for the Thompson
he
Warriors.
didn't hear
Somebody asked me a question.
I will tell you this.
If I don't answer it, I'd forgot.
There's people in the audience that 2 days from now will tell me it owned them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. But
Speedy, what do you think the Londoners said when they saw it? Those people in London.
Speedy. What would they say with their accent?
Look at those balls.
That's not English.
Forrest Gump.
What are you talking about?
Sound like Forrest Gump.
The man of 1,000 voices.
That was terrible.
By Jove, I think he's got it. Oh, that's
I'll tell you what.
Oh, getting better.
That's just Vestavia.
That's Vestavia.
A little better.
Yeah, you got to get better than that.
No, that's the rich guy off Gilligan's Island.
Right, same thing.
Yeah.
Thurston
Speedy,
Howell.
you're like a chameleon. You're a chameleon, but you blend in anywhere.
That may have been your worst one yet.
You are incredible.
I heard it was on Tottenham Court Road in London.
I tell you what, those were here.
No, that's a guy having a
You sound
stroke.
like Fetterman.
Yeah, that's
You
Fetterman.
sound like Fetterman.
Fetterman without his laptop.
Come on. Are you running for Senate in Pennsylvania?
I'm just trying.
Oprah's voting for you.
That's the biggest balls I've ever seen.
What tree did that come from?
It's Forrest Gump. He can't even mock it.
Do you
can't even mock it.
Do you ever practice these on
No.
your own?
Does it sound like I practice?
Yeah, man of a thousand voices. There
But
he is.
what I'm loading,
I
Greg,
withdraw the question.
Greg, listen, Bubba, he can't even take a mock like person to say, all right, I just did it, and I just do that. He can't get it.
All right, do it again. Do it again.
Jiminy Christmas. Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. Is that bad? I don't even. Okay, anyway. Oh, goodness, Speedy. Wow.
But that was excellent.
Christian Bale, who? You're just an actor among actors.
Oh,
buddy.
you are. I'm telling you what.
Wow.
You know that phrase you just used? The first time I ever heard it was when I was playing football for a team that declared that they were not going to use profanity or cuss any language, which I didn't know what to do with that. I thought, well, they can't really be coaches. I mean,
how are they going to coach?
I thought that's how they spoke.
Right, and I mean, it was a really bad play. I mean, really bad. Like I thought, well, somebody's about to get a cussing, and the coach said, "Jiminy Christmas, men," and I thought, what did he say?
Christmas.
What did he say?
I don't know if you can say
Is that what he's going to say when we don't do things right?
Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, sorry about that.
I don't know. I'm sure that anytime you take the word Christmas, but we've already trashed it pretty good in this country.
Right.
But if but you're right. You probably want to have a little more respect than that for the word.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry, everyone.
Everyone.
And I apologize on behalf
As we're talking about
Speedy's
two massive
accent.
runaway Christmas balls.
Absolutely. Well, that kind of is the point. I said it's already been beat up pretty good.
Speedy, can you? This is my go-to when I'm trying to get into my London accent. Hello, governor. Can you do that?
Yeah, you got to
Say it
start
again.
Hello, governor.
Let me see that mouth a little bit.
Hello, governor.
Hello, governor.
Speedy.
Okay, it's hopeless.
Is this one of your favorite things? It is mine.
What do we got to do?
No doubt.
You do it. You closer to me. Do it because you can.
Well, do you want me to do just some more of a modern English, or do you want me to do the Cockney like he's doing?
Oh, good Courtney, what are you doing?
Oh my God!
World.
Wait, just keep doing your voice.
Oh wow,
Speedy, did you hurt your tongue or something?
You do
Is
it,
limp?
Mr.
I'm not the master impressionist. You are.
I don't know that Adler could be giving it to you any better.
Well, Courtney.
Yeah.
No.
Courtney.
Doesn't it seem like he's got more hope to do the classic English, the Cockney? There's no hope.
No,
that's
he
Forrest
can't do it.
Gump with him.
Yeah, there's just
Talk like James
Okay, my
Bond.
wife is telling me to stop it. Apparently, she's listening.
Oh, she doesn't like it?
I'm embarrassing my wife. I'm sorry.
She ain't been this
talk to
embarrassing
her in
since
a
you were
British
yelling.
accent,
Yeah,
Speedy.
tell her you'll
Yeah,
stop doing
tell her
it.
you'll stop
Tell her
doing it
you'll
in
be
an
okay.
English accent.
Honey, I'll be home at noon.
Okay.
That
little Scottish.
That actually wasn't that bad.
That's a little Scottish.
Yeah, closer. You're getting closer.
Okay.
Sound a little bit like William Wallace. Just a little.
Can I tell you, the man of 1,000 voices?
There's nothing better.
Yeah,
I'll take this over you screaming at everybody like this morning.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
Yeah, that, cussing and hollering.
Get off me.
Said I want him to do it like he does it, not ever practice. Just go to it immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, don't work on it too much.
No,
You'll ruin it.
You'll ruin it. I don't want you to actually do good.
What?
I was just thinking. I was trying.
Has he ever tried anything over in the Latin world? Has he ever tried any of that?
Rick, I'm not sure.
He got a little Latin fire in him.
Can y'all do voices? Y'all are all the great H just looking at me terrified. I'm so sorry.
Unlike you, they won't try it.
Right.
Look,
Well,
Terry texted me, said she wants you to do more.
Give us a little Latin flavor.
Yeah, I'm
Just
gonna have to
give
hear
it a
it.
shot.
I'm gonna have to hear it.
Can you say, like do the badges thing? We don't need no badges. Can you do that?
Badges? No, wait, hold on.
We don't need no sticking badges.
we don't need no stinking badges.
Oh, Speedy.
That was good. That was really good.
I don't know what that even is. I don't think we can identify it. These accents he's doing are you can't define them. I don't know what they
need no stinking badges.
No, now you're just mad.
You're doing New Jersey now.
That's New Jersey.
What are you talking about?
Okay, that was a good one. That was
wasn't
good.
bad.
That's all I can do. You asking me to do all these voices. I don't know what to do.
Now you're T.
Oh, Rick, yeah, he is right.
Oh, look, Adler's gone. He's put his head down on that one.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Speedy.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's just me.
We'll talk a little football when we come back. The Eagles are 8-0, and there's a marriage proposal. With
Ain't nobody beat the Eagles, Rick.
I don't know what you're doing.
That's a Philadelphia accent.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. Them Black Crows from Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, about it.
Well, tonight, Georgia, Alabama, the NCAA College Football Championship tonight. I know that we are sending Ricky, what's his name?
It's
Isn't it Ricky Shooter McGee?
Ricky McCord.
Ricky McCord. Of McCord Communications. Headed over, Ricky McCord, I'm just kidding, over to Atlanta. He'll be going to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. He'll get the fanfare experience. He'll get to watch the game tonight, and so I hope that he and whoever's going with him have a great time.
You talking about Ricky McCord?
Oh, we'll do Sports Czar predictions for the game tonight today. Been a while since we've done those. That'll be coming up. We'll look back over what was a busy weekend. We'll update stories from the weekend, and we'll take your phone calls on current stories that are out there today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to get updated on what's going on in the world, you got to come here.
That's right. That's right.
Now we may miss something, but we'll talk about whatever we know.
We'll chew it up anyway, one way or another.
And we're not afraid to report on something on the fly.
No.
So all that will be going on the program today. It was I heard the boys in the kickoff hour. I didn't see much of the Golden Globe Awards because I really am more in Greg's camp. Speedy can't watch it. I actually take some weird intrigue in watching how little respect I have for these people.
Exactly.
I mean, it's like because nothing they do is sincere.
I knew they were going to take it just to a limit. I mean,
I knew that Oprah would get up and talk about relative truth, and everybody would think it was the greatest speech.
She's going to be next president.
Greg, think about this now. It shouldn't surprise us, but we want a woman who, from what I've gathered, the excerpts that have been sent to me, got up and gave her relative truth garbage that everybody should just have their own truth and make the world a better place.
See, I came in.
We're saying she's outstanding. We love her.
Well, there's one story today. They said not one male mentioned the Me Too or Time's Up in their speeches. I guess they're afraid to mention it.
Well, Bubba, don't forget
because even though they could be in agreement, they could easily slip up and have the wrong context about something and be under the Oprah bus.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember, though, when you're dealing with the emotional left, wearing the pen was not enough.
Oh, yeah.
Now you didn't say anything about it.
Right.
Well, I got the pen on. But then back to Greg's point in the kickoff hour, which he said David Chappelle, of all people, made as well.
In the David Chappelle way.
Right, I understand. But the truth he was saying.
Oh, no, he was dead on.
Someone's going, I'd like to come forward and really be a proponent for this and really put my name to it, but y'all going to go back through 40 years of my life and find something I did. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
That's it. Yeah.
And I may not have been like as evil as these guys, and I may be a completely different human being for maybe the last 25 years.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
But if you go back in 40 years and find one time I said something inappropriate to a woman, gosh, I ain't going to say anything. So it's anytime you're dealing with emotion and it's never enough, and so I didn't watch much of it. I went by for just a minute just to see what was going on, and then I didn't. I knew what I was getting into. And something I can't take so much that bothers me about the Golden Globes. That's too small a room. It feels
it's almost like a luncheon, isn't it?
It feels cheap to me. Yeah, that's it. It's like you're going to some.
It's a Golden Globe luncheon.
Somebody's invited you to Young Business Leaders luncheon or something. Yeah. It just feels cheap. It's so.
I know it.
So anyway, there's other than the Oprah speech. I mean, I don't know what all else happened, and Time's Up and all that. So, and there really is a problem there, but the problem is something that has been created by the very things that these people hold dear.
Yeah.
That's what's weird about it.
Relative truth
Y'all
thing.
caused
A lot of the problem.
How about this? Y'all caused all this. If we truly live in a world of relative truth, then what if I think it's okay to be doing what I'm doing?
Exactly.
Yeah, they're kind of hung in a circle equation.
Yeah.
They've got their feelings and their beliefs all doubling back on reality.
Yeah, I mean, you go to somebody and you go, well, I understand that this woman was made to feel that if she would, be intimate with you, she'd have a better chance at the movie role. And you go, well, yeah. I didn't rape her, but I said that if she wanted to have sex with me, I'd probably have a better chance of giving her the role because that's my truth. I don't think anything wrong with that. I'm in this position. It has perks, and I want women to, maybe be intimate with me, and then I see them differently when I'm talking about roles. That's my truth.
And look, and they get the role, Rick, and they get the role in the end. So who's hurt?
And they get, they get the role, and their career takes off. What are y'all mad at me about? Rick and Bubba, as we work our way back, Enviro Cleanse at ekpure.com. Have you got an Enviro Cleanse system headed to your office or to your home with the U.S. Defense Department? Said, look, we're seeing the technology, this new mineral technology, which goes beyond the ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses that cause cold and flus and viruses like coronavirus. And the purification that actually works. This is a great defense against the cold and flu season, and you can have one sent right to your home or to your office by going to ekpure.com, providing protection to destroy allergy, inflaming toxins, mold from the air. It's hospital-grade technology, so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Take a few minutes today to go check it out. ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA. We'll get you 10% off your Enviro Cleanse home purification unit. We'll also give you a free air quality monitor plus free shipping. That's a $150 savings. ekpure.com. To save 10%, use the code BUBBA. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com, and you'll get that free air quality monitor as well. You do have a defense against the cold and flu season. All right, Bubba, we know the Eagles are 8-0 right now. First time they've ever been 8-0, right?
Yeah, first time in franchise history.
History.
Bubba's tore up about the Eagles.
Yeah, and
tore up about.
Well, Greg, he's trying to look somewhere else because Minnesota's having a decent season. And he's trying not to look over there.
I think their only loss has been to the Eagles.
I know.
Well, and the Eagles will have home field advantage, so they keep winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just leave it right there, buddy.
That's all. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So anyway, there were some Eagle fans. Eagle fans are quite unique. All right, that's not helping. Eagle fans.
I love that horn, though.
Eagle fans are quite unique, and so Speedy, you found this video. Is this some marriage proposal attempt? What's happening?
Well,
here?
I think the video
Would
was
you
out.
do it in a Philadelphia accent? No,
I'll tell you what, the video was out because it's something you only see
Mike
in
Tyson.
No, it's only something you see in Philadelphia. That's the joke.
So-
is that Philadelphia fans and they're just so over the top. It looks to be like they're both shotgunning beers.
Because they are.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a male on the left, female on the right.
Oh, yeah,
That's interesting. I thought it was two dudes.
How romantic.
You do have to say that nowadays.
Well, are you sure?
Isn't it interesting? He's got a skilled number and she's got a lineman number.
Yeah. You think that might be opposite.
From the looks, they're not far
while
off.
they're turning them up and killing the beers, he finishes first and then gets down on a knee and asks and proposes to her.
So they shotgun a beer, then he proposes.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
And she's.
And the joke is, there's nothing more Philly than this.
EGLE.
Oh my goodness.
Eagles.
All right.
And now he drops down.
And she's still finishing.
Oh, she didn't know it was coming. Like,
Okay.
Y'all sure that's a woman?
Greg,
Yeah, it is.
She
It
drops
is.
the
It
beer.
is.
She drops her beer.
Some
'cause
people
she's
like them
finished.
thick, Greg. Come
No,
on.
I'm just saying with the hairdo and everything, it looks kind of like a
We
guy.
don't know whether she's crying because she's emotional or so drunk.
Right.
It's
You're
the.
talking about a crying drunk.
Yeah, you're not gonna kiss her. Blah, 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 blah.
little smooches.
What a memory.
Greg, remember that time we shotgunned a beer and I asked you to marry me?
Greg, you talking about the greatest day of my life?
What about when if they have kids? Kids, mom and dad, tell us how dad proposed to you. Well, we had our Eagles jerseys on and shotgunned a beer.
Rick, I tore up a slit.
He did beat me. He got his finish first.
So I guess as they spell it out, you're supposed to drink the whole time, or
Yeah, I guess so. And then when he drops down,
got our
to
jerseys
to
on
one
now.
knee, everybody's
excited about
shocked
the
by
game.
it. So
And the camera person was very shocked.
Oh, had a lot to say about it.
A lot.
Yeah, we had to turn it down. Yeah.
Shocked.
They said they're naming their first kid Jalen.
Guys, he keeps winning.
Good.
Like, people plan these type things for months.
Oh yeah,
and this is what he came up with.
Yeah.
Yep. Well,
tell you
Greg,
what I'm gonna do. Hey, we're gonna shotgun a beer.
You don't understand the culture, Greg.
When I asked
And
Terry,
then I'm pulling the ring.
When I asked Terry to marry me, I had secondhand on myself, and
Yeah.
I kind of sped through it and just got right to it. When I had this whole thing planned out, and I started getting uncomfortable about me and the way I was looking because I was nervous and
Sure you
everything,
were.
red-faced.
Did you film it?
And they said, "Will you marry me?" Quick.
I was so nervous.
Oh, yeah.
I started driving to my future wife's house at like 7 in the morning on Christmas Day, and I turned around. I was like, nobody wants to be woken up at 7 in the morning. So I just
I
went
remember
back,
this. You showed us this.
I just went back home and just sat on the couch and was just like,
I don't know what y'all talking about. Sherry's the one who kept asking me to marry her. I couldn't turn around without her saying,
She gave in.
Yeah.
He just wore you down.
Oh, she had a case of Rick.
Yeah.
You know?
She had a case of Rick. No cure for that.
There wasn't no cure for it. Hey, hang on a minute. We'll get to it.
Let's let this
easy.
Easy. Yeah. That's so good. Bubba, how did you ask Betty?
Oh, we. I don't. You don't want to worry about all them details.
Well, just I mean, you don't have to give me details. Just the main points.
Well, I got down on one knee. I guess it was at her house.
Okay.
And she thought I was breaking up with her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
But it all worked out. She said yes.
She didn't think you were breaking it with when you got on the knee, did she?
I guess I was describing our relationship and how.
Oh, I see.
Important it
build up
had
to
been
it.
and all that.
Build up to it. Yeah.
And she
It's
started
me, not
crying.
you.
She said, "Are you breaking up with me?"
Right. So she took her engagement ring off and then said yes.
That's true.
It was already gone.
Will you marry me after you break up with your fiance?
First of all, break off this one.
That's necessary.
That was before.
That's got him a little more tickled. I thought
I got to tell you, this is where I was hoping to go.
It is kind of funny.
But it's one of those things where you like, I think I'm going under the bus, but I kind of like it.
Well,
Kind of funny. What about when you have to say, yeah, that's funny, I can't say
Yeah, it
anything
is.
about it?
Hey, sometimes things are just funny.
They really
Yeah,
are.
with it,
Yeah. Now, I asked Sherry to marry me like so many times, so way too early. If you remember, I was asking her to marry me when she was still the news person on the air, and she had just started doing the news. And so she had to figure out when does the bit stop and when are you serious.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but I just asked her to marry me. Like I think it was Christmas Eve. I think we had a lot of Christmas at our house. You know where I was living and where we would live after we were married. So she, I think it was just to get on your knee and then with the Christmas tree and say, "Will you marry me?" Mm-hmm. So that was cool.
Ours was in December too.
Yeah.
So nobody shotgunned a beer.
No,
Nope, not one.
No.
Well,
Don't
Greg,
do that.
you know, really, honestly, it's kind of like these new gender reveals. Which, if we were all nervous, I mean, if we were all not nervous, I guess it would be nervous. If we were all honest, they kind of get on our nerves. And the men out there, if we were being honest, can't believe the first guy that went along with this, and now his mate put them in the position that if they don't do it, now the woman gets mad.
Yeah.
No man wants to do the things that men end up doing because some guy gave in. And so, but in those days, these elaborate ask your wife to marry you, it didn't really exist. They were pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
You get on your knee and you
didn't even make it a big deal and go somewhere.
Yeah.
We've had it in the golden ticket seats before. You remember?
Yeah, that was uncomfortable.
It was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
when that first man was asked to put the cigar out, and when he was in the waiting room, and he put it out, that was a slippery slope.
It was.
Gentlemen. Slippery.
Well,
sir, put the whiskey away and put out the cigar, please. The guy that went along with it, slippery slope.
No, you're right.
Gentlemen.
And with these engagements now, honestly, if you haven't hired a cameraman, and
they're hid in the bushes everywhere.
and they're hid out there in the bushes, and there's all kinds of stuff, and there's some person on the violin,
and you got to hit your mark,
right? Who's wearing a mask and won't get near a choir, and then
the gender reveals I like are the ones when the guy's mad because it ain't the right gender that he wants.
Yeah,
and he shows that he can't control his face.
Well, think about it too. I
like the ones that are supposed to have a little explosion.
Yeah,
and they messed up and they have like a bomb.
Or the guy that burned up all them acres down and had to pay for it.
Well, and let's talk about this, guys. Just speaking for men everywhere, what are y'all doing, man? Y'all realize how many things we get invited to now? So there was a time when men were almost completely exempt for anything involving any of this.
Yeah.
And now not only you think, okay, so the bride now the poor guys, they feel pressured. They got to have a shower with both of them there. They got to have. I mean, you're just getting invited to all kinds. You got a couple gathering, and then she got one for her. And
you should just go to a cookout.
And then if they have a baby, then he's got to invite everybody to come to some gender reveal.
Yeah.
And before long, we'll all be going to their anniversaries with them. I mean, how many more things are y'all gonna come up with that we're gonna get invited to?
Slippery slope.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. And that guy left the waiting room.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, that's just not right. But who says?
But also think about their perspective.
Right.
They see them in these roles where they're in there rolling around with everybody for a paycheck, and they assume, well, they'll do that on film for a paycheck. Why not do it in my office for a paycheck?
Right. Now, I'm not talking about somebody grabs somebody, attacks them, throws them down.
No,
but I'm talking about
I just mean their assumption, how they've come to this conclusion that they might have a chance here.
Now, see, you would go over in a biblical worldview and say that's no way for a man to treat any woman, and that's not God's standard for sexuality. You self-righteous, sanctimonious,
you can't have it both ways.
Closed-minded. You go, well, I just can't figure out what y'all mad about then. I thought y'all said relative truth was great. Oprah said it'd make the world a better place if everybody just live out their own truth. That may be Harvey Weinstein's truth.
Yeah, but see, there's a lot of people's truths, like some of these mass murders that I don't want to deal with.
Right. Well, it's a.
Old Helter Skelter, he had a different view on everything, didn't he? Charlie Manson.
He certainly did.
Yeah, how about his truth?
So really, there are things that are right and wrong.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought. Yeah. Bubba, the weekends are always fun because especially you'll just get random texts from each other and stuff like that, and so I was getting into the weekend, and it was kind of a slow day on Friday, if I recall it, and I get a text which I was not expecting. This is normally a Saturday text, but that you had killed a deer.
Yes.
And I thought, well, good for Bubba, because we'd struck out at Dream Ranch, and went down swinging, or as I should say in your case, went down firing.
All right.
And so
and that story somewhat plays into this one a little bit.
It does. This is where, in my very humble opinion, this is where sometimes I think technology and your love of technology, you really have violated one of life's truths, though, if you've gotten away from what we know works.
Yeah.
And has produced great results.
Yeah,
because you want to tinker with something.
Yeah, and there's some of that. There's no doubt. Well, I love shooting. I love the ballistics.
Well, you had a great day Friday then.
Aspects of all this. I love the figuring and the predicting of how these guns are going to fire. And I got my little dope list. Do you have a dope list, Rick?
I don't even know what that is.
Data on personal equipment.
I was always told dope was bad.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's so many things now. You got to know the little ins and outs. So you keep a little note page on every piece of equipment. The little finer points about how you need to handle it and all that.
No, I don't.
You know that?
What? Does that surprise you? I don't have that.
Yeah. No, not really.
About as much as it surprises me that you do.
Right. Yeah. Right. So anyway, we're gonna hunt. We're gonna hunt a little bit Friday afternoon and Saturday, and so we're out late Friday and getting ready to hunt a little bit. And I was sitting on a field. It is kind of funny. I saw a 6-point, and where I'm hunting, we have an 8-point or better outside the ears. Okay, that's our management situation there. And we'd like for it to be 2.5 years old, if you can tell. But we'll go by points.
Yeah,
right
aging deer the way we hunt. If you're in Texas, you can age them pretty good because you see them side by side.
Yeah,
when you're seeing random deer here or there, it's very hard.
It's very tough. So I have a 6-point that's out in the middle of the field, and he's got some does around him, pushing them a little bit, but they're mostly eating. And I see a big boy come creeping up around the field. He's probably high 200, 300 yards away from me, and he's not making himself presentable yet. But him and the 6 are staring each other down. Okay, they're in the, but still a pretty good ways off. Well, the 8-point decides to charge the 6.
I mean, it's like a bull ring, Rick.
That's
He's
good.
going after him.
That's what you want.
Well, the 6 jukes him and then heads out back the other way, peeling off behind him. At what point the 8 makes a U-turn and is following him into the woods. Well, I'm thinking, he qualifies, and so I'm about to launch a shot. Now, he is on a full run at about 300 yards. Not the easiest shot. Probably I could pick a better shot to try to get him at. But I fired anyway with no luck.
You've become
I'm Shooter McGee, man. I'll let it fly.
You've become this. What is this new crazy shot? That thing you're taking these weird shots.
So Rick, I'm kind of mad that I rushed the shot a little bit. Of course, if I'd have sit there and he'd run off the field and I never saw him again, I'd be mad too. So you gotta balance.
But McGee knows that if they're running and chasing, they might run back through there again. 35 minutes past. Here's what's going on with the old show. The real Greg Burgess, Birmingham, Alabama today. 104.7 WZZK. Go have lunch with Greg at Henry Hoover Auto Mall, 11 to 1 there in Birmingham. Greg will be hanging out with pizza for lunch. So grip and grin and maybe get a good deal at the same time. Tonight, Man Church, Birmingham, Alabama, my home church, Valleydale, Rich Wingo. Speaking tonight, we all eat chili at 6. Got about 20 different chili recipes. And then we go to the service at 7. We'll have some praise and worship, and Rich Wingo speaking, and a chance to plug in to one of our small groups. If you haven't registered to be there tonight, don't worry about it. Just come on. 6 o'clock we eat. 7 o'clock we have the service. The service will be in the theater there at Valleydale in Birmingham. Tomorrow, Speedy, Stadium Man for Protective Stadium in Birmingham, UAB against the University of Texas, San Antonio. And Speedy will be there. Enjoy seeing Speedy if you're going to be part of that, either from Texas or from the Birmingham area. And then tomorrow night in Crestview, Florida, from the manchurch.com, Mark Garnett at their next Man Church as they finish their first year of curriculum. And you can plug into what they're going to be doing going into next year or finishing up this year and be there to hear Mark Garnett teach. Then on Sunday, I'll be at Central Baptist Church in Americus, Georgia. Fall Festival, Mac Powell in concert. I'll be there bringing the message and emceeing the event. And, of course, all the researchers from the manchurch.com will be there. Speaking of the manchurch.com, the first ever Man Church Conference coming to Oxford, Alabama, where Greg and I, that's our hometown. Bubba grew up just about 12 miles north of there. Spit it out there, Ricky. The Man Church Conference will be at the Performing Arts Center. Those tickets for your men's group are just for you and your son or group that's going are reserved. And they are going. We're about a little over half full in the theater, so you need to make that move. And remember, ticket prices go up in January. So you want to go ahead and get the early bird specials, get that done, put to bed. Also, you get an invite. We'll have a breakfast on that Saturday that you can come to if you're in leadership in the men's ministry of your church. And you'll hear from Andy, and I'll be there. Helmsley will be there. We'll be talking about and answering any questions you may have about our strategy. And we'll have some of our speakers there, of course, doing the teaching sessions. We got Chuck Hooten coming to do worship. We also have Recap Gray, a young pastor, coming to be one of our guest speakers. All that coming up February 24th and 25th. If you don't have those tickets yet, go ahead and make the move to do it. If you're trying to buy more than 10, you can't do that online. You'll need to call the box office to do that, but you can do that, and they'll take care of it. All right, so a couple of things on this weekend. College football, Bubba. The big matchups, the biggies. Georgia, Tennessee. Any comments on this? It'll be in Georgia. Who you like in this game?
Well, Rick, Tennessee much improved.
Oh, no question. As good as anybody.
And maybe in line to be a national champion. But we'll find out this week for sure. They played a great Alabama team and a great game. Won that at home. When you can take the show on the road in the SEC and win, you're the real deal.
No doubt. And, of course, the road for everybody in the SEC for Tennessee is they beat Alabama. They now must beat Georgia and then beat Alabama again.
Probably.
In the SEC championship game.
Wait a minute.
And if you can do that, then you're on the road to a national championship. Of course, you have to win 2 more games.
Right.
But anyway, so they deserve it. But that
and there's it could be as quirky as you might see Alabama again.
All right, let me ask you this. This might be a better
It's
pick
possible.
for you.
Yeah,
Georgia's favored by 8.
Right.
So you don't bet, but if you did, would you like bet on Georgia to cover that or Tennessee?
Tennessee +8.
+8.
I don't know all this minus plus stuff.
Well,
I just see 2 teams.
Yeah,
that
Georgia
play.
got to win by
Do you think,
8.
I think Georgia's going to win by 8
know.
points?
I don't
9
know.
points?
I don't know. I think Georgia will win primarily because of the home field advantage. I may be totally wrong, but I think the home field advantage will be huge there. If we were playing in Knoxville, I might pick the other way.
Tennessee is as good as anybody. They've proven that. Georgia is not as good as they were last year, but they are still very good. And they're playing at home, so I'm with you. Just on that, and also I'm adding just the fact that I've been asked to beat Alabama and Georgia.
Right.
That's
a heavy load.
That's
man.
a heavy load.
Speedy, Georgia wins and they cover.
Okay, thank you, Helms.
Right. Yeah, I think Georgia wins. And I do that also for the Tennessee fans who don't want me to pick them.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
But you're having a great season.
You're having a great season. Do we like this LSU-Alabama game, or is LSU still not there yet?
No, I like it.
I don't think
like it a lot.
they're there yet. I still think Alabama's kind of got the voodoo on them, so to speak.
Wow, you used a little.
What's the line on that one?
Let's see.
I just wonder what the experts are thinking here.
Yeah, it's got Alabama minus 13.5.
Wow.
Alabama wins, they do not cover.
I may take some of that.
Alabama.
I started to say that's a big number. Isn't it?
Alabama wins convincingly. LSU overrated. Okay,
they ain't there yet.
They're not there yet. They're going to get there.
But early on, it's a good game. Early, you think?
Do we care about Clemson, Notre Dame, or is Notre Dame?
No, I think we got to.
Do we care about it?
I mean, it's Notre Dame, and I know
Clemson has
they're
struggled
underperforming from where they were predicted at the beginning of the year.
Are they 4?
Yeah,
they're playing at Notre Dame though, so
I think Clemson.
Luck of the Irish.
I think Clemson is also
Touchdown,
overrated.
Jesus.
I don't think Clemson's number 4 in the country. I think they're overrated, but I think they beat Notre Dame.
I think Clemson will win, but barely. Be real close.
How we like A&M?
What's the line on it, Speedy?
Let me look for that. Y'all come back to me here. Let me look.
Florida, Texas A&M.
Oh, it's Clemson minus 3.5.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, so I do think Clemson's got in trouble in that game, though. But I think they win it.
Yeah.
Florida, Texas A&M. Clemson's got quarterback trouble. They act like they don't, but they do.
Yeah.
I understand all that. Hey, he's still our guy. I got all that. You got trouble. I mean, that kid struggles with accuracy.
DJ. None of us knows his last name.
Like
That's why I was afraid to say
can't pronounce it.
Yeah.
And he's certainly he's a great athlete, but I don't think he's a great quarterback yet.
So has Texas A&M? Are they going to get off the mat and they're tired of being in the headlines? Everybody talking about their coach.
Yes.
Would this
and their
put them at
shortcomings?
6 losses if they go 5?
Correct.
Yeah,
6. They're 3 and 5 right now.
I just don't see them
I don't know what to do with
going
Florida.
with 6 losses.
I don't know what
you don't know.
Florida's another team that's working its way back.
They show
They're so unpredictable right now.
So
can they play a clean game? Not get penalized and get hurt on third downs and all that.
It's Texas A&M minus 3.
If
which you basically get 3 points for home field.
If Jimbo Fisher
around.
If Jimbo Fisher hasn't lost the team, they beat Florida.
Yeah. I think they factor that in though with the line.
Yeah, normally if you get minus 3, it's basically home field advantage. That's what it is.
Florida's a little Jekyll and Hyde right now. You just don't know what
they're not
you're
quite there yet. Oregon, Colorado's not very good. I think they'll be fine.
You're not mentioning Mississippi State hosting Auburn.
No, because
thanks, buddy.
Well,
Cadillac Williams debut.
Because if Cadillac Williams could play,
what team did you?
If Cadillac Williams could play in the game, back when he actually was
if he
a
could
stud,
take the headphones off and just run,
but
he
rather,
needs some blockers though.
I'd rather see him play in the game than coach the game. But it's I can't. The Auburn thing is so hard to watch that I've stopped watching it, so I can't even really speak of it. It's just so torturous to be part of that right now.
Mississippi State's 12.5 favorite,
right? And Mississippi State.
That's probably they'll probably
cover
that.
It would be let me tell you how I got tied to those two programs. I don't know whether there's two football programs more frustrating than Mississippi State and Auburn, and for me to be tied to them is part of my penance. I couldn't be tied to a good team to save my life. One that's always going to win.
Yeah,
you
just know it. You just show up just by how much.
Right.
Did y'all see that tweet from sports journalist Justin Ferguson, where he counts all the career rushing touchdowns for Auburn's last 9 head football coaches, and he lists Pat Dye 0, Tommy Tuberville 0, Gene Chizik 0, and then Cadillac Williams 45 career touchdowns. So you never know.
That is funny.
It was funny. I actually had a guy. He emailed me or texted me. I can't remember. I think it was a text, and he says, "Now who did Cadillac play for?" And he couldn't remember the college team. And I said, "Well, he played for Auburn." He goes, "I couldn't remember who he played for. I just remember him running all over us."
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Ronnie Brown both.
Yeah. All right. So that's.
Oh no!
Oh, my gosh.
I thought we were going to get away with it.
So sorry.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
I was trying to down the ball here.
I was just now going to the break. Who is Beth Mowens calling the? Oh my goodness! It's prime time. You better believe Mama's in prime time, baby. Beth Mowens and Kirk Morrison and sending it down to Boot and Yaya on the sidelines. I'll be making my way for a 2:30 kick Central Time on ESPN Dos. Stormy, Kirk, and Beth will be bringing you Central Florida Knights at Memphis Tigers.
The who?
Gus Malzahn.
Gus, bud.
Bubba's buddy. Still coaching. Not on the lake in Central Florida, actually in Memphis, where the Kang and Graceland and Beth and Stormy and Kirk and Yards.
What is
And
Memphis?
Courtney Cox.
How's Memphis doing this year? What's their record?
Wish I knew. I'm just doing an impression. I'm not actually
I don't have a clue.
I'm not actually doing the game, just pretending. No idea. How's Gus doing? How's the Gus
He's
bus?
doing good. Oh, they're doing good. They're ranked 25th.
25. What kind of records the Gus bus got?
Oh, I don't know.
Why don't you find it there, Kirk?
My computer's dead.
Can you do an impression of Kirk?
6-2 UCF.
6-2.
4-4 Memphis.
Overrated. Watch them Tigers at home.
Have you noticed when Tennessee is good, Memphis is always down, and right opposite of that too? When Memphis got good a few years ago, Tennessee was terrible.
Not enough players in Tennessee to be on 2 teams.
All right.
Don't believe Beth. You don't believe Mama. Ask Vandy.
All right.
Not many players there, Helmsy. Not too many Vandy good teams. Commodores. Anchor down. Not much. Anchor not heavy. Memphis Tigers. Send it down to Stormy Boot and Yaya. 2:30 kick, ESPN 2. See you in Memphis. Mama's going by Graceland again. Eat a fried peanut butter nanner sandwich. Mama's a hunk of burning love, baby.
And it's the Memphis who?
Tigers.
Tigers.
Gus Malzahn. Once he actually had Chandler Cox. Chandler not on Central Florida. The Knights. The Knights.
All right.
Gus Malzahn needs to get a timeout. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He knows that if there's a deer out there and you can see him, shoot.
Right. I don't know how you could see him at 300 yards running.
Well, it's not easy. It's not easy. Looking at that other spectrum helps a little bit for seeing him. But so
I think that's what's messing you up.
Well, this is a trial and error period for that gun and that scope.
That scope is designed for a certain situation. Right. You're using it in the wrong situation.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm trying to verify.
Put that on your dope list.
I'm trying to verify if it is worth using for deer hunting or not. That's part of the proving the time we're in. So anyway, fire one at 300 runs off. I'm mad at myself. I think I won't see them anymore. My scope cover has broke and it has flopped over. It's one of these that has it's like a rubber one you peel on and off, and it's got 2 things holding it, 2 little bands. One of them broke, so it flips off. So it flipped off on the side of the gun. I am about to discharge a shell. So as I do that, it hits the scope cover and throws it back into the gun. And as I'm trying to get the other shell in, it gets it all jammed up.
Golly. McGee, what are you doing?
So I'm sitting there and I'm mad. I'm dogging myself. I'm kind of like Greg, when he gets mad about something. And the gun's jammed and I'm trying to get it. Well, sure enough, I look up and here comes the 8-point again, full bore trot coming across the field, coming at me this time.
And you got rubber
at an
in your
angle
gun.
from 300 to about. And I'm working on that thing. I got my keys. I'm trying to get it. Can't get it out. Comes all the way across the field. Now I'm mad again. I go, good night.
All right, look, can I ask
that deer just ran. He came from about 300 yards to about 100 yards.
Come on.
And I didn't even get the gun in the window.
Oh, golly, McGee. It was wedged with your shooter, McGee.
So I get
too much jump.
I finally get it.
You need
out.
to simplify your situation.
No, this was a real oddity. This was an odd thing that the scope thing.
Now, you're not wearing the vest
there.
at this time, are you?
No.
I just make sure.
So I get that out. I get it fixed again, and I'm sitting there dogging myself. I can't believe I've seen that deer twice. Well, here he comes again. He comes out of the field at about 100 and is walking, guess what, Rick? Dead away from me again.
Sure.
Oh, gosh. I know you'll take that one.
And I'm like,
I've already seen that one.
Well, no, and see, I don't want to shoot
Here comes Shooter McGee.
I don't want to shoot it and give it the old Pennsylvania, or Texas. What'd you call it? Texas?
Oh, the Texas one.
Bubba, that's twice you didn't want to do that. You might want to do that.
Red, whatever you did other than that was the wrong thing to do.
Right.
McGee.
So, well, look, I decided I'm going to take a shot at him, but
Not at his butt again. Not another butt shot.
Listen, but it doesn't give you a big target.
No, it doesn't. That's why people don't do it.
So he's running away from me. I shoot at him.
You did it
I
again.
I missed.
That's two.
That's 2 shots.
Shooter McGee.
Or if you're or $10, however you want to count it.
Yeah.
So now I'm really mad. I'm going, I cannot believe I have shot twice.
And everybody's texting you, you got one down?
Oh, listen. My phone. Hey, phones.
Yeah.
What's going on? You okay?
It's like that time Coach
you're not
shot that
answering me.
extra. You don't know what to say.
I couldn't answer because I was trying to unjam the gun, right? So, and I'm like,
Well,
hey,
every
and then you want to put back, it's a war over here.
Yeah,
it's a war because I felt like I was at war.
Well, now they may think you shooting people. Right. People shooting at you. McGee's pinned down.
So I think there is no way, Rick. I think there is no way I'm going to see these deer have to be 5 miles from here now, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sitting there, and it's we're getting close to the cutoff time, and I look, and here comes the 6 point, which has real dark fur on it, and so you can really pick him out. He comes out. And he's heading out in the middle of the field again. Well, I look behind him, and here comes a doe following him out on the field. They get right out in the middle of the field. I'm telling you. and I'm watching. I see something on the edge of the field again. And look, here comes old 8 out again.
You're kidding.
He's coming out again.
What's the death wish?
Bubba, he's begging you to kill him.
I know.
He's screaming,
listen,
McGee, come on.
This even gets funnier. It even gets weirder
Is
now.
he terminally ill? What is this?
It gets weird now.
He's really depressed.
He goes out and stands in the middle of the field with his 6 point and the doe, and they're almost in a triangle shape, right in the middle of the field. And it is a full-fledged Mexican standoff. Nobody's moving, nobody's flinching. And I thought, well, obviously this deer wants to be taken.
I guess.
So I get ready again. I get everything
here
just
comes
right.
Shooter McGee.
I get everything just right. I shoot. I'm looking through the scope. Nobody's moving. Nothing is happening.
You've missed again?
Nothing.
All right, hold up your 3. That's how many so far.
And now I'm fully.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass.
Here we go. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Fieldofgreens.com. Boy, I love this product. Love it, love it, love it. And take it every day. Go to fieldofgreens.com. Are you getting the doctor-recommended doses of veggies and fruits every day? No, most of us aren't. Kind of hard to do it, frankly. But I will tell you this, with fieldofgreens.com you will, and you're going to feel energy. You're gonna feel kind of a clarity. Fogginess kind of goes away. You know why? Because that 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits is what your body runs on. That's the fuel it's looking for. Also, it's loaded with herbs and prebiotics. It is a great, great product. Tastes great, too. So you're not having to force it down either. Fieldofgreens.com. Get yours right now. Go there. Use the code Bubba at fieldofgreens.com. Get 10% off all orders and 15% off your first order. Use the promo code Bubba at fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. We're not Green Acres.
I got a ticket.
There's the great Elite Eight. There they are. They're elite, they're great, and they're 8. And here are the 8 in the Rick and Bubba Golden Ticket seats. Caitlin Jones. Caitlin Jones. Caitlin Jones. Ben Jones also here. Benny. Where's Ben? Over there. Cade Wooten, McKenna Wooten. They're here. Cade's rocking his Rick and Bubba hoodie. Kirk and Cassidy Lipscomb here today. Tim Johnson and Anthony Ridgway. They're all here in the Golden Ticket seats today. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 8.
Oh, 1 and 8. What about, let's see, the series? They're going to Game 6, right?
Cassidy Lipscomb, there she is.
Yeah.
She picks up $50. It's an American Express gift card, so that's $50 for you guys to spend today or this weekend, courtesy of Dr. Dudney. Dudney is part of our Fun Zone Friday, and there's $50 for you. And I hope you'll enjoy that. We know who's got lunch handled today, so no problem there. And if you want to join us on a future show, just keep watching rickandbubba.com under contact for when the Golden Ticket seats are available. Again, they're free, but they do need to be reserved there at rickandbubba.com. And thank you, Dr. Dudney, for continuing to take care of the Rick and Bubba audience. Bubba, before we wrap this hour up, AOC is in the news.
AOC has got her feelings hurt. She said that Elon is now limiting her Twitter account.
Oh,
Can you believe
and the
that?
world's a better place.
Of course, doesn't seem like that is really happening, though, right?
Well, let's hear her talk about it.
Okay, well.
I was at a community event in the Bronx in Co-op City, and when I get home, I see a text from my team saying, "Hey, let me know if you need any help with this Elon stuff." And I was like, what? So I pull up my Twitter app, and it's like gone. Like when you pull up your mentions and stuff like that, it's just like literally like a blank screen, totally gone. And I was like, that's weird. So it turns out we got under a certain little billionaire's skin.
Has anybody ever taught her not to eat and talk at the same time?
Who would do that? Who's snoring in the background? Did y'all hear that?
Yeah, that was
so
weird.
annoying. What was that?
I don't know.
Well, you know, Rick, what may be happening on her account is the fact that when the left-wing libs were running Twitter, they made her account look a lot bigger than it really was.
Mm-hmm.
And now all that's gone away, and she may not really have all that many followers she thought she had.
Yeah. I don't buy any of that story.
No.
I'm sorry.
I don't
So you're
either.
telling me you didn't check your phone the entire time until you got home? Yeah. She lives on her phone. That is what she does. That's the world she lives in. I don't buy a single bit of that story.
How you feel about it?
I don't buy it.
Rick, I want to say something too, because you're going to hear this from all the people out campaigning that the oil companies are making huge profits, and we need to have a windfall profit tax on them. Okay, just real quick to show you how they're lying to you about all of this. I'm going to use just some round numbers to make it easy. Let's say that the oil companies have a 10% markup in what they pay for oil. Okay. So if a barrel of oil is $100 and they make a 10% profit, they made $10, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, just basic numbers. Let's say the price of that oil goes to $200 and they make their 10% profit. Well, now they make $20. Now, we can say, well, the oil companies have now made 100% more profit than they used to make. Well, no, they're still making the same margin.
Same profit, yeah,
Same margin.
Yeah.
But it's because the cost has gone up, and that's how they lie to the American people on this. And it's just bold-faced lies. A lot of this stuff. Bernie's out there today doing it. You know his old thing.
Yeah, well, John.
Same old stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, it's 53 seconds. I guess we do have time for it.
Corporate greed.
Listen to John Kerry. Of course, we'll ask him why he has the long face.
Yeah, he's so unhappy.
Let me
I don't
know,
know
Adler,
why.
if you have video 5 when you pull it up. He's the climate envoy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to tell you exactly what the intention of the Biden administration is. And when you look at oil companies this way, we all pay a price for it. Mm-hmm. So here he is in his own words. Here we go.
Ford Motor Company and General Motors and other companies around the world have spent hundreds of billions of dollars retooling their plants. Why? Because they're going electric. And by 2035, that's all we're going to have in America, electric cars being manufactured, not on the road, but being sold in new cars. That's President Biden's goal. By 2035, he wants the power sector of America to be carbon free. So if we accelerate these efforts, which is what technology and entrepreneurial activity help us to do, this is going to change even faster. And so that's where I draw enormous hope and some optimism, because I believe we can still make this happen. But we have to make the right decisions and implement those.
Has that guy ever had a real job that wasn't in the government or marrying some billionaire widow?
I didn't know he was a lip licker.
Yeah,
Did you know that?
Didn't know where you were going with that.
Yeah. He'll lick that bottom lip a lot.
Yeah. But again, so you have to understand they're not hiding their intention. They really believe they can eliminate all fossil fuels. Now they're conveniently.
Well, I hope the medical community doesn't need any plastic stuff.
Yeah.
Right now,
they're leaving all that
electric
out.
cars on the road right now 1%, production 4%. You're not going to get to those goals in the time stated. Ain't gonna happen. You're bad at math once again.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.